and supporters out there. We're gaining fans across the country, across the world, pretty much every episode. So shout out to the Minnesota supporters, obviously, because this is home. Surrounding states, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Illinois. Want to give out to Hey everyone. Before we get started and talk about today's episode of the podcast, I want to give a huge shout out, a huge thanks to all the fans and supporters out there. We're gaining fans across the country, across the world, pretty much every episode. So shout out to the Minnesota supporters, obviously, because this is home. Surrounding states, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Illinois. Want to give a shout out to people out in Ohio, New York, Oklahoma, New Mexico. Picked up some fans in Nevada. Shout out to my boy out in California, Patrick. And whoever are all these people that dig the podcast in Virginia. We're literally more popular in Virginia than we are anywhere else in the country. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. International fans, we got some people up in Ontario, Canada now. We've got people in India. We've got people in the Philippines. We've got a listener out in Germany. We've got a listener in Ecuador now. We picked up a listener in Ecuador. This shit is flying all over the world, and I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We appreciate it so much. So get into the podcast today. My episode for today is John Wheeler. He's a comic, a musician, a fascinating human, great dude, super funny cat. Recently launched a YouTube channel called the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. Just hit 100 subscribers. He has been on the podcast before, but I wanted to have him on again. This episode of the podcast, first and foremost, is sponsored by my own Patreon, obviously. So here's the deal, you guys. If you're not a subscriber, go join the Patreon. If you're not trying to join the Patreon, just hit subscribe on the channel. If you're listening on the audio format, leave a 5-star review, please. That's all we're asking. Go to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive, or just hit subscribe and leave a good review. This episode of the podcast is also sponsored by Shooter Lube. Go to shooterlube.com and enter Singer as the checkout code to save. It's supposed to be 10%, but I heard 15% still running. So go to shooterlube.com and enter Singer at checkout to save 15% or 10%, whatever the hell the promo is. Shooter Lube, 2-stage weapons cleaning kit. Our new technology has you cleaning your gun better than ever. The solvent is designed to penetrate deep into the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents. Feel good knowing you're cleaning your firearms with a product that passed military testing, and we set new standards, bitches. Your firearm maintenance should not be banished to the garage or outside because of the harsh chemicals and smells that other solvents use. Shooter Lube military-grade weapons cleaning solvent is simply the best. Simply the best. It's odorless. There's no water. It fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA, has a high flash point, non-corrosive, does not freeze, and it's non-flammable. Second stage is the Extreme Weapons Oil. Standard gun lubricants and CLPs. Guess what, guys? They're outdated and a thing of the past. Shooter Lube Extreme Weapons Oil is different. With the cutting-edge new technology, they're creating a new level of gun lubricant and protection. Unlike other gun oils out there that just sit on the surface, the Extreme Weapons Oil penetrates deep into the pores of the metal. It forms a bond on and in the metal that does not wipe off, wear off, melt, or evaporate with heavy use. Feel confident knowing your weapon is being used to its fullest potential. Biodegradable, non-flammable, non-toxic, 100% synthetic, low odor, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection, reduces wear and friction. Join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and saving 15 or 10%. I have no idea what the code is. It's supposed to be 10, but I heard 15 still going at checkout now by using the code SINGER. All right. So today's podcast guest is, again, John Wheeler. Let's welcome him to the podcast, everyone. Let's do this.
Well,
So
it was Chris Rock said, if a man could fuck a woman in a cardboard box, society would never have gotten built.
exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Like, yeah, well, this is good enough. Fuck it.
Exactly. And the only difference is the fact that as humans, we do all of the things, right? So, like, certain animals, it's about their scent.
Yeah.
You know, peacocks, it's about the beauty of their feathers, and when they lift them up and they can display them. Like I mentioned, some of the animals, it's about building the best house they can build. The rams, it's about brute force, like who's going to be the better warrior in battle. All of these things are symbols to each different animal species as to this is why you should mate with me, because I'm going to be the best provider for your children. Humans are the only ones that do all of the things.
We fight,
we wear the colognes, we fucking try to get
songs.
rich, we dress nice, we smell good, we cut our hair a certain way, we try to get jacked like the rams.
Shit. Yeah,
you know, like, dude, we do all of the things. We're the only
I like
species.
that, actually, and I think that
you can't steal that and turn that into a bit.
No,
that's my deal.
that's too.
That's my idea.
That's a very good idea. That's the kind of thing a guy who makes thought-provoking yet wacky YouTube videos in front of a green screen might want to talk about at some point.
My problem is I have great ideas like that and great observations and things like that. But my biggest problem is my inability to take thought-provoking concepts and turn them into actual comedy.
A thing.
Whereas,
it doesn't have to be comedy either. It could be a thing that you write.
But I'm talking about
written
in the comedic,
all right,
like venue. Like if we're gonna get into that space, like that's where I struggle writing jokes. Because
where are the punchlines in the fascinating topic?
like a Dave Chappelle. Like that's the thing is Dave Chappelle can literally talk about anything and make it funny. Yeah. So can Bill Burr. That's like mastery level comic shit.
Well, because those two guys are guys, as this is an old school saying, but like Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr are two guys that I could just listen to them read the phone book and it would be funny.
Exactly.
Like, and that's not to say that their concepts aren't brilliant and their everything isn't brilliant, but like just the way they speak, the way they handle things. Like I could be like, oh, there's a YouTube video, 10 minutes of Chappelle being like, Arnie Anderson. Parents weren't too creative. You just sit there and just go through it. You'd be like, Dave Chappelle reading the phone book, and I can just very funny. And
I can hear quite literally Bill Burr going, Arnie Anderson, Arnie
how much you want to bet that guy's white? Huh? Yeah, it would be great.
I swear to God, I know this guy.
No, I knew an Arnie Anderson. He's a piece of shit.
Used to beat his wife.
Yeah, no, I'm sure Arnie's a good guy. I'm sorry. But yeah, those two, they work together on the Chappelle Show. They should recombine their efforts and read the phone book.
Do you think most people know that Burr was on the Chappelle Show?
I fucking didn't. Do you ever have that thing where you watch something like a long time ago? You have memories watching it, and the person is just a person, and then you go back and you're like, oh my God, that's Gary Sinise. Like all of a sudden you know who it is, and they go from being this generic face. I had that with the Chappelle Show, where I was like, I remember the guy. There was just some dorky guy being like, oh, we're on the Dice Game World Championships with Ashy Larry and da-da-da-da-da. And I just remembered that being some dorky guy. And then I went back and watched the Chappelle Show years later. I'm like, that's fucking Bill Burr? Like, that's who that was the whole time?
Go back and watch Tales from the Crypt. That's the entire show. The entire show.
I know that guy.
Same thing with what was that other one that was just like it wasn't like Tales from the Crypt. It was like the Alfred Hitchcock thing, The Outer Limits.
Oh yeah. Which they've
same
redone.
thing. So you go back and watch The Outer Limits. You go back and watch Tales from the Crypt, and you'll notice huge actors in almost every episode.
Yeah,
it's a
like,
different. It's like
Gary
holy
Busey.
fuck. Yeah, that's Steve Buscemi.
Steve Buscemi. You know what? You know what's funny? I almost said Steve Buscemi instead of Gary Sinise because I was just watching Boardwalk Empire. I'd never watched that, but I have all of the.
I heard it's amazing.
It's fantastic. I also have a love, Alexis and I both, for like speakeasy, mob crimey, sort of just whatever. So I'm like, hey, have you never heard of like I watched one episode once, and I remember, but it was back when like everything was you had to have cable and HBO and shit. And like I was over at some chick's house for whatever reason late at night, and she had HBO, and they were playing Boardwalk Empire, and the one episode I saw was these black moonshiners having a machine gun fight with the Klan. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is amazing. It's Boardwalk Empire. And whatever. And then I was like, oh, I don't have HBO, but now I have all of the everything because it's like all told like $38 a month to combine every last streaming thing, and I'm like, HBO Go, and then Alexa's
What'd
like,
you do that
you'll
through?
Love this.
What'd you do that through? Because they're all 15 a pop. So how'd you bundle them all?
Oh, I'm sorry. Half of them I'm leeching off of my parents.
There you go. There you go. I knew there was a thing in there.
I made that number up. I don't even know what I'm paying. I might be paying $900 a
that
week.
shit,
I have no.
Because here's the thing: is if you cut all
better.
the cable, like if you do the cut the cable thing, and then you add all the streaming services, it is not cheaper than cable.
I know, and I knew that would happen too. I was like,
100%.
As long as you factor in Pirate Bay with your internet, like you're like, oh, okay, this is cheap. But yeah, if you do
God, I haven't been on the Pirate Bay in so long.
Oh, me neither. Actually, never. But yeah,
we would never download illegal music on this podcast, let alone illegal movies or television. I think I gotta switch something. Hold on. See that little black fuzzy thing there at the bottom of my screen?
Yeah, what is that?
I think it's looking down. Will you tip that camera up just a touch here? Yep. Yeah, less than that though. That's good. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think it's seeing the bass.
Oh yeah.
We
gotta play to our bass.
I can't put it lower though, and then have it look up, because then it's a
No.
weird angle, and it'll like see all that shit up there.
My double chin will be on display.
I notice when it switches to mine, you can see the light on in the other room. That's how minor of an issue it is versus the old room. So the old room, it was maniacal. Every fucking light down here had to be turned off because 3 walls were made of fabric. Anything would just shine through and fuck everything up. This, we have real walls except for this one. I have one fabric wall. Those are all real, and then I covered that one in the doorway to keep heat in here. Or keep heat out.
Yeah,
however you want to look at it.
That's a good point.
But let's tell people why you're here. So for new viewers, because dude, we've over doubled our subscribers since you were last on the channel.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people know who you are, obviously, from my channel and from our scene and from just knowing you personally. But a lot of them don't. So, John Wheeler, like I said on the ad read and in the description, you were your words. I copied and pasted your description from your channel. Because I was typing it up. And then I went to your channel just to make sure I said the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge and not I didn't drop the. And then I read the description and thought it was so funny. I just copied and pasted it into this description. And then at the end, I wrote, I didn't write that. Those are his words taken from his very own YouTube channel.
That's fair.
So you're a failed musician, which I would disagree with greatly.
Well, I know you would. We talked about that.
But you're exactly. And if you guys are curious under the context of these inside jokes and things, just go back and watch his first episode. That's what I'm getting at here. So you're a musician. You've gotten into comedy. You're a producer. You're a songwriter. But most of all, the reason you're here today is because you started a YouTube channel recently, which is more of a true channel or a network, because you have 4 different shows you're producing on there, which, again, we talked about some of those ideas on the previous appearance. And
now we're getting there where some of the later ones are
that's what I was just going to say.
Out in like a week or two.
Thank you. That's what I was just going to say. And since then, you've launched those. You've done all that. Not only have you done all that, yesterday or the day before, you were at 95 subs, and we made a little push. And now you're at 140 basically.
Somewhere.
So you're getting there. Because remember I told you I thought you'd hit 100 before I did. I was surprised that didn't happen. But now I think you're going to catch me and pass me fast. You'll hit 1,000 before I do.
Well, you have, though, to be absolutely fair, you have a very good model, because no one is taken advantage of in the modern format of YouTube channels and podcasts and everything, particularly in the COVID times when it's like there ain't much of a metal scene or whatever, but we have such a rich, weird history of stuff around here that you going like, I'm going to get Vince and Wally, and we're going to like actually taking advantage of the fact that there's people with stories and like things all around. Like, I'm in a bit more of like a vacuum of my own like weird bad ideas or whatever like that. So it could be a very slow go depending on how interested random people might be in whatever. But I don't think it's fair to say that John will just whiz by like, but you have a good model. It's very like, I watch your show like sometimes
thanks, man.
live, like when you were on with Vince and Greg. I remember because on Friday sometimes I work for myself, but my boss is a slave driving asshole. And so I'll just be like 8:00 at night, and I'll still be like, yeah, I can finish this off, but I'll notice on one of the other screens, like, ooh, YouTube says that, oh, Greg Chilton, I'm gonna watch that or whatever, and so, but that's the thing. I'm a jaded asshole. And yeah, failed musician is in my thing, even though I've made all kinds of fucking money off music. But I wanted to be Trent Reznor, and I fell short, and I consider that a failure.
Right.
But
if you're not first, you're last.
My jaded ass in, because it's like, hey, I know this network of people. This is very interesting. I want to see what's like going on. So we're just attacking this thing from different sides. I'm trying to kind of be more like, what if, like, I started it in COVID, so it's like, I'm not really having guests. I'm just like, but what if, like, these weird ideas made cartoonish flesh in front of a green screen?
So explain to people what we're talking about here. You have a channel.
Yes.
And you've devised so far 4 different shows essentially on this channel. The channel is called the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. Link is in the description. But you do basically, I think, a brilliant job of pivoting to, correct me if I'm wrong here, instead of trying to run stand-up bits on all the online shows, which are atrocious, you do things like you come on here and we chat. We run bits back and forth on each other, and like if they make us and the guests laugh and the viewers laugh, then we know we're onto something. Yes. And then you do this beautiful thing of taking 10 minutes of material, getting rid of all the pauses, doing jump cuts, and getting it down to a 3.5 to a 5 minute YouTube bit.
Yeah.
With some graphics behind it, almost like Schultze did at the beginning of the pandemic. Now, granted, you don't have $250,000 to do what he did, but look what you are doing.
A bit of an inspiration with that, though.
Right? And I could see that. I could see that. But you put your spin on it. And then you got this other thing called the Rum Dumpster Podcast.
Yes.
And that's you and a group of clowns.
Yes.
I'm just kidding, you guys. I watched your New Year's special. It was great, by the way. What else are you doing on this channel? Because there's at least 2 other shows you're doing.
So right now, and it's interesting. I'm learning to, my eyes are bigger than my stomach, and I think anyone that's ever been in a rock band like you know that your eyes are bigger than your stomach. You're like, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, and you're like, you have to sleep, and I believe you have a woman in your life that needs some attention. You know what I mean? You run into that wall a little, but as of right now, I have the Rum Dumpster Podcast, which is us just fucking around. Then I have the Underdressed and Overserved, which is kind of the comedy bit thing you were just talking about. I have the Vlog of Eternal Stench, because I like Labyrinth, and
it's Hoggle.
It wasn't taken. The Vlog of Eternal Stench. No one was using that.
It's the Bog of Eternal Stench, right? Dude, that's hilarious.
I was that's
where the whole Dying Euphoria, It's Hoggle thing comes from.
Oh yeah,
it's directly from Labyrinth.
Yes,
like it's not even very creative, but everyone was like, "Where's that come from? What does that mean?" And we're like, "Have you ever fucking have you ever watched 80s movies? Like the Labyrinth is the top." I've
watched Labyrinth like 3 times in 2019. Like it comes up a lot.
Is there anything more the epitome of 80s movies than Legend with Tom Cruise, Willow with Val Kilmer, and Labyrinth?
No,
with David Bowie.
If the original Dark Crystal was good, which unfortunately the concept's amazing, but that movie is impossible to watch.
So what's your vlog about? The Vlog of Eternal Stench.
The Vlog of Eternal Stench is intentionally the antithesis of the other stuff that I'm doing. That's very like green screen. And the new show that's coming out, I've never thought about it like that, which is almost like that's more of like a 15-minute long, like educational sci-fi channel weird thing. It looks a little like Underdressed and Overserved, but it's like, rather than just being comedy, it's about stuff.
Is like that where you're doing? Is that where you did the something corp? What's it called?
BizCorp.
BizCorp.
That's a transitional episode because I've never thought about it like that. It's going to be a little bit more socially like, hey, you realize this is how you're getting fucked, right? Like I never thought about it like that. Again, like I said, Mr. Rogers' message, Alex Jones' delivery.
That's so fucking funny. You said that before the podcast, dude. So explain to people what you're talking about there. So you got a new idea on the horizon,
yes,
and all you're willing to say, and we are trying to hype this up, it's Say it again.
It's Mr. Rogers' message, Alex Jones delivery.
That is
Because
so
there's
fucking
nobody
funny.
on the side of reason that's
so
grabbing people
fucking
and
funny.
shaking them. Like that's what bugs me. The people that are like, there's fluoride in the water and the frogs are gay, and it's like, okay, you're intense, but that's stupid. We've been in 6 months they're gonna put the chip in you. It's like you've been saying that since 1981. Like, and now
you know what's crazy is
carry this chip with you that the government can track.
And you know what's crazy
You're
is
an
that guy is always partially right. One time he swung for the fences and not only missed, but the bat came out of his hand and he murdered the third base coach.
Yeah, well,
and that was Sandy Hook. Every other piece of shit that has come out of his mouth, he's like either 100% on the money or there's something true about what he's saying that he's sensationalizing.
Because I pay attention to that. Here's
he's broken news, like real news, like agents provocateur. Like the only reason we were prepared for that shit that went down in the riots, the only reason we knew with confidence it wasn't us, is because Alex Jones broke that 10 or 15 years earlier. And by the time 2020 George Floyd happens, agents provocateur is a known thing, but he was the first guy to put that on the internet. So we got to give him some props.
No, I will give him credit, but here's
just some props.
I want to say something about Alex Jones, and that is he has been hijacked. He was off the mark a lot on his own, right? But his ethos has been hijacked into this new way of controlling people.
Yep.
Because conspiracy theories are just the new religion or programming or propaganda or Don Draper marketing or whatever. I realized this, and it was either the late Facebook days or the late MySpace days or the early Facebook days. I would be, and I knew a little bit less about this. Now I know a lot about it, but people would be like, oh, they're putting fluoride in the water and Obama's going to put a chip in you. And there's a child sex ring and there's this and there's that. And I would be like, okay, that sounds crazy, and it's certainly but it's horrible things are possible. So I would post stuff about real things that we all know are happening. Like the irony of some guy with a machine gun just walked past the Catholic church and shot up a pizza place. I'm like, hi. You do realize that this thing you're so worried about is for sure happening right there. And there's a bunch of other things where I'm civil forfeiture, whatever. I would post about real bad, awful systemic shit. I'd be like, hey, this is bad. And I would get crickets. But then they'd be like, but, I don't know. But the fluoride, da-da-da-da-da-da. And that is when I realized I'm like, this isn't really happening. This is a mechanism. This is an advertising campaign. When, you know how they're like, don't argue with people on the internet. It's just going to burn you out. But I like doing it because I figured it out. You're not arguing with a person. You don't go, oh, hey, look. See, here's all this proof or whatever, and then they're like, yeah, but what about when the Clinton did? You're like, okay, but I realized you're arguing with a mechanism that works on a certain number of people, and I get how it works. I have a degree in how that shit works, and so I like to just push the buttons and give someone a brain tumor over the internet. Anyway, but the point just being that weird conspiracy theory thing is not. It's like. There's no babies being eaten. There's no money in that. But there's babies getting blown up on the other side of the planet by drones. Do we care about this? Well, it depends on who's president. Okay, I see. So this is just this thing. But anyway, that's the Alex Jones side of things. The parts where he's right is yeah, all this bad stuff happens, but you just need. There's something in place where you need people to react a certain way to get a certain thing that happens. And the old school, religious stuff just doesn't work how it used to. The satanic panic from the 80s just doesn't hit home because not everyone was raised so insanely Catholic. Most of us came home and neither parent was there. They're so busy working. It's you don't have all that to lean on. So you need to take your average person and give them a way to feel smart and powerful and confident and be like, well, the thing is the 5G is going to put whatever. Right. So now they know something you don't. See, now who's the stupid one? I'm smarter than you, mister. I have an education and didn't grow up on a dirt road. Fuck you. And that, well, we've seen what that rots, haven't we? But I have this weird sort of I don't agree with a lot of Alex Jones, and he's fat and awful, but there's that vitriol in something is fucked up came from a purer place before, and it kind of got hijacked because they'll hijack anything.
Mm-hmm.
They'll
Anything
turn
that makes
anything
money.
into an ad campaign
Yep.
and be like, hey, we're going to fight against this. And like, well, now we're going to trick you into shooting up a pizza place while the rest of us are just off molesting kids and you have no idea because we're on your team and now you don't care.
Right.
But this was just built to like work that way. So as far as my like quasi-educational comedy nightmare YouTube channel thing goes, the whole Mr. Rogers message, which is sort of like, look, man, like everything is better for me if I try to make everything better for everyone else.
Sure.
And when that gets diluted, that is diluted by an evil thing that is incorrect. Because like when you make a better world for everyone, guess where you live? In the world. It's better for you too. Like you can't just put everything you hate in jail and point a gun at everything you disagree with. It's exhausting. Even if you're a tough guy that wins, you'll run out of steam. You're not the Terminator. You'll get eaten. It's fucking awful. But if everybody's happy and has money, no one's even trying to eat you. You can have a machine gun. I do. You can put it down. I don't want to walk around with that thing.
Do you really here's my question. Do you really think that's true? Because I think there are a huge group of humans, like when I say huge, I mean like most of us.
Yeah.
Most of us, so not just you or me. There is no ever enough. Like we've romanticized this idea that if we can eliminate scarcity, that we could suddenly eliminate the need for competition. And by doing so, we'll immediately get rid of the idea of violence. However, I have seen time and time again that name your subject, okay? Sex, drugs, money, power, whatever you want, name it. Once someone gets it, the power to say, I've had enough is a rare virtue. Rare.
Well,
It always, for the vast majority of human beings, you build up an intolerance, you want more, and you need more. And suddenly that's the only thing that gets you off, is the pursuit of something more. You see what I'm saying?
And I absolutely do.
And this is what drags us out of the
talking about.
dumps. This is what turns somebody who's born in a loser situation. You got two fucking drug addict, alcoholic parents. You're born in a poor neighborhood. You're in and out of juvie. You discover music or sports, and suddenly fucking at 18, you get a shot, and by 29, you're the biggest thing in the world. That mentality I just mentioned is the same mentality that makes a Jeff Bezos say, I still don't have enough. I still want to make more money. I'm the richest guy in America. I want to be the richest guy in the world. Okay, cool. Amazon's the biggest company in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes.
I want to be the biggest in the Eastern Hemisphere. Nothing's ever enough.
Oh, no.
It's just a matter of which subject we can relate to that on. This is my opinion.
Oh, I hear you.
So I'm asking you, now I'll
saying.
repeat my question. Do you really think if we eliminated scarcity and everybody had enough money, that suddenly no one would worry about those things? Because I think there would still be the same type of people that would go, okay, cool, everybody makes 10 grand a month. Cool. That means we all have enough. Literally.
Right.
No matter where you live in this world, if you make $10,000 a month, you're fine. Even in LA, even in New York,
Yes.
at 120 grand a year, you're fine.
Yes.
But somebody out there, a large group of people are going to go, yeah, but I still need more. I still want more because I want security for the future. And they're going to justify it for a billion reasons.
Now, here's the thing, and I know I like this question a lot, and I appreciate you asking me that. It depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about the fact that when COVID hit and a bunch of people lost their jobs, the gun violence the garage break-ins, immediately went higher. Things got scarce. Everyone started committing crimes. And it's interesting that you can watch that happen all day long, but you'll get pundits being like, yeah, but money doesn't solve it. I'm like, are you sure? Because when everyone was pretty comfy, cozy, and everything was great, they weren't trying to rip the catalytic converter out of the bottom of my Prius while I come outside with a shotgun, because that's riskier than going, hey, if I just go to work every day and I get an hour-long lunch and we're doing 6 hours and I can buy a house and my kids have braces, maybe I don't want to fight John Wheeler with a gun. Like that.
That's a great point.
Suddenly changes all that. Now, when you extend it to the other end of the thing with people like Jeff Bezos, there's probably an evolutionary need for sociopaths that we have long since gotten out of. Someone has to chop the heads off of the fucking wolves or the other people that are trying to kill us, but that doesn't exist anymore. Now it just becomes people who are like super okay with spending all days doing numbers and then going like, I don't care if this number is high, these people I've never met will be hungry, but they'll probably figure it out, whatever. Like, you get that weird disconnect from the rest of society. So am I saying, would everything be great if everybody had enough? No, nothing will ever be great. We're humans. We're fucking monsters. Everything we do is based in like trying to avoid getting eaten by saber-toothed tigers and fucking raping everyone we can get our hands on and eating enough to survive. It's why you can keep getting fat forever until your heart explodes. You ever notice there's no governor on getting fat? It's because we used to have to, like, we lived hand to mouth, just chasing down our dinner. And it's like, you can survive a long time without eating. And you can expend a lot. We're pursuant predators. Like, we're these crazy things. But, like, we evolved into this world where, like, high fructose corn syrup wasn't a thing that went into our evolution. But it's like, oh, yeah. No, it's good. You just keep getting fat forever because you might need to survive a winter. But now that winter never comes, we just turn into Jabba the Hutt until we have a stroke.
The proverbial winter.
Yeah.
What you mean by that, in case anyone's confused, is that's when you couldn't eat.
Yeah.
So you literally, our bodies, many of us, depending on where you lived and where your DNA evolved over millions of years, some of us literally would gain up to 100 pounds between March and November, like a bear.
Yeah.
So you could literally lose weight all fucking winter without dying. Yeah. And you could melt snow and get water. You're fine. You're alive.
Yep.
And you have enough fat in your body to survive on. Dude, you know what fucks with me now?
We live inside now.
Not only does our proverbial winter never come,
yep.
our long periods of starvation, that never happens.
Lose grandpa at 43.
Not only that, but dude, Cosmopolitan has 2 different covers out right now saying this is healthy, and it's 2 morbidly obese women. It's not 2 thick chicks who are fit, right? Because you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, I know.
No, it's 2 morbidly obese women, and I am not ridiculing or mocking people who are overweight. I have friends and family that I love deeply that are overweight. That's not what we're talking about. Weight's a real problem. Like, it's a real struggle. But is what I'm talking about is something that ties into what you just mentioned. Not only do we not have our proverbial winter,
yeah,
but we have a society now that's actually telling you it's okay that you're 250 pounds over what your fucking frame is built for. And they're actually trying to, that's like saying it's healthy that you're a heroin addict. And it's healthy that you're a fucking pothead and you smoke weed all day. It's healthy that you're an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Like, we're not saying it's okay. Like what we used to do.
Great.
We used to say, like, dude, like, some, fat girls need love too, man. Like, quit judging, dude. We used to say this. Like, this is what we would say amongst the boys. Be like, man, that chick's fucking fat. Be like, hey, man, fat girls need love too, man.
She's the only one left at the bar close. Yeah.
Or we'd be like, hey, man, I know dudes that are into big women. Like, they really are into big chicks.
There's no dudes on those magazine covers, by the way. They're like, no one gives a fuck about that.
Right? Like, I don't see Bert Kreischer literally was on Men's Health, but it wasn't because of his body. It was satirical. But or he did an article for Men's Health or something, but
something funny, I'm sure.
But the point I'm trying to make, though, is like, we have, not only do we have all these comforts that make us softer and all these luxuries that make us softer, but we actually now have a mantra being driven into the minds of people that's actually good. It's not just that it's okay. We used to say that. It's okay if you're fat. Like, don't feel bad that you're fat.
I have something to say exactly about that, and it is this.
Go ahead.
It is. I hear you.
Does that make sense, though?
Oh, it does, because here's why. That mantra of like, no, this isn't just okay, it's great. I guarantee that didn't come from a handful of NYU like art students. That's not what that fucking is. Watching the companies that make sugar and like gross bullshit foods struggle with this new, I dare say, Rogan-y, intermittent fasting, vitamin-y, don't eat sugar thing. That's their money. That's when the oil companies told Fox News, tell everyone Priuses are gay. That'll get them. And it's like, they're the best car you can fucking buy, stupid. And it's like, now everyone's driving Teslas like it's a cool thing in
I'd
the world.
go, if honestly, I'd say the Corolla, but
Anything fuel efficient and awesome, whatever. It's
Prius,
just good.
the Prius is, in fact, kind of gay.
Yeah.
I have a lot of gay friends who are like, he's right. Nope, he's right. They're all screaming at the screen
anyone
right
that
now going,
disagrees,
nope,
I drive a Prius.
he's
and
right.
I will fuck you until you love me like Mike Tyson. So here's the thing, though. The point of what I'm saying is that the people, it's those same people. That joke we have now, thanks to Fox News and South Park and everything. Oh, this is gay. It's like,
Hold on, I don't want to cut you off, but who's William
that's Bill.
Okay, he's on
Bill
here.
is in the
He
yeah.
said-
He's
he
like, hi,
said-
Bill.
He said he's talking about earlier when I said
Oh, yeah,
clowns.
are appropriate.
He said clowns is appropriate. That's the appropriate description. No, I said clowns because that's just what I would want you to call me and my friends. Like, you guys got to
This
understand
is a
the
circus
culture
right here. Yeah, that is accurate. But hang on a second though. I got my Mr. Rogers Alex Jones thing cooking here.
Oh, sorry,
and it's
buddy.
That idea. I do believe the body positivity thing is not organic at all. I believe that's Fox News telling you a Prius is gay because they're the oil company with
Somebody else is
their
making
dick
money.
up their ass. If we want to talk about gay, nothing wrong with that. That's a lot of fun. But their overlords are like, hey, convince everyone that these products that use less of our product, what can we say? They're bad? Like, no, they're actually run great. I'm like, how about you're less of a man? Ooh, that works with morons. Cool, go with it. So that's that whole thing. So that the body positivity thing is like,
it does
dude,
work with morons.
they're going to stop eating sugar. That's it. That's where my mansion comes from. We're fucking fucked. Well, you know what? Fuck you. Big is beautiful. Right? And you're like, who said that? Like, this girl with green hair and bangs like this? No, it's like, Lizzo. Oh, yeah. It's like, it is just another one of those things. It is all
I think
money.
you're right.
It's horrifying. And I don't like it because it
From the
when
words of-
I bitch about it, everyone's like, oh, you're being like a certain way. You're being a toxic white man. I've got a little beer belly going. I'm a drunk. I get it. It's fine. But the movement is the same movement that when hybrid cars came out, the oil companies paid Fox News to tell you that those are stupid. And now it's like, hey, let's eat healthy. Let's intermittent fast. We don't need breakfast. Breakfast has a slogan. The most important meal of the day, don't eat anything with a slogan. That's a bad idea. It means you shouldn't do it. So basically it's like, okay, well, how do we get people to eat more again? Or how do we get them to forget about this whole fad of taking care of yourself? Well, being big is beautiful, and it's also easy to be fat. It's the easiest thing in the world. You could do fucking upright kettlebell rows all day. One Oreo knocks that back down to nothing. So it's like, it's so easy. It's so comfortable. It's so convenient. And it's like, but people are getting this idea that they shouldn't be eating this crap we're making for cheap and overcharging them for, that's giving them cancer and making them fat and everything like that. Tell them that being fat is good. And anybody on any podcast, it's like, bro, you should lift kettlebells and take CBD and take vitamins. That's Joe Rogan. That's toxic masculinity. That's just another way. And you know how I know this is what they did? It's because if I was in charge of that company, it's fucking exactly what I would do. That's how I always
what
know.
you have to do.
Yeah.
Because
I don't want to
corporations
lose the summer home.
corporations, in the epitome of their definition, their motivation is one thing and one thing only: to mercilessly and unrelentingly increase profits year to year.
Constant growth.
Now, when you talk about like a normal dude or a gangbanger or a CEO, they all say the same thing. This is a toxically masculine thing, if you want to say that is a real thing. They say, listen, you never fuck with a man's money. You never get in the way of a man and his ability to make his money. Now, this may not be true for women. This may just be a man thing, but I don't look at it that way.
Maybe.
I don't look at it that way. I look at it as, do not get in the way of somebody being able to provide for their family.
Yes. Resources.
I hear, don't get in the way of a man and his money. I hear a person and their family. That's what I hear.
Just imagine it's a Morton Joe and water.
Right.
That's all. If you want to have like an economic conversation where Bernie Sanders suddenly starts making more sense, remove money, replace it with water, and remove Wall Street and replace it with a Morton Joe.
Right.
And just be like, well, I mean, he worked harder for it. It's like, we need this to live, though. It's like, well, you only need so much, and I'll give you a little extra if you do all this backbreaking labor for me. It's like, you're hoarding resources. Like, money is a fun way to like kind of avoid the fact that that some people are just like, I'm going to let food I'm never going to eat rot just so that you don't have any. Mad Max has made me quite the communist.
I mean, here's the thing though: is like Mad Max will also show you completely 100% that like that shit doesn't work either, because you still end up with just another group of people hoarding everything.
That's
like,
right.
Like none of these systems will ever prevent somebody from trying to accumulate more. The only thing that's good about capitalism versus all those other systems is it gives everyone an opportunity to create. Okay, you don't get to show up in this country, in this system, and just sit there and be like, I deserve $100 an hour. No, you don't.
Yeah.
The people who deserve $100 an hour or $500 an hour or $5,000 an hour, those are the people who create. They create something of value, whether it's a product, an app, a website, a service, something. Even just their ability to entertain, like a musician or a comedian. Even their ability to just tell you how to do business. Like there's guys, like this is something. This will fuck you up. You know that whole walk the walk, talk the talk mentality? Yeah. Here's where that immediately gets flawed. Here's where that immediately gets flawed. Business consultants. I personally know people who make almost $500,000 off telling other people how to run a business.
Yeah.
They don't actually run any of those businesses. Yes, they run their own business, but this guy doesn't run a retail store, and he never has, and he never will. He also doesn't run a dentist office. Nor will he. You see what I'm getting at?
Oh,
and
I know.
He can go any field you're in. You hire this guy, he comes in and he teaches you how to make more money in whatever business model you're doing. And he's never done it.
You know what that
his
person
business is the consultant, and he has built value. He's built a service that is making other people more money that they're willing to pay him $50,000 to $100,000.
You know what the consulting thing is, and I love this, by the way. I've done a little myself. It's like, I mean, really, I'm a music producer with the house that I just bought. Do a little consulting here and there.
Those guys exist. For the listeners that don't know what, like, he's not tooting his own horn. Like,
no.
I've never done it, nor will I. Like, the people I invite into the studio to help me write are friends and peers and people that like want to work with me. But you can do that. You can call up agencies and go, hey, I need to hire a producer to help me songwrite.
Yeah.
And he'll come in and stand in the studio collecting an hourly rate and just consult with you about how you're writing your album or your artwork or whatever.
And it's crazy because it's both. It seems totally like, oh, well, like, is that really worth anything? But then it's like, if they weren't there, this wouldn't have been half as good, even though it felt like they hardly did anything.
And somebody you go, well, they've never been in a band. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's actually the point.
They've never been dumb enough to
understand
do
how
that.
shit sells.
Yeah.
Well, and they really understand how shit works.
Yeah.
You're too close to it. My old boss, Chuck, who's been on the podcast.
Forest for the trees.
He used to say, you're too close to it. You have your nose at the grindstone, so you can't see the road. All you see is the granules of pavement flying by your face.
That's exactly right. And also, I love the consulting thing. To me has always been like Jafar and the Sultan. It's always been like, oh, well, okay, this person is in charge of this thing, but maybe it's because their grandfather started it and their dad put them in charge. And someone who grew up like me, who had to be a little bit more fast and lean and flinty, is like, all right, look, here's how this works. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, thank you, sir. Sorts of different things. I like this old trusty beer, by the way. I trust it already. It's like I've always known it. But that thing where it's like a consultant is basically what a wizard would have been like 5,000 years ago. Because you're like, okay, here's these inbred people that are in charge of like a castle and armies and stuff. And they're like, well, okay, I'm in charge because I was born in charge. But then you get this guy that's like, I've been doing math for 35 years. So now I'm old and have a beard. And like, whatever. It's like you ask that guy because it's like, yeah, he doesn't know what it's like to be king, but he knows a lot of other things because you're just king for no fucking reason. And I'm not saying everyone that owns a big business in this country was like born into it. It's a slim 98%. But
and so here's what we know though.
But consulting is kind of like a wizard.
Well, and let me throw this in there because you just reminded me something. Being born into money, right? Okay, here's the deal. I want to. And that basically, if anybody's confused what we're doing, we're just riffing on crazy. We're just riffing on crazy ideas about potential things that you can do this Mr. Rogers, Alex Jones delivery with, right? So I'm going to give you two more.
Okay.
And hopefully I remember them both by the time I explain the first one.
I know the feeling.
So here's another one. You said born into money.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's stop hating rich kids with trust funds two reasons. Number one, their parents or their grandparents worked to get to that point methodically and on purpose. Okay. It's not that fault. It's not that kid didn't choose to be born rich, just like another kid wasn't choose to be born poor. So the way we shame poor people, we shouldn't be doing that to rich kids either. Okay. Now, yes, they didn't work for it. They didn't blah, blah. Here's the deal though. We've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases of poor people winning the lottery, getting hundreds of millions of dollars and being bankrupt within 5 to 10 years. So just being given money doesn't mean anything.
Well, I'm making a video about why
it's being taught to manage money, right?
Which we intentionally don't do in public school because public school is invented as a way, but they literally, guys in top hats were like, there's enough lawyers and doctors coming from the upper class. We need people to work in the factories and da-da-da-da. You're not taught how to manage money in public school because they're like, well, yeah, that's going to help you like not pay taxes the way we don't. So, hey,
well, and not only that,
it ain't going to be you, fucko.
Well, and
it's
not
designed
only that
way. It's not a bug. It's a feature, my friend.
Well, and not only that, but like we're talking about human reality here. It's going, here's a great analogy, right? There's a fresh kill. There's a caribou down. There's an elk down, and it's just me and you, or it's me, you, and 3 other dudes. And it's like, hey, there's enough here for everyone. And I'm like, yeah, but I need more than just for me. And you go, no, you don't. And I go, yes, I do. I have kids at home. Okay. Like, I got to bring a bunch of this back home because I got a wife and 4 kids to feed. And 2 of those kids are pregnant with other kids. So I'm going to have more kids come in the next 2 months. Meaning I'm actually thinking about the next year, because if I preserve this elk properly, I can legitimately feed a family of 4 or 5 for at least a year off one elk. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you guys go, yeah, but that's not fair. Your kids didn't earn that. They didn't work. Fuck you. Like, no one does that. No one does this thing where we go, well, we all think about our families. Anybody with kids, anybody with a marriage, you're married now. Yeah. So am I. So my entire purview changed when I got married, because it was no longer, not only was it unethical for me to act that way, but that's how I knew I married the right person, is when every choice I made was automatically weighed versus, well, there's this other person who's going to be affected.
And that,
you see what I'm going?
Too. Yeah.
So
that's why I pay my employees minimum wage, because fuck them, they should have done better. Because I have a family, and they might have great grandchildren someday.
Here's why.
So I don't see why these people working for me should have health benefits.
Well,
I'm being smart.
Not saying that.
I know.
Not saying that.
Because I'm drunk.
But when somebody says, well, you have enough because you already have $1 million, you already make $300,000 a year, and this person is going, listen, I'm not trying to just die rich. I could have done that if I would have retired at 25. I'm trying to set my kids up so my kids are never, like, especially if you got, and this is where it changed for me, is Kate and I are starting a family.
Yes. And
my mindset changes. Call me fucked up, but I'm being honest. If I have a son, what privileges he ought of, my grandma's calling me right now. I cannot
we have her on the podcast.
No, she is a kind and gentle and beautiful soul. And I told her, don't watch this podcast. And she goes, why? And I go, Grandma, because I talk about,
grandmas love me.
I said, I talk about like weird sex stuff. And she's like, that's disgusting. And I said, well, I'm married now. I can talk about whatever I want. And she goes, that's true. But anyways, I was talking about, like, these people are saying something that I finally understood when the idea of having daughters came up, John. The idea was, if I have daughters, I don't ever want my daughter to have to depend on a dude for her survival, right? But when I was thinking about sons, I'm like, well, they can just do whatever. So yeah, if I was a billionaire, I might give a bunch of my money away. Fuck yeah, la 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 la. But I'm not thinking about that way anymore. I'm thinking about it a different way now. I'm going, well, if I have daughters, though, I want that daughter to have every option in the world to succeed without ever having to truly need a dude for money or anything like that. Like, I want her to have enough money where she doesn't even need to fucking pay or have a dude for safety and security. She can pay a motherfucker, a bodyguard, right?
Well, I want, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
no,
and then you go,
it's
your grandmother, and then you
Alexis
think about
is on the thing right now.
And then you think about your granddaughter, and you think about your sister, and you think about all the other vulnerable people in your life. and you go, I want to take care of all of these people. And this is the same thing that a lot of hood people do when we get rich, is we want to take care of the neighborhood. And again, that's why a lot of fucking hood people go broke. But they go broke fast, and then the money runs out. So that's just an idea, because it pisses me off with this idea that, like, no, you have enough, and if we capped your income, the rest of us would have everything we need too. And it's like, we've proven that's also not true. Like, it's about it. Basically, it's a Jordan Peterson thing, like a fucking personal responsibility. Like, clean your house. Like, make sure you know how to manage money, earn money, save money, because those are the things that build wealth. Just having money is not what builds wealth. I know,
but that's the thing. No one is taught that, and that, again, is a feature, not a bug.
Right. Like, this is shit I can't really riff on in my comedy stuff when we finally get back to it, but
yeah,
for that format of that show, these ideas would work.
Oh yeah, and that's what
you can take all these ideas and run with them.
No, you've gone past some things that I'm already writing about for some of that, which is definitely like
fortune tellers are consultants.
Yeah, it's Alexis. Well, yeah, no, that exactly. That's kind of what I was saying. The Jafars are the like here's someone that actually like all right, guy who's like now in charge of this company because like you played football in high school and you were like louder than everyone. So how would you speculative market stuff? It's like, well, where do you think that is going? It's like, well, we just got to dominate the conversation. Yeah, that's great. That's a great platitude. They're fucking buzzcut. But tell you what, how about a nerdo here with his twisted beard and snake staff are going to be like, all right, here's how math works. It's like the guys remember in The Big Short and all that stuff. The people that were like the housing market crisis and all that stuff. Part of the reason that happened is because, and I hate to give them credit, but again, even the guys that did 9/11 did a pretty good job. Hate to give them credit. But you got to give credit where credit is due. Hey, Hitler's generals were pros. Like, whatever. You got to, you don't like it, but you're like, okay. But the thing is the guys cooking the books in The Big Short shit were like mathematicians that didn't even normally deal with economics. They were like quantum physics guys that they hired. By the way, again, this is something, given the platform, I would have done. But we're like, okay, how do we like basically like, chop up credit and sell it back to people for nothing, but somehow we make money? And then it's like, well, the bottom will fall out eventually. And they're like, we don't care. What's it look like for the next 5 years? Like, oh, for the next 5 years? Great. And like, what about after that? It's like, we'll figure it out after that. But they basically had quantum physics MIT guys cook the economic books, and that's where like the big housing fallout came from. Those guys are the soothsayers and fortune tellers. Of, like, that's alchemy. Yeah, that's magic.
Practically, if anybody's confused, they deregulated small, low-risk loans like mortgages. They deregulated the ability to take that loan, that money, that pool, and gamble it on the high-risk stock market in other hedge funds. Yep. And so the way they did that and the way they were paying out was a literal Ponzi scheme. Like it's not called a Ponzi scheme the way they did it, but
probably should be.
It is a Ponzi scheme.
Dude,
because it literally couldn't go on forever.
My Hank Hill died in the wool, like lefty dude, but like follow the rules, son. Father, who's a brilliant guy who I love. But he was always like, no, don't rip people off. Don't do that. He was always very good about all that stuff. But like a few years ago, like him just at a Thanksgiving being like, you realize the entire economy just basically is a Ponzi scheme, right? I'm like, oh, Dad, I know. I've known since high school, and that's why we didn't get along occasionally. But yeah, thank you so much. My like champagne liberal retired father.
They're all Ponzi schemes, though.
It's based on constant population growth, which is why they're like birth control or
market growth.
Oh, really?
Or industry growth, or industry invention.
Who's going to go to jail or the army if people only have 1 or 2 kids on purpose?
For real.
Nobody!
Dude, the whole thing is built on that. Now, and here's the fucked up
part.
What
if you had 9 that you didn't plan on? Oh, boy. And those jails are going to be full, baby.
And here's the most fucked up part. All the systems are built on the same principle.
Yep.
It's just a different group who's controlling them. So when people get into the like socialism, communism versus capitalism shit, it's like, here's the thing, man. The only difference, truly, between how those things end is your opportunities along the way. So in capitalism, no one shows up at your doorstep with a gun and says, I own this business. You don't get to do anything in this industry unless it's the mob, which is an illegal thing under the table. But when you get into like truly communistic governments, That shit fucking happens. But that's illegal is my point.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to do that. But when you get into like the truly communistic shit and the truly socialistic shit, so I'm not talking like the Western European nations that have socialist principles.
Yeah.
Talking about actual fucking socialism.
Yes.
Where the government controls the means of manufacturing. That's what I'm talking about. Where the government and the army can show up and say, you're not allowed to be in this industry because we said so. Like that is the only thing that capitalism has over it, is capitalism encourages competition because capitalism is based on what's best for the consumer.
Unless it's state capitalism. Which, by the way, do you know that China's
True.
not communist? It's state capitalism, like by the books. It's capitalist
we're
things
getting into
controlled
at this point,
by the government.
Here's the thing, though, is at this point we're just getting into semantics because
Well,
if you look at it,
communism's a big old semantic buzzword with people. I don't know if you've been watching the news.
But here's the thing: is if I
grandma's got an opinion about it.
If I look at it
right,
like the way I define those things is they're not capitalist at all. Like it's faux capitalism, right? It's faux capitalism.
Yeah, I guess state capitalism is kind of like a cardboard cutout.
They are the most communistic country in the world.
Yeah.
They are the closest thing to true communism in the world right now.
I was just going textbook for the sake of a funny podcast argument, like, but yeah, it is. There's so many like broken down chunks of definitions and things like that, and I'm not a big. Well, actually, I guess you know what, Jared, I should admit something on this. I think maybe that upon self-reflection, I am kind of a big semantics guy. Because people do some broad strokes that are a little bit dismissive of reality occasionally, where it's like. And not here, certainly, but just, you know,
I'm a victim of it.
News
I'm a victim of it. I do it.
And it's just like, well, this is this.
You want to talk about painting with a broad brush? You basically described my personality. My personality is painting everyone into like broad categories. Like,
I know,
you're this.
And I guess maybe instead of Mr. Rogers and Alex Jones, I should just say I'm Bob Ross painting with a sniper rifle. I'm like, okay, listen, motherfucker. Like, if you want to talk, then get it right. Like
that's just a different bit. There you go. That's a whole new idea.
Well, he was a military guy too. Bob Ross probably could have taken a motherfucker out with a sniper rifle, and maybe has.
Dude,
could you paint a sunset with a knife? Because that guy did.
Dude, you know what we got to do is you got to straight up do the Alex Jones, Mr. Rogers thing, and then do another thing, another running gag, and do Bob Ross painting with a gun. And just do colored airsoft pellets. And then here's the thing is do it Deadpool style. Do it Deadpool style where every time you clearly see you shoot the fucking painting.
Yeah.
But then every time we cut to the painting, it's like an actual piece of art. Then no matter how bad it is in one angle, every time we cut to it, it just gets better and better until it's finished and it's beautiful.
I love
and instead of happy trees, it's like trees with teenage angst that have too much fucking.
Or you're just painting like downtown, like psych. He's just painting these war scenes, being like it's all peaceful now that everyone's dead. They're with God now in my afro. I love Bob Ross.
That's a great idea, dude. Take that and run with it too, man.
I think I will. Well, that's the thing. The YouTube channel that I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and just get an airsoft gun.
I want it to be insane. Like, I want to be like, people go like, boy, I miss, run of the mill, boring, predictable things like the Tim and Eric show, because this is too much. Like, that is where I eventually, I can't do it right away. I'm learning as I go. Like that BizCorp thing was a step towards like, this is going to keep getting meaner and more sarcastic and more absurd and more sardonic and more being like, if they ran like, hey, join the military. It makes these big companies a lot of money. We're not really keeping anyone safe. We're just shooting people. But still do it.
That
like, it's not
thing,
a Five Finger Death Punch song. Like, that
BizCorp thing reminded me of Dave Chappelle's
Pop Copy.
Yes, but not like you stole the idea. It was like you took Biz Copy or whatever it was called. Pop Copy.
Yeah,
you took those like KFC training videos.
Yes.
Those fake training videos. Yeah. Like, you took all these different versions of these things. And again, I just keep saying this, dude, and I'm not kissing your ass because you're on my podcast. I'm saying this as genuine. Like, this is why I think you're on the right path, and this is why I keep wanting to have you on, because I want people to discover your content early. And I want to be a part of this journey because I really think you're onto something. You've pivoted, and the way you immediately said, okay, I can't do comedy on stage. Let me take that 10 minutes of material, and I'm okay with shortening it to 3.5 to 5 minutes, doing jump cuts, getting rid of the laugh pauses, so on and so forth. You created all these other shows. You're creating characters. You're creating your own TV, not just a TV show like Tom Green. You're creating a TV network
like
where you can have multiple shows. It's fucking cool, dude.
It's fun.
It's
also
cool, man, and I admire it, and I think you're doing really cool shit, dude, and I'm excited to watch you grow, man. I think it's really fucking cool. You had 130, 40 subscribers when we started this.
Yeah.
Like, last time I checked, it was 133. I think you said 139.
Yeah, it had gone up a little.
So, like, I'm excited to look tomorrow or the next day, and hopefully you're past me. Because, like I said, I think you will hit 1,000 before me. And yes, I have a cool format. Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah.
But yours is so specific, and you are the star. Whereas, like, mine is going to be a 4-year grind, because, not to get to 1,000 subs, but it's going to be a 4-year grind because I'm not Rogan. I'm not an already established comedian. I'm not currently touring because of COVID. I have everything going against me as a podcaster.
Right. You just started like, I'm going to do this. Like, I'm not already like Ben Affleck or like, oh, well, there's no movies. I might as well. No, you just kind of organically were like, all right, same as I did, basically.
And if it wasn't
like,
for COVID,
hey, let's do this.
And here's the thing is, if it wasn't for COVID, we would have had our album done and been touring when we started the podcast. Like, we would have been playing local shows and Weekend Warrior shit and booking like small little week-long benders. Like, we would have been doing all of that in July, leading up to the launch of the podcast at the end of the month. And so it was fucked because just the podcast came out. And I'm not like doing what you're doing. I'm not creating bona fide original content. I'm just having deep conversations with people or fun conversations with people or whatever. And I think I'm lucky that doing this, I have the strategic business know-how to get into networks and book the right guests.
Yes.
So I get other viewers to come in, and that's helped me get to this point so far. But at the same time, with none of us currently building and gaining new fans, like, we're kind of in a hovering pattern, you know? Like, we're kind of like, we're still building. We're actually gaining steam across the country. It's just locally, like, we're not able to see an immediate turnaround. Like, hey, I'm playing the show. I'm going to go do the podcast. You know,
though,
boom.
I like that better, though. Does
that make sense, though? That's
no,
super
this
confusing,
makes, like,
what I'm saying.
No. It makes perfect sense to me, and I'm famous for not paying attention. So, no, look, I actually prefer it. The shows with bands are a crooked view of like how good you're doing in a way. I mean, in one way it's very immediate, but in another way it's like in comedy you're like, look, man, it wasn't the room, it's you. You're not funny, whatever. Music though is so much more subjective than comedy's a little subjective. Music is crazy subjective. It's like,
you think?
Like, oh yeah, like if I could watch the best country band in the world,
okay,
and I would want to put a shotgun in my mouth because fuck that. Like,
let's break this down step for step.
Yes,
because I love this comparison. Okay, comedy is extremely subjective. You're saying music is more subjective.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so music, we have different genres, we have different skill levels, we have different artistic takes within those genres and skill levels.
Yeah.
How is that not identical? Because I wouldn't say it's more or less.
It's pretty similar. I'm not saying it's by like, it's not an alienly incongruent sort of thing. But comedy's still, it's like your variables in comedy are kind of like, you know, comedy's all about saying something you're not supposed to say. And sometimes you'll get people that are like just what they're used to. Like if I went to an Amish farm and was like, oh, I'm gonna just, like, I could do chicken crossing the road jokes and it would kill. And it's like, but if I was in like if I was at the Comedy Store, it'd be like, okay, you guys are used to like, so it's like I could do something that would make Doug Stanhope blush, and instead of getting an ew, it might be like, ah, ha, ha. So there is a gradient of like, okay, yeah, there's variations, but there's music that the best version of whatever it is, if that thing that it is, and I have a pretty broad taste, but it'll make me sick. Like, I like pop music, but like if that like awful like pop country like Trump supporter like anthems and stuff, it'd be like, can we please leave now? I want to die. I feel like I'm at a church picnic with the side of my family that I hate. This music is triggering all sorts of awful memories of being in a gas station bathroom. Like, I fucking hate this shit so much. It's so culturally deep into something that I don't agree with. Like, I can't handle these harmonies and slide guitars. It cuts through me like children's laughter. I can't handle it at all. I want to get out of here. Whereas, like, if someone tells a bad joke, I'll be like, well, it's kind of funny how nobody laughed, but I thought it was a little funny. Like, to me, comedy is like a softball. I'm a mutant. I don't know, but like a softball pitch. But like, music that I love is like when me and Alexis and our friend Bill did 3 Points of Molly on Christmas, and I was just like this transcendent, like, ah! But then music that I hate is like, I want to go home now. And so, like, comedy, if it's good, bad comedy is always going to be another thing. Like, someone with no timing, whatever, that's whatever. But like, people, I'll listen to a bad punk band before I'll listen to the world's greatest pop country band. But I will not listen to I will listen to any comedian that's very good at being a comedian, even if it's like, yeah, I don't care about this exactly, but like, hey, the timing, you're a funny fat lady, whoever you are. Like, I'm into it. Doesn't matter, whatever. So like, so as far as the I'm sorry, this circles back so crazy, but as far as like the live immediacy, here's the only point I'm making, is that in a band, you can play in front of a crowd of like 900 people that hate you, and you could be the biggest thing in the world. Nine Inch Nails opened for Guns N' Roses in 1991. They were playing stuff from Pretty Hate Machine and Broken. It was awesome. There was like 10,000 people there. They sold 3 T-shirts, and everyone booed them. Nine Inch Nails in 1991 was not a bad band. Like, so you could play in Minnesota doing like, let's just say, like an SMB thing at some biker bar, and everyone could be like, this is garbage and never going anywhere. But then you've sold more records than most of the other local bands out of here that weren't Prince, that were doing anything with a distorted guitar or whatever, and be like, okay, this is a faulty sort of inaccurate lens for like, okay, this huge room full of people despised us, and I just mailed a box full of CDs to Germany to people that love us. So it's like, I don't know. But my point being is, I like that I'm doing what I'm doing and you're doing what you're doing. Like, band stuff is great, and I'm doing Ghost Eater, it's EDM. We're doing music, you're going to do music. When we can all do it again, we're going to do it. Because we can't help it. We have to do it.
Right.
But this, I love this because anyone that does like it can find it. And if they do, it's another chalk mark on your thing of like, dude, you're doing good. Okay. Yeah. The people at this venue were expecting covers. They wanted to bowl. You were sort of interrupting them, whatever. But the only people watching this are into this. Right. They're going to watch it and they're going to love it. And so there's less immediacy, but there's also a more of a purity to it, I guess, where you're doing what you're going to do for the people that like it, and you're not just like, yeah, but today we got booked at a laundromat that does shows, and they mostly do ska, and we're death metal. You don't have to fucking care about that when you're like, I'm just making YouTube videos or a podcast, and people will find it and be like, hey, I love these guys. This is fun. Can I buy a T-shirt?
Yeah, in that respect, yeah, that makes total sense. I guess the way I was thinking about it is performing as a live comic versus performing as a live musician. Yeah. Like, the only difference is if or how many other people are on stage with you.
Yes.
Like, and there are dual comedy acts. I mean, fuck, even Attell and what's his name? That great Jeff Ross. Yeah, I loved that.
Yeah. It's on Netflix. That's very good.
How rare can you get 2 comics on stage at the same time and it works?
Those guys I watched the I didn't know what the Impractical Jokers live was going to be. And we didn't, by the way, our original podcast we were doing, we were on this timeline and we got to like 2004. So, but this is later. But I was working on a reality show, and I got to meet everyone in the Impractical Jokers, and I got to go see them when they were in town. And I was like, what is this going to be live? Like, what the fuck? Like, I've seen the show, I get it, and Alexis and her mom I didn't know
you were working on a different reality TV show.
Yeah. I was. This is a thing that almost happened. This is something. But me and Jake from Blue Felix were going to make a, like, weird, gross dudes fix up cars, but it's funny, and they're also in a band reality show thing. And I had a meeting with the guys from True TV that did Adam Ruins Everything and the Cabanera Effect and Impractical Jokers and all that stuff. And it went really well. And just long story short, nothing ended up happening. But doesn't matter. Very interesting. But in the process, we met like the Impractical Jokers manager, who was a big proponent of like, I think this is something like da 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 da. I was like, oh well, we'll be in town. And I got to go meet them and everything. But I didn't even know who they were. Alexis and her mom were like, we get to go see the what? And I'm like, what is that? Like a band? They're like, no, it's like a TV show. I'm like, oh. But anyway, I watched the TV show and I was like, oh, this is really funny. All right, this is pretty exciting. I'm glad we get to do this. But they're here live, and you're going to come to the show and then talk to them and their management later. And da 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 da. I'm like, yeah, all right. But what are they going to do live? Like, they can't trick people live. We're all there to see them. But what their thing was basically 4 guys doing stand up at once, and it was hilarious.
Really?
It was like the McElroy brothers or something. It was just like 4 dudes riffing. Like, one would have like a bit of a story, and the other guys would riff on it. Also, they had a big screen, and they showed like unreleased, like, oh, there's too much poop in this to put on TV, and we got to watch. That was funny too.
So,
but
what do you think when you hear this idea? Like, these guys have this TV show,
yeah,
and they're also going on tour.
yeah.
What's the first thing that pops into your head when you hear that?
That I had no idea. I was trying to wrap my head around it. I didn't know. Like, it was actually.
You want to know what the first thing that pops in my head is?
What is it?
Why?
Money.
There
were so many people there. They left.
But this
when
is
I
what
shook
I'm getting
their
at.
hands, they were like, "We have to catch our plane." They meant their jet with only the 4 of them on it.
So you're proving my point.
Yeah,
so you're
no.
proving. So I'm going like this. I'm going. Wait a minute. Like, to the layman, you think, well, you already have a huge hit show. You must already be rich.
Oh.
But no, even those people are figuring out a way to make more money on the side.
Because that show may disappear, but the people that might go to see him live will probably linger on for 20 years after.
So
that.
again,
Like,
full circle back to what we were talking about, the Bezos and all those other people, is like everything can disappear. Like, yes, I have $1 million right now. Okay, I don't literally, but like if I did. But we know how inflation works.
we do.
$1 million now ain't $1 million when my granddaughter is trying to put her kid through school.
No, I sit
now
there with
she's
Mad
got
Men
the
watching it with a calculator.
That's like
how much would this have been?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And now it's like, here's my point: is because your grandfather or great grandfather gave you $1,500 when you graduated for college. Now, in his day, that would have put you through college. And he thought, well, it'll at least contribute. But by the time you got to college, when I got to college, $1,500 didn't even get a book.
Yeah, a book maybe.
You see what I'm getting at
Oh,
here?
I know.
So when you start guilting people,
accounts,
but when
actually,
you start guilting people about like, you have enough, you make enough, like you don't need $20 million, and it's like, you don't know that. Like,
no, I know.
Like, World War II happened,
Hey,
and
Jared?
motherfuckers needed barrels full of cash to go buy a loaf of bread. Inflation is real.
Yeah. Oh, the German inflation was like insane.
And
the rubber bands around the bills were worth more money for the rubber.
Thank you,
shit
bro.
That you'd find. No, I know all
Thank
about
you.
that. I have a question. Can I still pee in your sink?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
it's right through that door.
All right. That's faster than the bathroom.
Everything's the same.
Yelling.
No, everything's the same. It's just different angle
All
now.
right,
I'll jump into the comments here. If anybody's still watching, which I think we lost everyone. Thrash Metal Studios, thank you, Andrew, for checking in and watching. Appreciate it. Notice that you're jumping up in subscribers at a rampant rate. I am proud to announce that I logged into my other account and I am your 666th subscriber. The Extravaganza, we were already supporting the channel. Yeah, I logged into my personal account, and I'm your 666th subscriber, buddy. I can't read these names very well. Looks like Silkveen. I ate magnets. Magnets? You ate magnets? That's probably not healthy, bro. I don't really know what to say about that. Bill, thanks for checking in, homie. Even though I don't know you. Silkvein, Hoggle is Hoggle's friend. Oh yeah. Nice Labyrinth reference again. Alexis, thank you for checking in. Don't eat your slogans. Don't eat your slogans? John, what does that mean? Oh, yeah. That's genius. Don't eat. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's the reference to the breakfast thing. Okay. Yep. Okay, we're pretty much caught up. So Veen, you can't fool Miss Cleo. Did we mention something about Miss Cleo, or is that a reference to something else we were talking about?
Talks about Miss Cleo a lot. It might have been that.
Oh, is that what it was?
Maybe. I actually can't say. He's like, the cards don't lie.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah. He was like, he is not a psychic. He is merely a racist.
I do remember that. Yeah, that was on the show. That was great.
Well, they put Chappelle's Show was back up on Netflix.
Yeah, don't watch it.
No. They took it down anyway.
Good, because they're not paying Chappelle for it.
No, they didn't. And I saw his appearance and I stopped. I was watching it because I was like, well, I assume that this is fine. That I assume that everyone paid for everything. And when you see a dealing with someone of that level of clout and importance, that it's like, well, I'm sure this is not weird. Then I heard about it. Then I kind of stopped watching it. And then I checked back and I'm like, oh, it's gone now anyway. He got him. Yep. He got rid of it. It didn't take long.
Yeah, it sounded like they did the right thing on that one. Which Netflix is a weird company all in and of themselves, because they're awesome in one regard, and then they'll fucking put out something super creepy like Cuties. What the fuck is Cuties?
I don't know how creepy that. I'll say that I didn't watch it. But
I didn't watch it because the previews creeped me out. Yeah. I was like, yeah, that's not.
But there is a thing that I just would like to say that I kind of grabbed onto, and it's that somebody was talking about that, and they were being very sarcastic, and they're like, oh yeah, didn't you know? If you make a movie about something, it's a commercial for how good that thing is. Ever watched a World War II movie? They were being like, okay, this isn't about how this is great. This is about how this is a thing that happened, but it is also kind of French and artsy and weird, so it's easy to kind of lose. And then again,
I don't know.
Talking out of my ass
the filmmaker, I think I can quote her. It's sexually empowering for young girls.
It depends on how young before you get in trouble, I guess.
I don't know. The whole thing creeped me out is my point. And that's all I'm saying is I'm back and forth on Netflix because they'll do something crazy like that. And I'm like, God, you guys, this doesn't seem right. We shouldn't be. Because even YouTube went through and fucking was there's a bunch of subtle subconscious pedo shit that was going on YouTube that they pulled.
Oh, it was more than that. Yeah. YouTube's battle against that has been fascinating. Because there were so many weird code words and just ugly things that they had to go in there and root out. But it's what happens when you scale a business beyond your ability to hire people to deal with whatever may come. Right. The algorithm will figure it out. It's really, does the algorithm gonna find perverts? Because perverts are real good at getting around algorithms. That's that. If you go look at fucking Pornhub and X videos, the amount of abbreviations on things that are all weird that people just learn to I mean, of course, this was just for a paper I was writing. I would never. But yeah. It's yeah. It you have to have people looking for that kind of thing, and they're and look, man, I won't shit on it's fine. Hoard resources all you want to ensure your great-grandchildren's future. I'm sure we're all that selfless, but I will say that my main Mr. Rogers, Alex Jones bitchy thing is just about pay your fucking employees. That's it. Yeah, if you're rich, that's fine. But if you got rich because you're we figured out a way to pay them so little that the government has to subsidize their homes, and then we tell them that they're stupid, it's oh, that's how you got rich? Oh, well, yeah, let me stand up and applaud you, dickhead. Oh, my granddaughter, I don't want her to fucking... So I made sure these people's kids starved. I'm oh, congratulations. That's so cool of you to do that. Yeah, no, yeah, you work 900 hours a week, and that's how you're a billionaire? It wasn't because you just fucking made it so that you changed the laws so you didn't have to pay my family enough to live?
There is something that feels dark about that.
Oh,
I'm not even going to lie.
It's very dark. And this has been a dark podcast. I like it.
It's been great.
We almost talked about music for a second here.
This has been great.
And then we just screamed about social fucking upheaval and stuff.
One thing I do want to ask you about is your YouTube journey, because it's been. I don't think people understand how hard it is just to get from 0 to 100 subs.
Oh,
it's weird because you were stuck at 95-ish.
Well, when I was first on here, I think I was in the 30s.
Yeah, and it was just a couple here and there. The standard journey, and then recently you had this, in the last 2 days, you had this giant jump of literally 40 subs, 50 subs in a single day or two.
Yeah.
because you put out some other cross promotional stuff, which was genius. But
like game the system.
well, I don't think people understand like that small feat of just getting to 100 subs is so fucking hard to do on YouTube. It's a journey that you have to go through, and that's something that I was interested in talking to you about because I hit that mark a while ago, and my boy Jason's screaming past 1,000 now. We just had him on when him and his boy hit 1,000. But it seems like, oh yeah, you just start a YouTube channel and you just do it. True, but goddamn, is that not disingenuous?
No,
there's so much more that goes into it. Name your thing. This Jason's channel, your channel.
Yeah,
like they're three different complete things. Like someday I'd like to have you two on at the same time and just talk about the YouTube journey, because there's so many comparisons to starting a regular company or starting a band or becoming a new comic. Like it's so hard. In music, we used to say 0 to 500. That first 0 to 500 fans is the hardest 500 fans you'll ever get in your life. And YouTube, I don't know what the number is, but YouTube's the same way. Being online's the same way. Like you could go sell out 800 people at a fucking comedy show or a music venue, and if you're not doing it correctly, you've got like 17 subscribers on YouTube. And the point is why this matters is because YouTube, if you do it right, you can make way more money on YouTube than actually doing the thing you're doing. That's the fucked part.
Yeah.
You make more money on YouTube than being an actual comic.
Well, the weird thing too,
you're never going to get paid more for telling jokes than you get paid for figuring out how to redistribute those jokes on YouTube.
Well, that's maybe why I got into it. But
you see what I'm saying?
No,
Luke?
I do.
Like Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart has a fucking YouTube channel called the LOL Network.
Yeah.
He's got like 6 different shows on YouTube. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, he's got basically his version of Hot Ones, which is he gets athletes in cold tubs. Like literally they just went the opposite way of Hot Ones.
Yeah.
Like if you don't understand how brainstorming goes, that's literally, I guarantee you somebody brought that up as they went, well, Hot Ones,
cold ones.
Let's do,
cold
ones.
Ice cubes? Like, no, but you get in the cold tub.
That's a thing. Okay, because it makes him uncomfortable, blah, 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 blah. Yep, perfect, okay. And then he's got the driving around thing. He's got the What the Fit. He's got a bunch of different shows going. So my point is, Kevin Hart, biggest comedian in the world, has movies that are fucking selling out like crazy. Even that motherfucker went out of his way to start creating content and putting it on YouTube. So if you're a musician or a small level comedian or even a regular old ass business owner or a fitness coach or any of these things, you need to figure out how to incorporate, because if you do, you can and will make as much money on YouTube as you do actually doing the thing you're doing.
Well, that's the thing, and the comics that we love and stuff. Like,
and rant.
No, and that's I kind of get that was, I mean, it was out of boredom, but it was also out of like, well, wait just a second here. Like a lot of people I love are people that are like, comedians are interesting people or whatever like that, but then they make YouTuber dickhead numbers on YouTube, but without being Jake Paul. They're like, oh, no, we're not opening presents. We're not playing video games. We're doing our thing, but then just also on YouTube. And I'm like, that seems like a good angle. Like, the weird thing is just if either of us got anywhere, what would win? Would they be like, Jared,
by the
podcaster, band guy? Me, would it be like, is this guy a comedian or is he like a YouTuber? Like, what got to like, whatever. And it's, I guess the point is that you maybe just shouldn't even care. You should be like, look, man, you got to put all this stuff.
By the way,
so
Logan Paul, worst podcaster of all time. He should just shut that shit down, because the Logan Paul podcast is hands down the most disingenuous and egregious money grab I've ever seen from anyone dipping into the podcast
It's not
world.
Organic and fucking.
He's terrible at it. Like, it's literally his name and his show. He doesn't really host it.
Yeah.
There's somebody else that actually hosts it. He has a team of producers. He has to other friends other than the guy who actually hosts it. And he may not be called the host, but I'm telling you he hosts it.
Oh, he's like, Pete Wentz. He's just have the pretty one talk. There's money to be made here.
And then they have a guest on, and it is such a fucking train wreck of a podcast. Like, dude, just stop. Because your integrity's at stake at this point. Like, I get it.
Oh, was there any, though? Like that.
Now you're being fair.
Christian emo kid integrity. It's
who's a semi-professional boxer,
I think
by the
that,
way.
Well, the thing.
He's a semi-professional boxer, by the way.
Of course he is. Who did he fight?
No, his brother fights all the guys.
Oh. But wasn't there, didn't he fight someone for real? Like a boxer, like an actual boxer, and it was like a big thing. They're like, oh, let's have him fight. Da-da-da.
That was his brother, the other Paul.
Oh, okay.
So there's Logan Paul and what is it, Chris Paul? If you guys know,
Paul.
Jake
Paul. That's what I was making fun of.
Yeah, and Jake. Here's the thing: Jake Paul's a legit boxer.
Okay,
like he really is, and Logan Paul isn't far behind him. Like these guys were legit athletes. Like they were not.
When you have
just...
a face that punchable, you better learn how to box.
right. But they weren't just random assholes off the street either when they started YouTube. So even there, like they already had something going. And then they were like, okay, because they were young and they were smart and they were driven and they seen something that the rest of us are just now starting to figure out.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like, I think we talked about this on the podcast. It's like, fuck, man, or before the podcast, I hope, we're not too late jumping on this train.
I don't think so.
I don't think we are either. But
I think, well, here's a good metric. It's like, like nationwide.
But you got 5 years. If you try to start a podcast 5 years from now, you're fucked.
That might be a bad idea. But what the thing is, though, is
start one now. Or start a YouTube channel now. Do it now because 5 years from now, this shit's going to be a whole different ball game, and you're not even going to be able to get in anymore. You're going to need to apply and try to get on the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. You're going to need to try to get on your mom's house. Like, they're going to make this shit so fucking difficult, dude.
Alexa's like, you haven't flipped Logan fight. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I haven't flipped.
Or no, I don't know. Hopefully she's watching this on the TV in the living room because it's the.
Well, I know
now.
they're both boxers. She's saying Logan's the one that fights.
Yeah,
I know they're both boxers because I watched Logan Paul.
I don't know that much about it. So I
watched Logan Paul box some fake Russian on his own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, like, I've listened to Joe Rogan talk about Jake Paul as a boxer.
Yeah.
And Jake Paul's the one that embarrassed that dude on the Tyson fight. Like the one that stole the show when Tyson and what's his name
That's
fought?
what I was thinking about too.
Yeah, that was Jake Paul that night, not Logan Paul.
Okay.
I promise you that.
No, that's
but they're both fighters is the real point. So no one's wrong here.
Oh, but yeah, she's
and they're both pretty fucking good.
Demographic a little more than we are, but the thing is,
and who knows? She might actually be right. I might literally have flipped this. She might. I
am just making stuff up.
Her straight up statement is, "You have it flipped. Logan's the one that fights." She might still be right, even after I'm responding to that and saying what I just said. She might still be right.
Yeah, and I'm talking out of school. I actually have no idea. But the thing I wanted to say though about like, are we behind the curve, dude? This is hard enough to do where it flattens the curve a little. Where it's like, dude, like. Yeah, you
like being in a band.
Yeah, it's so fucking complicated that it's like, let's just look at it like this.
Starting a band in the 50s versus starting a band in the 2000s.
Yeah. And look at the people that we know, right? Like all the comedians that I know and and all the bands that and I know and all this stuff. It's like, dude, how many? There's Greg's podcast I've been on and I've been on yours.
Yep.
And that's like it.
Yep.
Like there's not, like a friend of mine who either... She lived in Chicago. She's in Vegas. She's a short person who's a stripper, but she was like starting her own YouTube channel to be like she was played like guitar in industrial bands. She's more than just that. My friend Viva, and she like kind of got a hold of me and was like, I'm doing more of like a not just a I'm naked, but like a wacky like YouTube thing. And it's like okay, this is someone that I sort of know from bands from 10 years ago that lives in like Las Vegas. Is like, oh, hey, like just the amount of people that I can collaborate with tells me that the saturation isn't as bad as we think, because we know all like the people, even very visible people that we're all friends with, like Wally or Jake from Blue Felix, and Haley's on TikTok a lot. But like, it's like the amount of people that have an elaborate thing with like a podcast or a green screen or like whatever is like, I don't think we're too late. I think people are desperate. People are like hitting the end of Netflix. Like that COVID, they just watched everything, and they're like, dude, what's out there? Like, how many more breakdowns of like what was in the briefcase in Pulp Fiction can I watch on YouTube before I need something?
How many?
And we're supplying that.
How many Marvel Easter egg breakdown videos can I watch? How many Vikings? How many Vikings fucking speculate? Yeah, I feel
the
you.
hidden gems disappear. At least I'm caught up on Rogan and your mom's house, and
do you notice how those reaction videos are gone now?
Yeah,
like for 6 solid months in the pandemic, all of social media was YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Well, not Twitter, but you know what I mean. Anywhere where there's a video platform, it was polluted with every asshole in the country creating a channel to react to funny videos, comic videos, prank videos, food tastings, and it was all you could get on the internet. I talked about it for like the first 20 podcasts about how there was zero content on the internet or on Netflix or on TV. Like everything hit such a halt.
Yep.
It was bad. Do you remember that? Now they're gone.
Well, because I got like it's funny that you mentioned that because I just so randomly get into like weird things, but like I never cared about reaction videos. Like I absolutely did not, because I'm like, I don't care about stuff. Period. And I definitely don't care about what some dickhead thinks about something I already don't care about. But YouTube found a way to weasel in, and it suggested things to me until I bit on one thing and one thing only, and it was real like black hip hop guys reacting to Primus. I watched that.
Oh yeah.
Because it'd be like, oh, there's a live version of Tommy the Cat, and there'd be these dudes like,
yep.
they're like, I don't know what this is. I grew up in a different culture, so what the fuck is this?
Yep.
And like watching those guys see Primus the first time was like meeting Santa Claus. I was I had a tear in my eye, and I did that for a while. But then it did start recommending like other like, oh, a mom reacts to the scene of the dogs getting shot in Chernobyl. I'm like, I don't care about this. Never mind. I want to watch black guys watching Primus.
Dude, there's 3 channels like that I watch. There's these older black dudes like our age, right?
Yeah, we're older.
And they listen to, specifically their channel is listening to rock and metal and shit like that, and reacting to it. I can't remember the name of their channel, or I'd plug them right now. And then there's another channel that's the exact same thing, but it's 2 kids, and they're 2 brothers, and they're like, they seem like they're no older than 16. They're kids. And it's the same thing. And they just recently went viral because that one's empty, by the way. There's nothing in that one.
Oh, look at that.
I saw that from here. Those kids just recently went viral, even though they've already been the shit. Because those are the kids that reacted to the is your shit falling out in the bottom?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, these are old, so they're just the CBD stuff's leaking out.
They went viral because they're those 2 kids that reacted to the Phil Collins drum fill. Oh, did you see that video?
Yes, I think I actually.
Where like they're listening. It's the 2 kids, and they're listening to "Air in the Night" or "I Can Feel It Calling" in the air tonight. Whatever. Jesus Christ.
Phil Collins didn't have to go that hard for the Tarzan soundtrack, but he did. He did.
He could have just called that song "I Could Feel It," or he could have called that song "In the Air." Like, he could have called that song anything, but he had to go and be an asshole and be like, I can feel it calling, all in parentheses,
in the air tonight.
In the air tonight. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, that's a chapter of a book. And even as a name of a chapter in a book, that's still long.
But it's good SEO though, so you'll find it very specifically. That is true. Title. If it was just called,
but there was no SEO back then.
Phil, he was ahead of his time.
He was ahead of his time. Clearly,
he was called him Phil Hartman. Phil Collins is ahead of his time.
But yeah,
so is Phil Hartman.
They're listening to the song, and they're just kind of chilling there in silence, and then all of us, and they're doing the classic like, oh yeah, that's dope, dude. Like, oh yeah, like, oh man, this is catchy. Like. It's kind of, they're doing all this, and then all of a sudden the cliche, predictable drum fill. So every white guy in the world born somewhere between 1950 and 1990 knows where this fill is coming. Boom, boom. And we're waiting for it. And we're waiting for it because we know. And every white guy's going like this. He's got his air drum sticks in the air as he's waiting for the part, and he's air drumming, do-do, 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 goom, goom. Like, we all do it, and we're waiting, and then all of a sudden the drum part hits, and these 2 fucking kids look at each other. It's these 2 black kids, and they look at each other, and they're like, "Oh!" whoa, and like they pause it and they're like, I ain't never heard somebody drop a drum beat in the middle of a song. And like there's a whole genre for these dudes. There's the two black dudes I talked about before. There's these two kids, and then there's another single black dude that does the exact same thing. And those are the only ones that I've ever liked, enjoyed, or anything, because I feel like it's people coming together. I feel like it's an entire culture of black people that watch those channels and are part of those channels that realize they're like, wait a minute, this white boy music is, because I grew up in these neighborhoods, right? So like I grew up in a culture where it was like, oh, that's crazy white boy music. That's that Columbine white boy music. Like, so there was a stigma. There was a legitimate stigma to the idea of who listens to that music. And now that these guys are in a completely generation, those kids don't even know what Columbine is. And these dudes don't care anymore. So you've got grown men and you've got kids from the black culture listening to hard rock and metal music anywhere that was written and recorded in 1975 to 2009. Yeah. And they're reacting to it genuinely. And it's just so cool when they're like, I don't like that one. And I'm like, yeah, good, because that's a trash song. Yeah. Or they're like, dude, that shit is dope. And I'm like, because that's one of the greatest metal songs written of all time. See, now you kids or you grown men are not looking at this as this crazy Columbine white boy
the
music.
Labels are all peeled off.
Exactly.
It is what it is. Exactly. You're just looking at it laid bare. And well, there's something primordial about that too, is seeing something
it's
for
beautiful.
the first time
it's a beautiful thing
through someone else's eyes. It's like when a kid learns to skip a stone, you're like, I remember when I first did that and I took it for granted, but now it's actually, you're right, you know what, this is really fun. It helps you appreciate it better, because you're like, yeah, I haven't really listened to the beautiful people lately, but that fucking drum beat in that is crazy. Good point. I was all hung up on the makeup.
And not only that, fun. And not only that, dude, but more importantly, it's more significant for us because it's not just some white 15-year-old kid or some white 36-year-old man.
That might never have really run across it.
And normally. It makes, the reason we like it is because it makes us feel connected, and not like we're connected to him like the way you feel connected to Brad Pitt or The Rock or whoever your favorite movie star is because you want to be like him. Yeah. You feel connected because now they understand how you think. That's the beauty of those reactions.
The gap being bridged a little. Like,
yeah,
I get why. Like, yeah, and that's always fun. Well, there was actually, this reminds me of something that I was thinking about a little while ago. Where I used to live in Bloomington, there was these. It just makes me think about this, and it's a pleasant thing. There was a Sikh church that would just make food.
In case anyone's confused, explain what Sikhs are.
It's a religious sect from India. India's a big place. There's a lot of different Vedic and the Bhagavad Gita and all these. It's like America with even like Christian churches. Well, there's Catholics and there's Protestants. There's all this stuff. Sikhs are from India.
So Sikhs are a denomination, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Of the Hinduism.
Yeah. Of Hinduism at large, and it's just so happens that there was a Sikh church that was not too far from where I lived, and they just had this thing where they would like, without, and my aside should be like, I enjoy visiting other cultures as long as they're not, preachy, and they absolutely weren't. They were like, no, this isn't about like, okay, you eat the food and then we give you the sales pitch. Like, they just made food for anyone that wanted it and wanted to hang out. Right. And it was the most beautiful sort of like visit to like another person's thing. And it was so pure. It was like the purity of what they were doing. I guess my point is it reminds me of people from a different culture like watching a music that you loved. Like, they cared more about you experiencing something they loved than they were about being like, and now you should be a Sikh. They didn't care. That wasn't their deal at all. They were entirely like, if showing like a kid that grew up with only hip hop on the streets, but it's like, you might like this White Zombie song, and then they do, and you're just like, oh, that feels good. It's like, I'm not trying to turn him into a White Zombie fan. They're not even a band anymore. I don't really care. I'm just saying that I always liked this, and when I was this kid's age, but no one else was gonna like show it to him. So what these guys were doing was just kind of like, hey, we're sharing our culture. Do you want to come hang out with it a little bit. And I'm like, I'll bet that it felt good for me. You had to meet people and eat food, and it was fun, but it felt good for them because they're like, look how happy we're making these people with this thing we did. And that, I think, is that same thing when you're like, oh, these guys that would never have listened to that's niche for white people. And for as far as people that like grew up and with just like hip hop and just wouldn't even have that on their radar, they'd be like, hey, this is amazing. You're like, yeah, there's a little Bootsy Collins mixed into this, but it's a different thing. And like, that's the beauty of it. You're just like, it warms your heart in a crazy way to see someone just look at something that you're like, hey, this is from when I was a kid. And they're like, oh, this
she
is neat.
retracted her message. I was right. I was right. I was right.
Never back down, never surrender, Alexis. Come on.
She retracted her message.
Oh, yeah, no. Her other thing, though, more importantly,
talk about that. That's why I looked over, because I was gonna tell you to jump into the comments. The first bunch of them are just literally comments on what we were already talking about. But she just said something that I want
Columbine.
you. Yeah,
we did.
I got to take a leak.
That's fine.
I want you to go into that while I'm gone, and the camera will automatically pan to you as soon as I stop talking.
The eternal stench mode. But yeah, Alexis and I, we were in Colorado. We went to Denver, as you know, back when you could like leave and go places. That seemed like a good place to go because I know people there, and there's weed there, and more importantly than weed, there's also like there's more money in that city. And again, as I keep saying, when everybody has more, yeah, it doesn't solve everything, and it makes everything better. It's like being in England in the 1960s when working class people's wages were like the highest they were in all of human society, and everyone was wearing like purple suits and watching the Beatles, and it was just like lots of fun. Like, it was like, yeah, it's kind of cool when you're Jeff Bezos and you get a speedboat and you have human slaves in your basement and whatever, but it's like, well, if you live in a world without human slaves and everyone's just doing really good, sometimes that party is just fun. And you're like, yeah, maybe I don't need to have slaves. I could just be like, oh, everyone makes lots of money and we all get to go out every night and party like it's an Austin Powers movie. That seems great. All right, anyway, though, but so Denver felt a little bit like that in the gold rush of the tech industry moving there and all the legal weed stuff and all. So like every business you visit was really, really fun. Like instead of Chipotle's, you could go to like a locally owned tattoo sleeve burrito place that also, by the way, had a full liquor bar that would have like top shelf fucking scotch that you could just drink at 10 in the morning with your better than Chipotle burrito for a reasonable price, while like cool guys with death metal t-shirts brought it to you. Like, it just was like a better place. We went out there, we rode around on their light rail thing, we got high and drunk all day. It was very wonderful. But one of the things we had to go do, we visited Red Rocks, and on the way back we're like, hey, do you want to go look at Columbine? So we went and sat in the car in the parking lot of Columbine High School. High school was in, and like kids were like coming outside. We're like, oh man, if we shot these kids right now, we'd get like double famous because of the irony. But we didn't bring guns, and it was fine. But no, we went to go just leer at Columbine and be like, a bunch of people probably ran out those doors just riddled with bullet holes, just begging for help. And like, now there's just still school buses and the kids are getting dropped off and someone's getting a hand job while there's like a health class movie playing. And
now
everything's
it's a
just
dark
back
podcast.
to normal. It's fine. No, I was trying to put a positive spin on Columbine.
Well, you didn't.
Hey, me and my loving wife were in the parking lot fooling around where a lot of people died, and it felt good. It's not like doing it at the Holocaust Museum. I mean, we have a little decorum. I've never been to Germany.
I do got to say, though, man, even
Poland?
completely off topic, since I stepped back into the room after taking a piss.
Yeah.
I do got to say, the subtle addition of the lights, it's better.
Oh, it looks good.
I think it makes a difference.
I like the guitars and stuff, too. There's a little, like, rock and roll Hall of Fame studio look.
It looks a little weird on camera. Like, I'm looking up there and I'm looking on the other thing, and it's just kind of like, it looks kind of Christmas tree-y. But in the room, it makes it feel like less of a black hole over there. So it's a better vibe.
Well, you know, and I think the point of a podcast is like, I mean, except for like the true murder story ones where maybe you're going to learn, you know, where there's just some NPR person being and then,
I call those concept podcasts.
Yeah.
That's like writing a concept album. It's like writing Pink Floyd The Wall.
Yeah.
Versus just like, let's write Jet or Hell Yeah, You just make a rock album, right?
Yeah.
Like those I call it because that's a concept album, right?
Well, it is. And
Right.
and it has an end to it eventually.
Right, exactly.
At a certain point, you figure out, oh, it was Ted Bundy. And then now
There
we
you
know
go.
what happened.
That's what I call a concept podcast
Yeah.
where it's like themed, it's directed, it's pre-planned, it's borderline scripted. Like even Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend.
I've listened.
I love that
Yeah,
podcast, but that's still in and of itself a concept podcast because they stick to a theme.
Yes.
Like every episode is on one subject, which is about Conan's friendship with this guest.
Yes. And it's a high. I have a love.
It's subtle, but it's still a concept.
It is. I love this kind of podcast, though. I love shouting. Like, I hope.
What would you describe this format as? This podcast format as? Because my only words is the Rogan style.
Yes, that's that, and then what you would describe the Rogan style as would be like kind of like a thoughtful interview podcast with people of note. I would say like it, and that's an important style. Like I just want to throw out there that I hope Rum Dumpster never gets better. Like I want it to be a shouting mess always. Like I would love to have a YouTube channel that has like 10 million
an
subscribers.
actual shit show.
Yeah, it's like the shows we make would be like, oh, it's like better than the Sci-Fi Channel in production, whatever. And then there's the podcast with the people that work on it, and it's just a disaster, and it would just never change. Be like, what is this about? It's like, oh, that's Meredith works on that, and Alexis helps, and it's Bill who does some of the animatronics, and it's really high end and whatever. And it's like, what's the podcast? It's like, oh, it's the people that make that really interesting show, and now they're all drunk and they're just gonna yell.
That's awesome.
I don't want it to be. Maybe we'll get more microphones and some better cameras, but that's it. I don't want the concept of that.
You could
ever
even in that
change.
format though, dude. Even in that format, you could get like, especially if you stick with the format you have, like. In that last thing you did for New Year's, you have a table like I have now, and I like the angle better. But if you go back to the old set where you're on the bar, is what I was saying. Like, if this is the bar, right?
Yeah.
And you got two people here, and then you've had two people here.
Yes.
And then the camera's like here. Well, they start looking at each other part way through. You guys all do, and at some point in time, these two people turn away from the camera.
Yep.
That's always bad, right?
Yeah,
Even if the goal is not to look at the camera, it's still bad. Whereas if you took that same camera, because the camera's over here, right? If you took that same camera and you put it down bar, the four of you could either look at each other or you could turn and look at the camera. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But it's basically the same. And we already texted and talked about this.
Yeah.
Like that would be great. And that would work so fucking well for the format. Other than that, I think everything is fine. Like that's my only thing is that one thing. It's about the camera angle. Like move it from wherever it is here to directly down bar, and then you guys can either look at the camera, like you're sitting there, but then you don't want the four of you to have to turn back. So just look at each other and ignore the camera. That would be my advice.
I think you'll like the next one that is on the docket for after other stuff, because I have stuff scheduled out for ever, but it is built around that. We didn't use the bar, we used a different table down in that same wallpaper and everything. Like you'll see it. But yeah, after the New Year's thing being like, okay, there's like also originally Bill wasn't a permanent member, but I'm gonna change the animated intro and everything to kind of include him, because I'm like, Bill has helped with a lot of things, and it's like he is funny on the podcast. So you know what? Instead of like specifically just being about the people that are on it, the point of that will be the people that work on the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. Just it's like the happy hour after work. Like that's what I want that to be. So it's like that's everybody. Even if there's like 6 people, eventually we'll all just be like in a shouting match, but same that camera angle and table, and we'll be like, the Never-Ending Story wasn't better than Labyrinth. Yeah, David Bowie's dick's in it. Fuck you. Like just that, whatever that's gonna be. But in that, the visual format you're describing, and possibly with more mics and stuff. Like I'm just doing it as cheap as possible because I trick people into it. Like, can we go home? Like we should bang out a podcast before we leave. Hang on.
You know what you should do is you should go to Joann Fabrics and get a sheet of green fabric, as if you're gonna turn that table into a poker table, like the green fabric that's on a poker table, but don't sit there and play poker. Don't do that.
Right.
But get that vibe, that color. So
Yeah.
you're sitting at like a velvet vibed table.
Yeah.
Or even get a poker table. Like I think I even
poker.
have one. Like I think I have a fucking half poker table where it's even got drink holders in it and shit. Don't play poker.
Right.
But get that vibe. If you're gonna keep that table, get that vibe going at it where it feels like you're somewhere. Right, instead of just at a table. That's why I like the bar setting better, because it feels like you're somewhere at the bar. When you're sitting at the table like this, like we're not supposed to feel like we're somewhere.
Yeah,
like this is supposed to be a super subdued set. Like, in fact, you and I talked about the podcast about how the new background is almost too busy for this vibe.
Yeah. Which
almost.
Yeah, I say
it's
almost. I like it actually, though. I think that's well because here's the thing, and I mentioned it even on our podcast, which was like the truly brilliant podcast makes you feel like a fly on a wall at a cool hangout that you're part of, and like that. Particularly during COVID, but even beyond.
That's
like,
our favorite.
Yeah,
you and me agree on
that.
this. This is our favorite style podcast. Is when you feel like you wish you could like you want to like jump in and talk.
Like, hey,
like
no,
you feel like you're there.
No, that was in Ghost, not in Roadhouse. Yeah,
exactly.
But that's the thing. The best compliments I got even on like the New Year's thing was just like, oh, I just turned this on while I was playing video games. So I couldn't really go out. So it's like I kind of felt like I was at a party with John, and some of the people who were watching. Again, I know Meredith kind of. I met Alexis once. It's cool. It was like I was there, and it was fun. And I'm like,
we did the exact same thing. We created that exact vibe.
Yeah,
we actually told people and marketed it that way. Like, hey, listen, even if you're having your own party, throw this on in the background and let us be a part of your party.
Yeah,
and
when it quiets down, we can watch the goofs on the TV.
Yeah, or vice versa. Like, just because we can't be at your party. Right? So just put us on in the background so we can be there with you. Like, because even if you can't hear us talking because you have it down because you're listening to music and hanging out, at least when you look over, you see us as if we're having our own conversation over there. Like, it's as if we're part of your party. If you're sitting at home drinking alone, no, you're not. Put on our podcast. Yeah. Put on the live special and hang out with us. And, dude, that was the biggest live stream we've done.
Oh,
like we had well over 100 views while it was happening. It was crazy. We had so many people jump in. We had people calling in, which turned into a disaster shit show, but it was an experiment. That's what makes the specials great. You were here. You did the Halloween special.
Yeah, we took some phone calls. That was fun. We were just screaming at the
So
phone.
in case people don't know, for new viewers or listeners that are just checking in or jumping in or whatever, John's been on the podcast twice technically. He did a real podcast, which is like episode 30-something, and then you were a part of the special, which was the Halloween special, and they're two completely different vibes.
Yeah, the Halloween one was funny. I watched.
They're
that
a riot.
On
the specials are a riot, but it's not the podcast.
No,
they're an experiment.
You know what's funny though? This feels more like a party special with just you and I guess it's just that pent up. Like I haven't gotten out, but like.
I'm not doing the deep dive into like who you are and where you're from like we did on the first one. The first one was super intimate.
It was, but we got only up to like 2004 or something. Like it was, but that's okay. I don't want to like have to do that. I would rather just organically have a screaming match with you because that's the fun of this. All we're just like, well, here's the problem with fucking state capitalism. Like that's funny. Like that's great, and also it's like. It's a weird product of like, how different would this look if we were just doing this non-COVID times? When we're less, and I mean, you do have a podcast with guests, so you get to get it out a little bit more. But I'm like, I edit video, like I'm at home, like all the. I'm like, dude, like I occasionally have like a Zoom meeting, or I'll go do an on-site shoot. But like right now, my next couple of weeks of paycheck is just I'm producing music for somebody, and like.
It's like on a scale of 1 to 10, whatever your number is, I'm 1 above that. Because the one-on-one podcasts twice a week are cool. Yeah. And they do exactly that. They give me a little bit more interaction than that. But, I mean, not much, man. Like, not making it out to the bars, not getting into those social situations. Like, doing this podcast over the last 6 months, I've had so many ideas for jokes that I didn't even bother writing down because I'm like, even if I wrote that down, by the time I end up in a position to try that joke, I'm not even going to remember what this note means.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you're right. And I want to, you reminded me of something else. You're like, what does this podcast look like in a non-COVID time? Well, there's definitely, if I started it in a non-COVID time, there's one answer to that.
Yeah.
The future of what it looks like after non-COVID is a different answer. But I want to evolve it. Like, I'm starting another channel too. I'm going sports heavy on this other one.
I saw you had like a football.
Yeah, and we were doing episodes like that, and they were fun and everything. But like, I want to start like a real channel with these guys. Like, we're gonna do an actual channel. It'll be a derivative of this podcast. They're insisting on that. They're insisting on carrying some sort of my brand over to it because it technically is my idea. So there'll be some name relevance there, but it's going to be our deal. It's going to be a different channel, a whole different thing. It's not going to be a playlist on this channel because this isn't a network channel like yours is, right?
Yeah.
It's totally different vibe. But I do want to do something like this in a venue backstage during shows. So like the opening band is on stage performing and the rest of us are hanging out. And then when they get done, one of or two of their band members come back and hang out there. And same thing. Then you guys are like, okay, fuck, we're up. I gotta go. Sound checks. You know, these guys are wrapping up. I gotta go warm up.
It's like Tough Crowd with Cullen Quinn almost. But
dude, it's not even an original idea. Joe Rogan straight up did this at Behind the Ice House. They're called like the Ice House Chronicles. If you just straight up YouTube something called the Ice House Chronicles, you will find it. It's no longer part of the Joe Rogan Experience. It's now on Duder, who's his old producer.
Red Band.
It's on his thing. What was that Death Squad Studios. It's now a part of their deal. But if you watch the episodes, they still say Joe Rogan Experience at the bottom, like in the video.
Yeah, well, yeah, because at the beginning of all that was like, we're just shooting in the dark with ideas. They had no idea it would be like.
There's some of the coolest fucking podcasts, dude, because there's like 6 or 8 dudes hanging out in a room having fun, talking, doing their thing. Yeah. And then they get up and leave and new guys come in as they go up and do sets in the other room.
Yeah. And that is, that thing, the idea of doing that with bands is, I love it on like a weird visceral level of like.
It'd be fucking awesome.
I gave up on like, no, man, you got to go out and watch everybody's whole set. And I'm like, I turned into a green room asshole like probably a lot longer ago than some people did.
Me too.
And I was like, dude, I fucking can't.
I can't do it.
I don't even listen to this when I'm at home. Like, I don't just pop in death metal.
Well, and not only that, but I need to get into shit. And I need to get into my headspace to perform.
Yes.
Like, me being out there watching them is not me getting ready to perform my music.
No.
So it's not that I don't want to support them. It's like I'm going to do a disservice to my fans if I'm not meant to. Like, that'd be like, think about it like this. Think about it like 2 football games being played back to back, but you're playing in the second game. And instead of like getting ready, stretching and doing all that, no, you're at the first game in the crowd partying like you fucking like, dude, how much energy are you? And that's how I started thinking about it. It was literally calories and energy wasted. Like I was measuring how much output, and it was like, I need to go like monk style. That's why I was one dude before shows and another guy after shows, is because I was conserving energy because I knew what I was going to blow out was going to leave me riding on an adrenaline high for the rest of the night. And I wanted to be able to do what I needed to do. So I wasn't going to fucking be out there. No offense to you guys.
No.
And that's still going to be when we get back out there.
Enough people at that show anyway where you wouldn't notice I was missing. And that is a mantra that I kind of
Ooh, that's a good point.
Ran into. Where I was like, dude, like, if I'm the only other person here, it's not my fault if I'm not watching you and now you feel lonely. Like, I'm like, well, then we all fucked up. I don't care if you don't watch me. Like, I was able to see the historic precedence of SMB even while it was happening. I was like, yeah, you don't need to. I don't fucking care. People are going to talk about this after you die of like a weird fucking medical complication at 41 and I'm 39 on the internet. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that's a weird way to look at it. But
you know what is cool though is like people are going to talk about that long afterwards, which we have.
Well, yeah.
Like that was I didn't reach out because of My Zero or Blue Felix or any of that other shit. I reached out because of 2 things. I saw what you did in SMB, and then I saw you pivoted And because I had known you did My Zero and all that other music. I
Yeah,
had known
yeah,
about
yeah.
that. But then I saw you got into comedy. And then immediately COVID hit, and you were one of the very few people, including the professionals at the top of the game, pivoted and went, I'm going online, and I'm going to make it work.
Got to do something.
I admired that so much. I was like, you got to come on my podcast. This is the thing that people need to hear, is like whatever craft you're doing. And that's why I had Zach Boyd on.
Yeah.
Same thing. Pandemic hit. What does he do? Started woodworking, CNC machine, invested, started his own deal,
Yeah.
launched a business on the side.
Yeah, yeah.
These are the people that need to be heard. And then something that came along the way that I never realized is like, this podcast is immortalizing you forever. Like, we could die tomorrow. I could die tomorrow. And I've got now 50 episodes with different guests. And this and us and everything we've done and talked, and any of the guests could die, but their stories that they've told, their personality, it's no longer just a picture. It's no longer just like, oh, I found this VHS tape of him playing a show.
That's
I found this old cell phone video on Facebook. Like, we have a 3-hour long form conversation immortalized forever on the internet. And it'll never disappear.
and that's you.
Not
That's
to bring
brilliant.
it heavy again.
No,
but that's
no.
something I just realized recently.
That's very good though, because I was having trouble articulating part of the reason why I was doing the YouTube thing, because it isn't just an immediate release of like, oh well, I got to do something. It is that, but also it is like the vlog of Eternal Stench. That's just me rambling. That's like the Bill Burr, like, that's just, I'm talking to the camera about shit that comes in the mail. Like, it's not high-handed. It's like me reading a letter from Valvoline thanking me for joining the Valvoline oil change family. Like, but it's immortalizing, and it's like, all right, like, I have no ego. Let me say that before moving into this thing I'm going to say real quick. But I'm going to speak in the third person, and I know that's rough. But that whole thing of like, oh, have you never sat in a back room with John Wheeler and actually heard him just go off about something? It's like, whatever. Me doing the YouTube channel is just sort of like, well, okay, if that's important to anybody, now you can. Now you can be like, no. In 2006, he was just fucking drunk and screaming about this thing with his pants off. I'm like, okay, now there's some things on YouTube that sort of represent that, all right, where I'm just yelling about stuff. And you and me doing this and everything. Just you're leaving your mark in this way where it would be sad if you peaked early. I'm sorry, these things are so fucking weird and shitty.
Oh, you're fine, dude.
But I was trying to keep it into a one area. But
this is why I don't have a velvet table.
Yeah, it would be Ashy Larry. But fucking, it's a way of imprinting your soul that some people would have loved to have ever met, or kind of like been a part of, or been around, or whatever. And they couldn't have due to time and geographic circumstance and whatever like that. But it's like you do something like this and you're like, oh, I see what everyone was saying about these bozos. They are actually real interesting. And like, I would love to have been backstage at a concert with them or whatever. And this is exactly what that's like. If we were playing a show stuffed in that back toilet room of the Triple Rock, we probably would have gotten to screaming about like, well, there's a thing about resource hoarding, and that would have just come up, and now everyone gets to watch.
The difference is, though, in those scenarios is we're literally screaming at each other.
Well, yeah, this is more.
And somebody's trying to get laid. Somebody's trying to fucking book their band with you. Somebody's trying to get attention. Maybe there's a legit producer out there who fucking, he's weaseling his way backstage and he's like, John, I really like your band. I work with Atlantic Records. Let's talk. There's so many other things going on.
Yeah.
You can't focus. So like, this is something I eventually stopped, and tell me if you can feel this, like feel it, like as a fellow musician. I eventually started telling girlfriends, don't even come.
Oh yeah.
Don't even come to the show. And the bad girlfriends would be like, why, you trying to fuck other bitches? And the good girlfriends would be like, good, because I didn't like being there anyways.
Yeah, I didn't want to like, thank you for letting me off the hook.
Yeah, because as what they understood is that the ones that were like, thank you, because I don't want to be there anyways, those are the ones that didn't harp on me because they understood I had a job to do even before, during, and after the show. Like, especially if there's a lot of people there, like, people want legitimate. It's crazy. You could be a nobody, like, in the real world. Nobody really knows who you are, especially pre-internet. But you got crowds that come to see your band play. And when you get done, people want to talk. People
Or-
want things signed, whether it's a t-shirt, a CD, a body part, whatever. Like, that shit's real even at the local level. We talked about that early on the podcast a lot, about how like immediately you start getting all of the fucking rock star lifestyle shit at the smallest local level. Within just a few shows, you immediately get access to everything that you see in the Motley Crue documentaries.
I know. I'm smiling because just you saying that is like flooding me.
It's
with,
immediate.
like, memories like of it ranges from like when I was doing Just Say Yes, just we said signing the body parts, like that. We'll have to Just Say Yes could be a 3-hour podcast. That was a scam. But like there would be like 13-year-old dudes. There would be like, my parents brought me, like, will you sign with, like, they'd take their shirt off, they'd lay on the merch table, we're drawing pentagrams on them because we're all in metal bands, but faking the like broken side thing or whatever. And all these people showed up, and that was like terrifying. But then this thing I invented in Blue Felix, where Jake got a mic and I got like the second mic as the backup screamer bass player guy, and I invented this game where it's like, you better not flash your tits, because if you flash your tits, I'm gonna throw a fucking beer at you. And then like we'd be in Michigan or wherever, and these like chicks, they flash their tits like, I told you, and I would just pelt them with beer, and they'd be like, ah, and then I'd end up fucking them later. I mean, like, this is
Hopefully it was like a solo cup of beer and not like an unopened can of beer.
It would be like a half full sloppy, like one of these like smashed up like quarter full.
And just toss it.
Be like, I'm gonna keep doing that, and then they would want to fuck you. But just okay, what you said, you get that taste of Motley Crue if you're barely anyone. If you're up there rocking,
It happens
it's
immediately.
So disproportionate to how famous you actually are. Like,
but it happens immediately.
yeah, they're just like, I will let you. You can throw garbage at my face for. Yell at me for doing this thing that's kind of vulnerable, and I will be like, I will suck your dick and brag about it. Like, that is it's insane. And this was earlier in those days, but like I wish there was a way to like really quantify and qualify the difference between, because even like if you go up there and kill as a comedian, that is nothing compared to like singing a leather pants rock song to half as many people, and that half as many people will be 50 times as excited.
That's what I'm curious
weird
about.
Thing with music, like
you're one of the only people that can comment on this.
I know,
like there's very few people who've done both. Even not. Let's not even talk about what level they were at.
Oh yeah.
Just because again, it's extremely difficult to even get your band playing in front of 200 or 300 or 400 people and crushing to the point where when you get done, they're fucking, yeah, at the end of a song. Because, like, even 50 people, like, enthusiastically screaming at the top of their lungs is deafening at 50 people. Well, it's deafening. You get 200 to 1,000, and like you're plugging your ears. If you don't already have earplugs in, you're also a moron. But it's a thing. So I've always wondered this. Like, so you're saying you could be a comedian and do a 10-minute or a 40-minute set and crush in front of 400 people, but it does feel different or even potentially better to crush in front of half that many people in music.
The feeling. Now, that is a long conversation. The feeling is
well,
interesting.
we have time, John.
Okay, well, we can talk about that, but I just want to point out the power. Because here's the thing. I have made a room full of a lot of people laugh and have people not even remember who I was when I was leaving. Like, it doesn't matter, but they're like, were you up there earlier? And it's like, yeah, you were one of the people like laughing out of the 50 people here or whatever. I have played in like...
You're so unique looking, too.
I was wearing like an orange suit or just some fucking horrible... But that's the thing. They'd be like, oh, was that you? But then I've played in like in front of 12 people on a Monday night in Louisville, Kentucky, and had a threesome with the 2 attractive girls there, and they didn't know who we were before that night. Like, comedy can't compete with that. That's 12 people. I don't know what the click-through rate percentage is on that, and they weren't even gross. So like, that was like, I mean, inherently
that officially
kind of, but
that
like,
officially puts to bed the argument that comedians are the new rock stars.
No.
Nope.
It's easier for me to be 40 and old and married and be a comedian, yes, but it was very deliberate. It's a thing I can do that doesn't bring all that. After I met Alexis, like, I clean up she was the one that I cleaned up my act for, and I'm like, yeah, and music is always going to be fun. But I'm like, what would be like?
But you didn't sanitize your act. You just organized it.
Well, yeah, I stopped
cleaned it up, and
everyone in the world.
You cleaned it and you organized it, but it's still a little dirty. Your act's still a little dirty.
My act is fucking disgusting.
Like if we really got into the nuts and bolts, you got a lot of mothballs, a lot of dust. Your mother would be ashamed.
Oh yeah, who watches all of my stuff on YouTube? And it's like, you have to say that, but no, the band thing, it's unreal how different that is. Like it'd be like. I could have been the bass player, mind you, in Bluefield. It's like those people at that show that wanted to fuck me didn't know that I wrote all the synthesizer. They don't care. Like they don't know anything about that. They're just like, that's the bass player who screams the backup vocals. A friend of a friend said this might be fun. That friend didn't show up. We showed up anyway because we were bored, and we both decided to fuck that guy. Comedy can't know. Like 1,000 people, but it's comedy is my retirement home, Jared. It's
the only difference though is all the
like
attention's on you in comedy. That's the only real difference I notice, and that's why I said earlier,
you can't hide behind anything.
When I made this comparison, I said if or how many other people are on stage with you.
Yeah,
I said that deliberately for a reason, and because here's why: there is one type of musician who has the same level of power and responsibility, and that's the singer-songwriter. The singer-songwriter. Yes. Specifically, it's that guy or girl who sits up there with one guitar on a stool and sings and plays their music. That is the only level of musician that has the same level of vulnerable responsibility that a comedian does, because it's so quiet that anybody can overpower the loudest PA when it's just a voice and a guitar, just like a comedian.
Yep.
Out of nowhere, from the back row, no matter how big the venue is, if they scream loud enough, they're going to be heard.
Yes.
Whereas in a true band scenario, once the drums and the bass guitar kick in, you're all fucked. And honestly, you can't even boo us off stage unless we stop playing to hear your boos. Like, that's one of the secrets. I'm about to give away an industry secret. This is one of the reasons my bands, every band I've been in, was never allowed to be silent in between songs. So I strategically, during rehearsals, worked it out with my band members and we would switch up our sets. But it didn't really matter, because in between certain songs, we had water breaks timed out for certain musicians. And if you weren't scheduled to take a water break, then you were scheduled in our set to play music in between songs. So like we'd end a song and we'd hear everybody roar and laugh or whatever, and then immediately the bass player and the drummer would start playing a little groove. And they would jam as I talked while the two guitar players took their water break. And then the next song, it would be just the guitar players playing a little, just a little backing music. There was zero silence. There was zero opportunity for the crowd to have 100% command of what was going to be heard in the room. Does this make sense to you?
No, it does. I
did this as a local band, bro.
No, it's smart.
And as a local band, I did this.
The funny part...
That's a little industry secret, by the way.
Me enjoying you telling that story is this twofold thing, because like later on, like my Zero, I ran it like an EDM show where the song would end and it'd be like, and then like the sample from the next song would start ramping up. And I would give it like, I'd be like, this will be 30 seconds is like an eternity. Like on stage, it'd be like, okay, so like it just never really stops, but it just like drops down from all the guys in Wolf Mask playing to like just the synthesizer stuff that I did to kind of like string it together and like kind of keep, there'd be like beats with no bass behind them, and then the drop would be when we would come back again. But the funny thing was, like, I finally figured that out. The same thing you're telling me, like, way late in my music career, but earlier, the SMB method was the song would get over, and I would just harass the audience.
Same thing.
Just, like,
that's
just, like,
the same
hanging
thing.
Out, just swearing at them, like, but
That's the
that
same
overpowered
thing,
them
though.
also, but it was a very different mood.
Exactly.
Like,
but it's the same result.
Yeah.
You never let the crowd command the room.
No.
And my point is, where this started, just in case anybody's confused, is that the vulnerability and the responsibility that a comedian has when it's just you, your voice, and a microphone, and the only musician that can truly relate to that vulnerability and that responsibility is the singer-songwriter, where it's just them and a guitar, specifically an acoustic guitar. But other than that, like, everything seems the same to me about performing on stage and crushing, because you said something that I found profound. You said something about the comparison between the two, and I remember thinking, like, man, I've fucking crushed on stage, and I've killed it in front of a lot of people, and had that roar, that thunderous, like football stadium level roar.
Yep.
However, in between songs, when I'm bantering and trying to kill time, and I'm improvising jokes, and I got 1,000 people to all laugh at the same time, that gave me a feeling that was so different and uncomparable to music. That it's almost like the questions I get when people ask me, so what's better, playing? My brother gets frustrated because he's tried to do this to me since he's been 10 years old, and now he's 20. Okay, so Jared, what do you like better? What's better, playing drums or guitar? And I always give them a political style answer. Well, they're two completely different things. Like, they're not fair to compare.
Yeah.
But we consistently, including me, do this with comedy and music. Like, they're different. And I've experienced that. That's the only reason I'm ever flirting or considering or even tried to do comedy, is because trying to kill, like you said, song ends and you just relentlessly started screaming at the crowd. I loved that, but I couldn't pull that off. So I started trying to just ramble, and I started learning how to tell jokes. Almost 100% of them were self-deprecating, but I've never learned how to write jokes, to bring it back to where we started this conversation. So I can start with a funny idea and get to a joke. I can start with a ramble improv and make a room full of people laugh, like really laugh. So I've got all these things brewing with comedy. But when I sit down and I try to take something like really good, like something compelling or profound, that there is an iron range worth of shit to mine there, I don't know how to write a joke. So I don't even know how to, like, look at a subject and go, here's all the fucking meat and here's all the fat and here's how we get to the jokes. And I'm not expecting you to teach me right now. I'm really just paying the respect.
Well, all I could tell you is that no one actually knows how, even people we look up to. They're like,
I mean, they do, though.
I shouldn't say that. That's a little misleading. But they would probably tell you.
That's like saying no one knows how to write a song.
Well,
which is both true and complete bullshit at the same time.
No one knows how to finish a song. You just do. And the jokes are the same way, where you're like, okay, just an example, even for my own dumb self, and I'm nobody important with comedy, but like those videos I made, I watched those and then I rewrote comedy bits based off what I was seeing me do, as if I was ripping off a joke from someone else. So if I ever go to do that stuff live, you'd be like, this isn't how the drug testing thing goes. I'm like, yeah, I realized a funny part about it that I didn't realize when I made it. And I made it about that entirely. Jokes are like this four-dimensional Rubik's Cube.
I wouldn't even say that.
Crazy.
Dude, you just inspired me. Let me inspire you. I wouldn't even say that or acknowledge that. Is what I would do is I would go, no, those are two different versions of the same bit.
Well, that's right.
I've got an online content version,
yep,
and then I've got my stand-up version.
Yes. But the thing is that the online content version used to resemble the stand-up version more, and I made a new stand-up version. It's like a remix of a Tool song,
right,
where you're like, this is like inside out and backwards and whatever. But that's the thing. Comedy does share.
And then the remix of the remix becomes the actual new version.
And then that's the everything everyone knows about, and then Johnny Cash covers that, and you're what is this?
Which is quite literally how songs are written, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, you and I sit down right now and write a song, and then we send it to Wally, right? Because we want a new set of eyes, right?
Yeah.
It's not that, Wally can fucking out sing or write or perform either one of us on our instruments, but it's a new set of eyes.
Well, he's a great second
And
opinion.
then he remixes it, he sends it back, and we go, oh, that's a great idea. We bring in a new guy on another instrument. We add another. This happens 3 or 4 times before the actual version you hear on the radio gets out there. So what you know as the end product, there was 4 different versions along the way.
Yep.
And sometimes, to put this in context of the real world, you guys know those as actual remixes, and they appear on old CDs or downloads.
Yeah.
You'll see, like, you'll download an album, whether you're paying for streaming or not.
Yeah.
And you'll get the album, and then at the bottom, there'll be so-and-so remix. And that remix is probably not an actual remix. That's probably something that happened during the process
it's just
of
a
making
version of the actual thing.
Exactly.
Well,
that's what you can kind of do with this content idea. Is like
it's very similar.
You have one
to that.
bit, you run with it one way online, and you run with it another way doing stand up.
It's
if you want another beer, by the way,
live. I was just thinking about doing that. I just
I'll
wanted
take
to be.
one. Or I'll grab you.
Whatever you want.
What kind of host does that? If you want a beer, grab one, and then grab me one too.
Yo, you're like President Camacho. Get you one too. Can I just be drunk?
Who does that? Who does that? I do that. I just did that. That's who does that. Me.
I wish I could work. I love working with Wally, and it happens sporadically, and I want to do it more. Maybe after COVID, who knows? But he, like Wally was the guy that like kind of produced the vocals on all that My Zero stuff. Thank you, sir. And then also him and I DP'd that. Like I handled a lot of the music on that one Gatta record, but then he took that and worked with Lindy and.
I'm just gonna say, 2 people immediately started laughing. Me and Jeremy Blake. When you said you DP'd that record, like when me and Wally DP'd ... that record.
I mean it as the gross sex thing.
There's
principal photography.
No, and I get that, and that's what I'm getting at. Here's the point: you said it one way, and 2 people really started giggling. Me and Jeremy Blake.
Yeah, I mean, it would be. By the way, if we ever do like a party podcast, me and Jeremy would be a good combo. Probably. I can't think of the next one I want to do that seems obvious. So there was Halloween and New Year's. Shit.
I'm not doing 4th of July because that's my holiday. Like, that's my favorite holiday. Like, I go all out. Like, I'm doing fireworks. I do a massive fireworks display. Fucking, I'm talking like we go like, I'm doing like the crazy grilling. Like, it's a 2-day, 3-day thing if it falls on the right day. Like, we used to go up to my parents, or before that, we went up to a cabin. Now it's a little different with Kate and I owning a home and stuff like that. We're kind of trying to build our own little oasis.
Well, that's
out
what's
here.
fun. Like Alexis bought me like a fucking high end Hank Hill grill for like Christmas. I've gotten into cooking meat and stuff, and she's like,
"You don't live that far away, right?"
No, we live like that Uber costs like $6 to get here.
Dude,
that's why I did it.
You ever done a hood 4th of July?
Well, I'm a little out of the. Oh, also,
no. Have you ever been in the hood? For the 4th of July.
I mean, I kind of know what you mean. When I lived with Danny Z in that rental,
you lived with Danny Z.
Oh, that's a whole. That was.
Did we talk about this on the previous podcast?
I don't think we did.
I have a whole. I am responsible for Danny Z's existence in this scene. In the entire.
I wouldn't admit to that.
No, I'm admitting to it. I'm admitting to it.
Just saying.
It's all my fault. Listen to me.
Okay.
I played at the garage, so we talked on the previous podcast.
We brought that up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think one of those shows was opening for your band.
I believe that makes sense.
Because I think we talked about this on the last podcast.
Yeah, we did.
Now, because that would have been the only reason I was at because we were trying to figure this out last time. I seen you perform at the garage.
Probably because we're playing together. Yeah.
And the only reason I would have been at the garage, because it's so far from my house,
right,
was either to promote a show I had coming up at the garage.
Yes.
Or because I was literally performing at the garage that night. There's only 2 reasons I would have been there. So I believe I was opening for you, and because I remember this kid came up and said he loved our band. You know, the classic thing, you know, you're shaking hands.
Yeah.
So to tie it back into our previous conversation is why I ask girlfriends to stop coming is because I have a job to do. Like
Right.
before, during, and after, there's a lot of handshaking, a lot of thank yous, a lot of trying to sell merch.
In case you didn't
a lot
know,
of
this isn't a
mingling,
party that's about you. I have a job to do.
It also wasn't just about getting laid, but for a lot of guys it was. But there was genuine fans. Like, so you had to do a job. It was a fucking, you were doing a job. So I'm doing the job, and then all of a sudden this kid emails me, or he Facebooks me, or he MySpaces me. Hey man, I want to be a singer, and you're my favorite singer, not just locally, but blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Can you give me some advice? And so I'm like, okay, you know, this is exactly what I talked about when I was 13 and I become a musician. Like, I want to be the guy who like actually has these conversations with fans. I don't want to be the guy who's like, meh.
Like, oh,
so
yeah,
I gave him
get
this,
out of here, kid.
I gave him this really long, heartfelt explanation on my philosophy on how I sing, and not even singing, it was actually screaming. Like,
right. There's a proper
like
way to do
the
that.
way I did it. And I
Yeah.
was like, I do not know if this is the correct way of doing it. You need to talk to a real vocal coach, but this is how I got here. Right. And so far it's working, and I haven't blown out my voice. So take it for what it is.
Yeah.
Years later, Danny Z shows up. Everybody loves him. He's great. He's great. He's awesome. He's a really great dude.
When was that? No.
He's got these wild bands. He's got these wild bands and this crazy ability to get people to move from across the country to join his shitty band. Like, no offense, Danny, but your bands were really bad. And back then, I'm being very specific. Back then, they were especially bad. But he had this ability to get people to move across the country to join. And I was just blown away by this. So I started to develop a relationship with him. And he would continuously ask me questions about how the industry worked and how I booked shows and how I did things. And I would teach him everything I knew. Because, again, I wanted to be that guy.
Yeah.
Because my bands were doing well, really well. And he looked up to me. So I told him. And all of a sudden, he started becoming legitimate enough to where he was offering my band some of our better shows. Where it was like we were getting paid better to go play a Danny Z show than to go play this other established club's show. And there was more people there when we got there. So like we would have maybe played for 500 in Maplewood, but we went and played this other spot and did this other show with Danny, and we played in front of 800 people. And then all of a sudden I noticed my MySpace numbers like went way up. So Danny Z for a while was like somebody I developed a deep bond and relationship with on a business level and on a musician mentor level, right? So it was like almost the student became the master. Like I taught him everything I knew. He took that ball, ran with it, built much bigger connections and networks than I ever did. And then eventually started offering me the deals and the offers to help. And then shit went south with me and Dying Euphoria, and all of a sudden he literally took my job in my own band. And I was okay with that at first. For a long time I was okay with it, because at first I was like, well, it kind of makes sense. It'd be like me playing guitar and singing, and then all of a sudden getting the job to be the new James Hetfield. Like, of course I'm doing that. 100%.
Yeah.
You offered me the job, I'm taking that job.
Right.
Like, that's literally the guy and the reason I got into this. And he was an actual mentor. Like, James Hetfield was not a mentor, but hopefully you guys get my point.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was like, yeah, of course. So, of course he's going to take that job. But later, I started to hear all these stories about who he actually was and what he was actually doing. And my relationship went south with him real fast. But it was never in the way that everyone else's relationship went south with him. It was, dude, listen, I brought you into this scene, and you're running around being a bigger piece of shit than I ever was. And you're fucking over my friends now, and you're threatening people that I share spaces with. Like, dude, listen to me. Like, I will fuck you up. Like, we had conversations. I ran into him in public, and I was like, you're done. Like, change your ways or I'm coming after you. Like in every imaginable way, like business wise, like I will fucking make it my life's mission to like become credible and make a booking agency, and I'll put you out of business myself. So either fix it and start doing it the right way or get out.
Yeah.
And like he eventually got out, whether it was on his own volition or not. But I tried to warn him, and I didn't know what was happening for the longest time. So my relationship with Danny Z is spotty. Like I popped into his life, and most of my understanding of Danny Z, other than that first chapter, is from other people telling me, and I'm very careful to take those things as truths because I've heard some of the stories that have been told about me, and I'm like, that's not even remotely true. And then I'll hear another story. I'm like, there's literally 1 grain of sand of truth to that story, and the rest is bullshit. I've heard some horrible things about me that are not fair or true. So I'm very hesitant, and I'm not going to tell you can't tell your story because it needs to be talked about because it's a big deal. And he made this bed, and we warned him. So we can talk about it because it's not a secret. It's Danny Z's shittery and fuckery is not a secret on this scene. So we're not tarnishing reputations. He did that a long time ago. We're telling stories about shady people in the business. Is what we're doing is we're warning young people coming up. This is what you got to watch out for.
I feel like,
and I don't have any of these stories.
Well, here's the thing. Alexis pointed this out to me, and this isn't.
See, and he got to you. That's what's fucking.
No, this was fun though because the problem is
that's my fault though. He's in your life because of me.
No, and I needed to live in that weird rental house that Bobby Olson
realize how
owned.
Fucked up that makes me right now though. Right now, I'm just now knowing you know Danny Z, and you also have a horrendous story.
Dude.
Like I know
not horrendous. It isn't horrendous.
Listeners and viewers, but listen, people might be getting frustrated and going, Jared, shut the fuck up and let him tell his story. You guys need to understand what I'm going through right now. Like, dude, this dude, I opened the door.
Yeah.
Not knowing, like thinking I'm opening the door and he's going to affect everyone in the living room. I didn't consider everyone he was affecting in the house, let alone everyone he was affecting in the yard or the neighborhood or the city or the state. You see what I'm getting at here?
No, I do get it. I get it in general, but
the web that happened from opening the door to that cobra, how fast he slithered through is, dude, I'm telling you.
I only came out ahead.
Tell your story because it's fucking me up. I need to process this.
No,
for a
it's
moment.
okay, man. I am not. The overall issue with my version of any story is that, and again, I'm going to divorce myself from talking about my own self because that's, people have this idea of like, you're just trying to seem like you're cool or whatever. I'm like, I don't care. I'm a broken, weird thing.
Here's the other thing. You are cool, so you don't need to try to be or seem cool. Like you are cool. You know that.
I do my best, and
when
I don't
you're
have
cool,
any concerns.
when you're truly cool, no one else decides you're cool.
I get that. That makes perfect sense. But I go by what like Alexis tells me, who's very young and very astute and very disconnected from ever like being like, oh, I care. She didn't know who SMB was when we started dating. Like she didn't know who Blue Felix was, or she kind of did, but like she doesn't like that kind of thing. Like she's very from just a woman I met in my life through random circumstance that has nothing to do with all the hoopla that you and I are used to. And so her versions of things, and one of the things that she tells me is that, John, you don't understand, like every version of every story that you're around is all skewed and fucked up because either someone, not everybody, but people have feelings about you that are so strong one way or the other that it screws up what's going on.
I relate to this.
But yeah, it's like people, she's like, people are terrified of you, and you're like, you think you're this really nice guy, and you are this really nice guy, but you have this weird mob bossy kind of like someone's like, I'm going to kill you, and then you go like, all right, that's fine. And then they're like, wait, what do you mean that's fine? I'm like, I don't know. What? Like, and they're just like, okay, do you understand that that's scary to people? Because that's like an intentional power move, and you don't know what you're doing. Like, you're just like, yeah, I don't care. And it's like,
That's so funny.
And like, so
that's hilarious, dude.
She's right though. Like, she's brilliantly on the money with like this thing where I'm like dumb fucking my way through life, and someone like tries to be intimidating with me, and I don't even understand what they're trying to do, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, it is kind of cloudy out, man. How are you doing? And they're like, dude, you were like in that guy's head, and I'm like, I was just answering his question as if he wasn't trying to scare me, because I don't get it. Like, I just am this thing in that floats around in reality. She sees it for what it is, and this is only important in the lens of Danny Z, where everybody has this thing about that guy, but to me, he was just this weird guy that thought I was cool. So he's like, I was looking for a place to live after I broke up with this one chick who I was living with, and she was like kind of trying to fuck me over a little bit, like, well, you need to find somewhere else to be. And I was like, okay. And I put something on Facebook like, yo, I'm getting dumped. I need somewhere to live. 20 minutes later, Danny Z's like, $200 a month, this room in this house and over north, 10 blocks further south from here or whatever. Like, you can just live here. And I'm like, is that plus? He's like, oh, that just includes everything. It's cheap. Bobby Olson owns it. I don't care. I'm like, all right, cool. So I was like, all right, ex-girlfriend, I'm leaving. She's like, well, I didn't think you'd be leaving so soon. I'm like, blew up in your face, huh? Anyway, I got to go. And so I move in with this guy. I'd known him from before, like a little bit. I gave him a ride after a show at the Rock once, and he paid me with like a 12-pack of beer, like out of his trunk. He's like, I can't drive, but if you drive me home, you can have this. And I'm like, all right, I don't care. And I just sat and talked to him on the curb anyway. I had nowhere to be. So I'm like, yeah, I'll drive you home. I'm under the limit. I'm going to keep these. But yes, thank you. All right, whatever. That was my experience with that guy. And everyone's like, I hate that guy. He's a piece of shit. And I'm like, well, I hear that about myself a lot. And yeah, it's only half true, so whatever. Maybe he's not so bad. And I live with him, and How do
you end up living with him? Well, from like, okay, yeah, I can drive you home to living with him. How do we even get there?
Because it's like we were on a speaking base. I think SMB and Dying Euphoria, when he was a singer, shared a practice space with like two other bands once for like a while. It was one of those, like, maybe one of them was either like Nuisance or American Head Show. Who fucking cares? I don't know, somebody. But like, we were in a big City Sound practice space, and I kind of remember him from that. And Jeremy Blake was there, so I kind of knew him, and he was in Blue Felix before I was. So I'm like, oh, I kind of know these guys. Are you? All right, like whatever. And I'm just so good at not noticing when girls are hitting on me and not noticing when bands and drama is happening. I'm like, oh, that's on fire. Well, okay, cool. So anyway, we're on at 8:30 still. Like, it's not even a skill. It's just a failing. I don't know what's happening. So, but I know I'm kind of from that. Everybody has an opinion, but everybody has an opinion about Joe Spambauer. Everybody has an opinion. It doesn't matter. It's just, I'm like, okay, here's this guy. And he's
so
like,
funny. I have great experiences with everyone who everyone else talks shit about.
I kind of do too, in a way. It's almost where this story's going. And it's not going to be positive about Danny Z in the end, because here's the thing. He never ended up being a problem for me. He was just a wiener. He just ended up being my Beavis a lot of the time. And like, just going with me, like I'd be, I admit I would push a little, but like, I'd be like, my car that I had back then broke or something, and I wanted to go to this show. And I was like, this was really happening, but I like actively did it harder just to antagonize him because he was having some girl trouble and he's never had a car and all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah,
that was the gorgeous blonde with the big tits, wasn't it?
I have a story about that, but okay. Anyway, but before that, like, he was. I could tell a story. I guess
he outkicked his coverage on a regular basis.
No, he was just kind of like. One time she was sitting on my lap on the couch, and I was like, look at my hands, Danny. Look at my hands. She's like, no, this is what we're doing today. I'm like, all right, I've partied pretty hard. But yeah, they lived. That's a different story. But anyway, like I would like actively be like, I'm trying to find a ride to this show at like, what was the thing in Blaine, the cool place, Povs, that was like a dump. And I'm like, but all the girls offering to give me a ride aren't hot enough. And he was just like, well, sucks to be you, huh? And I'm like, yeah, right. Because I had a little of that. This was just me like 6-7 years younger, too. So I'm just kind of like, hey, Danny. It was a little competition that I could always win. But he always was like, dude, so he was like embezzling from Bobby's booking company that he sort of like worked for. This was awesome. This is a good time in my life.
Like
Bobby Olson. That fucking,
Leo Presents.
Yeah, I hope COVID left him destitute. Fuck that guy. But the point is that
I'm trying to get him on the podcast.
Let's both be on there. He will sweat like a fucking
No, I gotta have him on a
Trump
loan.
supporter. Like,
no,
oh,
I gotta have him on a
no.
loan.
I think that I should bring some stuff up. But yeah. The for-profit band thing, we all know I have some opinions about that. Like when I did all that coke and ruined that Medis. But so here's the thing. Like Danny, like
that shit just got brought up on the last podcast with Tim Chava, the Medis.
But so like he would embezzle from Bobby's thing and be like, well, Bobby will let me buy food and stuff, but he won't like, pay for my booze and drugs. So I would buy him booze and drugs, and then he would get me like EBT cards of like 5 times the value of what I spent. I called it the inconvenience charge. So like I was like enabling all of his addictions, and then like I had like stacks of groceries, like pennies on the like basically my rent became negative in my favor. Like from ripping him off from like, so I'm like, this isn't like, yeah, he was Danny and he was annoying and I think he stole beer from me occasionally, but like, I fucked both his girlfriends and he just, I don't know, like I ripped him off all the time.
That's the end of it though. If you fucked both his girlfriends, like that's it. Here's the thing. Everything else is moot because nothing else that happens like, oh, I stole $1 million from you. Cool. I fucked your girl,
like
dude.
1,000.
Like, doesn't matter. Oh, you fucked my girl. Well, one of them was with my permission. Guess what? Doesn't matter. That makes you more of a fucking cuck.
Well, they both
you
were.
let me fuck your girl.
Yeah.
Like, that makes you more of a cuck. So you can act like you stole money from me, but here's the deal. Like, I fucked your girl, bro.
Well,
like, so laugh it up, but you got the better end of that deal.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
They weren't that hot, so
like,
maybe I didn't.
He literally will not be able to tell that story to any self-respecting man in this world and sound like the victor. Yeah, and then he fucked my girlfriend, and then I stole $1,000 from him. Like, wait a minute. I'm like, if he's on the podcast, I'm going, wait a minute.
Well, he told me
you pimped out your girl.
No, not the second one. But I pointed it out to both of them.
Because that's what I'm telling her. I'm breaking it down, and I'm going, dude. You basically pimped out your girl for $1,000.
No, I didn't steal $1,000. Well, I probably
he did.
Embezzled.
He stole the money.
That. Well,
he stole the money.
Is embezzlement really stealing? It's
a form of stealing. Sure.
I got a presidential pardon. I'm fine. So it's no longer immoral. The point is that okay. You know what I'm doing now? I'm painting with a broad stroke, and it's that was what that was like. I was like
broad brush singer.
Yeah, I was Archer and he was Woodhouse. It was just a thing. We were this weird odd couple where everything that, like, when I lived in that house for like 10 months or whatever it was, everything that someone who doesn't understand how rock and roll works would assume John Wheeler's life was like actually was true for those 10 months. Like that, it was just sort of this like, no, I'm not doing this, or you're I shot my gun off the roof. Like it was like the most out of control. That house was like a tour bus with no wheels on it that just stayed in North Minneapolis. Like it just, but him being there, I need that almost. Like I can't be around people that I like all the time because what machine then, Jared, will I rage against? And I'll start to get antsy.
Good
like
point.
Having this weird guy that I sort of was like bizarre friends with, just stuck in this odd couple house where my rent was basically, I was making money. And I was just like, with like no responsibility whatsoever. I was in Blue Felix and my zeros. And it was like,
God, it's just such, he was a tornado. Like he spun chaotically through so many people's lives.
I know.
And you and I are probably the only two people who can say, well, personally, directly, I never had a bad experience with this individual.
I came out ahead.
Like, do you know how rare people like you and I are that got caught in the tornado of life that is Danny Z? He fucked everyone I know.
But you have to let him do that for that to happen. I think that's the thing. Like, you and I, look, I thrive in just chaos and nonsense. Like, I don't have a bad story about anybody. Like anybody.
All I'm hearing right now is that me and Jeremy Blake need to start a band. That's all I'm hearing. Like that's all I'm hearing. You sing, and write a lot of the music.
Okay.
With me and Jeremy, we all write, but I'll play drums. Jeremy plays guitar. You sing, play keyboards, whatever the fuck you want to do.
Program
whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But we all write the music together like a normal band.
Right.
And actually, that's not normal. But like an ideal band. That's what I should say. and then we just got to find one guy on the bass, and we find.
Let's have Jeremy play an 8-string, and then the synth low bass will be on track, and we'll just do it like that. Fuck it, 3-piece industrial power 8-string band.
We could 3-piece it, especially
cool.
if you're on keyboards.
Yeah, right.
And you're playing while you're singing.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Dude, have you ever heard of a band called Dirty Loops?
Actually, no.
Oh shit! Listen, we've been going.
Yeah, what the fuck time?
We've been going 2 hours and 43 minutes.
We've just been screaming about shit.
We're not wrapping this up, but I'm gonna play some Dirty Loops. They won't hear it because I'm not risking getting demonetized for this.
No.
But we're gonna play some Dirty Loops.
Do that. We should do that and play the Bizcorp video.
Because you gotta. Oh, we can definitely play the Bizcorp video. I might get flagged for it now that you have 100 subs.
Oh shit! But actually, nah. Don't
it's fine because that one. Here's the thing: is that one. You'll just have to go in and check temporarily that that you give permit, like make it a public license thing temporarily.
Oh yeah. Well,
and actually that one I can easily dispute. This one I'm just straight up
playing.
I wish
that
like, and here's the point: is that one I can no, you don't even have to do that. That one I can just straight up dispute and be like, dude's on my podcast to promote his content. They'll honor that one. It's fine. But this is not
to be able to use everything.
This is not promoting anyone. This is just some shit that I think is awesome, and they're a 3-piece. And if we were to do anything, I don't even care what the style of music is, but I'm just saying, like, this would be...
I want to do like EDM, but with like fucking 8-string Meshuggah breakdowns in it or something.
Hopefully this isn't too loud.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Hold on. That's not right. Hold on.
I know that chick. I'm just kidding. Looks like... Looks like everyone. I don't know. Dirty Loops. It reminds me that just the black and white and the chick though reminds me of no, not Grimes. That I know who that is. It's what a waste of a pretty face. What a waste. All
right, I think this will work. There we go.
UK.
Oh yeah.
Bones UK.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Hey, wait.
Okay.
I'm on hold, baby.
So we're watching Dirty Loops Hit Me.
I like it.
Dude, this is the shit.
I used to have that keyboard. That was a Roland X50. I broke it. Yeah.
I'm just saying, we don't have to sound like this. We don't have to make music anything like this. But as a 3-piece...
Yeah, keyboards, drums, and the super low 8-string...
Now, he's got a bass, but we can replace the bassist with a guitar player, and that's just, you just play down an octave on one of the halves of the keyboard. So you fill in that bass. And then we synth in the rest of the bass. Like, once
we just have that be just
and
EDM grind loops just, just under the guitar. Because fuck it. This is like Full House core.
Dude, this is so good.
I know, it's great.
These guys are so good.
It reminds me of
I'll share the screen so people can see, but we're not playing the music so they can see what the hell we're talking about.
But the screen does not look like what we're hearing at all, which is hilarious.
No, these guys are amazing.
It sounds like the beginning of Full House, but it's got like lots more drum fills in it and shit.
It's so good.
Like, it's amazing. It's got some like Thriller Michael Jackson vocals.
He sounds like Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, he does. He does sound like Stevie Wonder.
Tell me this isn't some of the best shit you've heard in a long time, though.
Incredible. The only thing that adds to it is just the fact the people doing it are just the whitest people in the universe.
And they genuinely seem like they're having the best of times being in that room playing this with each other.
Yeah.
Like, they don't look anything alike. They don't look like they should be in the same band. They don't look like they should be making this music. They don't look like they should be playing their instruments.
No, I know.
None of this should be happening right now.
And I used to own that exact keyboard, and I feel like I've banged 5 of that exact bass player.
And we're not playing the music because I'm not getting flagged.
No.
And that's why I'm snapping back and forth between the video too. Because if I play the video too long, I'll get flagged.
Two boring
as well.
white guys react to Full House core.
This shit, and I'm telling you, this is the top of the game on all instruments. Vocally, this guy's top notch.
Yeah, these are like real people that know what they're doing. I can't do this. Like, I don't understand music.
The drummer is one of the best drummers in the world. This bass player is one of the best bass. Like, all of these guys are at the top of music. And if you want to hear the song that we're talking about, it's "Hit Me" by Dirty Loops. If you guys are on audio and you have no idea what we're talking about, just go to iTunes or wherever you're listening and just look up "Hit Me" by a band called Dirty Loops. I'm telling you, this is the top of everything.
They're proof though that when the elevator goes to the top of the talent skyscraper, you end up with like on hold music. Like, I love this. But like 15-year-old me wouldn't have loved this. 15-year-old me like, oh, what am I like in the elevator? It's like do. I get it now, and I really like it. And my fucking
you're making some really good points I didn't even think about.
You get so good. Like, people were showing me like King Crimson, and I'm like, this just sounds like boss music for Metroid. I'm like, which is awesome. That's great though. There's nothing wrong with that fact at all.
I played this for
but
a black
I'm like,
dude
this
in the hood
doesn't
here.
like Mariah Carey's drummer is probably better than the guy from Meshuggah. It's just when you're that good, it's just effortlessly like.
Dude, I played this for a black dude in the hood, and the dude's like, this is horrible, and I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, there's no beat, and I was like, you have no rhythm. Like, you're the whitest black dude I ever met. And then I was so offended by this, I went and played it for another group of black dudes across the street, and they were like, this shit is dope. Like, who are these dudes? And I told them, and I showed them the video, and I was like, I don't believe that those dudes are white.
Well, no,
like you transposed the video. Like, this is a trick. So it was so bizarre for me to hear two different people from the hip-hop, soul, funk community
because
say
that
about
type
this.
Of that sort of rhythm is like that like deep, weird,
it's progressive,
like super fly progressive.
It's straight up
like,
prog.
Yeah. When you're talking about soul dudes that understand the way that works. Yeah. We know some people are like, oh, Prince doesn't have like a deep groove. It's like there's a lot of Prince stuff that's more like that.
As a musician, break this down with me. This rhythm right here. This rhythm repeats through the entire thing. But the way it's executed is both the melody makes it catchy.
The accents are in interesting spots.
Yeah. And that's what I'm getting at here. So let's break this down, right? So listen to this. Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Hold on. Okay. Dun 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 dun.
Also,
okay. Dun 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 dun.
They're playing
it. They stopped right there. They didn't even finish out the bar.
But here's the other thing they're doing that throws a lot of people off. They're playing ahead of the beat. You know, if any standard beat is at midnight, most funk is at 5 after midnight.
Sure.
You're dragging your feet doing the Philly shoe drag pimp shuffle. Like, it's just a little like these are aggressively like kind of like ahead, which is another funk thing, but it's a different funk thing.
It's a prog
funk thing.
It's
and
funk.
Your average fan of funky groovy stuff will not recognize that not on any fault of their own, but they won't recognize that exactly as that like laid back, got my mind on my money, my money on my mind type of like thing, because it's like it's like King Crimson was like that hits weird with people unless they actually have a deeper musical background, and then it starts making more sense. But prog, like funk, is more universal. Prog starts narrowing the gene pool a little bit down to like if you just show it to anybody, but it's like if they actually used to play, they'll be like, oh yeah, I know what this is. This is like this type of thing right here. But your average person who's like, I'm just kind of a funky guy, I don't know, would see this as a little bit more like, this isn't like an in the pocket groove. And it's I see what you're saying.
No, you're right.
It's where MSI sits. It's like ahead of the beat a little bit, but there's groove to MSI.
It's like the metal version of funk.
Yes, and it like metal wouldn't
telling
work.
you, it's telling you what's coming next instead of letting you wait for it.
Yeah, letting you just sink into it on
Like
your drug
so
of
if anybody's
choice.
confused, because
Heroin,
a lot
hopefully.
of the people that listen are metal fans. It's like listening to classic rock versus metal.
Yes.
So what he's talking about is the classic funk, R&B, soul, where this is coming from is like the classic rock, and this is like the metal version of those. There's no screaming. It's not metal. It's an absurd analogy, but it's actually perfect at
also
the same time.
that breakdown, and kudos to these guys. The breakdown they did with those cut beats and stuff there sagged back behind the beat just
that
a
part
tiny
that just
bit
hit there. I'm gonna turn it
to
up so we can hear.
accentuate. It's like they're actually moving back and forth across midnight as far as like
right
on,
here. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, where it's really chopped up. But
See, I want to have you
now
on
it's
the
back though. Now it's rushing the beat again a little bit, and it's
I w-
all intentional. It's completely deliberate by people
I
that
wanna have
super
you-
know what they're doing.
I want to have you on the podcast again to talk about shit like this, but I want to hang out with you for like a couple hours beforehand. Seriously, and just listen to music.
Yeah,
And just like see how we
yeah. They're laying back a little bit again. Yep, this is behind the groove a little, but it's so deliberate with these. Yeah. It's a thing that
deliberate
Yeah,
is a perfect
like-
word. Everything is intentional.
like rushing and then like laying back on the groove is like
I just keep starting
feel
this song over in case everyone's confused. It's not a
where
20-minute song.
They decide to do that as opposed to a band that's just not in control of that. And that's a big thing with me.
See,
Like,
you know what I love about these guys is
I
like
try to do it in programming, which is
I love
A
the
whole
fact
thing.
I love the fact that they come out of full on obnoxious. Oh wait, I hit the wrong video. Shit.
I don't know. This is probably cool too.
This is a completely different vibe, but I just want to break down that intro. They come out of and we'll go to that other one next.
Yeah, everyone's good.
Okay.
I'll look into this.
So they
more.
come out of son of a bitch. So they come out of this straight up in your face, everything about it. The one where they place their one is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Everything about this starts off in your face, just like, okay, we're going full balls to the walls, the metal version of funk here. Okay, right? Like they're coming in on the backbeat with the vocals. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then boom, 4 on the floor.
Yeah, you're right. They actually start moving the ahead and behind the beat around really early on because now they're dead on the midnight.
Right.
Okay.
And then
yeah, they're really
like they're changing where they're expressing their beat
yeah, they are, and I like
on
that
a
lot.
constant 8th note groove. So sometimes they're
Yeah.
See what I'm saying there?
No, I do, and
It's brilliant, dude. This to me, this is the top. To me,
Yeah.
like show me every metal band you want. Okay, I love metal. I was in a bunch of metal bands.
Yeah.
Show me every fucking rock band. Show me everything. This one song by this one band is the top of everything that's happened up until they wrote this song. In every way, like whatever you want to find in a song, it's in this song. They literally figured out a way to do everything you can look at in one song. They broke it down. They kept it simple. They showed prog. They kept 4 on the floor. They fucking catchy melody, progressive rhythms. Like, it's crazy
And I mean,
what they
even
did with this one
like,
song.
It's beautiful. Like just the vocal harmonies and stuff are very well thought out, and it just it just has that rounded off whatever it's just reveling in its complexity. It's like people were like, "Oh, the Dillinger Escape Plan." I'm like, "Yeah, that's great, and I like them and everything."
Right, exactly.
But I feel like this actually is more informed than that is, as far as just
way more.
waving its dick around. Like, yeah, we understand music better than you, fuckhead.
Way
like,
more.
That's
Like
yeah,
these guys have the metaphorical biggest dicks in the room with the greatest musicians on the planet. Metallica could sit down and be like, check this out. And they're like, cool. All right. let me show you something we've been working on. And they slap this down, and the guys in Metallica are like, they experience what the rest of us experience when we go to concerts, when we're both inspired and discouraged at the same time.
Yeah.
You both want to like go home and work on your craft, and then at the same time set your instrument down and never touch it again.
You know what?
This band would do that to any group of musicians in the world. That is what I'm saying.
And you know what the best thing is, though, is Metallica and the Dillinger Escape Plan and Trent Reznor would all watch this and be like, I can't touch this. This is amazing. And then a bunch of 15-year-olds would overhear them saying that and be like, oh, this is stupid. I don't get this. And like, that's where the bizarre discrepancy in the world of music lies, is you're like, yeah, those guys even understand what they're looking at. They're making stuff for you. You don't appreciate what they care about because you're a kid, and when you're old enough to understand, all of the magic will go out of your eyes.
And this is why the Grammys are bullshit. And this is why when somebody tries to say
that, my friend.
And this is why when somebody tries to say popularity, download streams, album sales, quantify talent or goodness, it's like, no, they fucking don't. Because when WAP is labeled NPR's Song of the Year, that is not based on intellectual creativity. That is based on popularity. I know that for a fact because I could list 100 songs that deserve that song, that award more. But
and it's not
going to happen.
I do enjoy when as much as I'm a champagne liberal, I'm a killer Mike liberal because I have machine guns. But when NPR is,
so you mean like an actual liberal, not what liberal has become?
Yeah, I'm not trying to cancel nobody.
Is that what you call it though? Hold on, you call it a killer Mike liberal?
Yeah,
that's
you know
what
why?
I am, dude.
Because
do you know how close my AR-15 is right now? It's right there.
Oh yeah, well, remember we were showing off our straps after
the camera can't see it because it's hidden in the shadow and where I'm sitting. You can't see it, but it's right there. Dude.
Oh yeah. Well, remember we were pulling out our sidearms after the Halloween thing was over.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
I didn't appreciate those other two guys are a little bit more Beardsley than I am and everything. But I took it out and I was like, click clack, caught the bullet, just like, here you go.
That
was
like, awesome.
Field stripped it back together and put it away. It was fucking trashed,
dude.
But like
the coolest thing I've seen from you ever is you're sitting amongst what look like militia members.
Right. That's what's funny.
Right. And you bust out your gun and we're all talking about guns.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, you want to see mine? And everyone's like, yeah, sure. And you busted it out for the listeners and the viewers. It's better when I tell this story.
Yeah.
If you do it, it's bragging.
There.
If you do it, it's bragging.
No.
But you reminded me of this, and I wanted to bring this up.
Okay.
Coolest fucking thing. Swear to God, straight out of a movie, like a scripted movie, especially the angle I was sitting at and the amount of alcohol I had. It was like slow motion. He brings out his gun, racks it, and the bullet pops out, and he sweeps out and catches it out of midair. And he had already popped the clip and turns around and hands the gun to somebody. It was like everyone in the room at that point thought we were the most manly, blue collar, I work on cars, I hunt, I know weapons. And then John, who's wearing the equivalent of a Joker suit.
Oh, yeah.
A suit like you're wearing now, but it's purple like the Joker. And he whips it out. Boom, boom, catches the bullet, hands a gun. And the rest of us like looked at each other and was like, John might know how to handle his weapon better than anyone in this room. Now, here's the thing. In reality, it could have been, and don't sell yourself short, but in reality, it could have been a literal 1 in a million. But in that moment, it didn't fucking matter, dude. Like, it really didn't. It just, none of that shit mattered. It was one of the coolest things I've seen. It was so cued. I don't know how to explain it. It was organic. It was beautiful.
I'm glad. I'm of two minds about it, I guess, because part of me is just like I'm handy with it. Like I've brought up my grandpa. Like I know a lot about it, and I can, in the words of Doc Brown, I could shoot the fleas off a dog's back at 50 yards, tannin, and it's pointed at your fucking head. Like I've made sure. By the way, I may have threatened Danny Z with a firearm occasionally, but the point is that like, yeah, it's just a thing.
You're about to lose a toe, Danny.
No, oh, the shit I said to him, I will tell you off podcast.
How much do you like your toes, Danny?
No, actually, literally, I would have to not do this on the air, I think. But but anyhow, at the same time, it's just par for the course. Like I'm a good shot. I know what I'm doing. I can do it blindfolded. It's just a little skill. I wish I was better at more important things like being a hedge fund manager. I don't know, but
right.
But I do appreciate that little mechanical thing didn't go unnoticed in the room a little. I kind of caught it from them a bit. Like, thank you for sharing the story.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool to watch.
Oh yeah, here you go.
I wish I would have had it on camera because, like, I could have posted that shit on World Star with a bunch of fucking backing tracks from a bunch of black dudes going, oh, and then slowed it down and put the fucking black and white and the fucking 80s sunglasses and the joint in your mouth, dude. It would have been a great meme moment. Dude, if we would have had the footage, it would. I'm telling you, it's one of those moments. Like, it would have made it into that compilation of like OG moments. It was so cool, dude.
The funnier part of that is that
it's literally unbelievable. Like the timing, the context, everything, like what I saw in my head will never be believable. Like, it's a fish story. Somebody would be like, you're exaggerating something in that moment. Oh. And I'm saying I'm not. Like, that's what happened.
You know what, though?
You caught that bullet midair, spun that gun, handed it. Like, it was just the timing, the moment. It was, and you did admit that you practiced a little bit, but
I taught Alexis.
Still,
you should see when she does that now.
Dude, my gun,
here you go. They're like,
my gun will not discharge bullets at an angle that's catchable.
They are all different.
Yeah.
That is the thing.
As soon as you did that, I've been trying for days.
The PT 111 series that she has the G3. But they do it kind of similarly, so you can get the hang of it.
Sure.
And that's the thing. Well, because the AK, if you like discharge a bullet with that, it hurts if it hits you. I actually wrecked a picture I had in a frame.
Really?
When I first bought it, I was like showing my buddy Ben. I'm like, hey, because we were doing a Russian hard base project at the time. Like, look what I bought. It bought this. And I was like, gaga. And it went and it just shattered. It was like where Jesus is there.
Holy shit.
Like, I was like, gaga. And it just, they fling out of the room. Well, when you shoot them, like, it's absurd. But my
AR, they fall out. Like, when you rack it, my AR, it just when you shoot it, it's a little different. But when you rack it, it just, like, both guns, it like dribbles out, and which sucks if you're trying to do shit quick, or it'll jam.
I guess
my point.
Well, yeah, because the AK's thing is like, you could have found one on the Titanic and just rinsed it off and been like, oh, it's good to go. That's why I went that route. But those things launch them like it's almost annoying because I'm like,
the dude who certified. Let me put it this way:
like,
with my pistol, the dude who certified me for my gun, he my gun jammed when I tried to fucking in the middle of my test, in the middle of my cert.
Yeah,
and he said if you didn't handle that afterwards, he said, if you didn't handle that the way you did, I would have failed you for that. Because that is actually some shit that, like, the military spends hours training on. Yeah. Like, you're in the heat of the moment, and like because he even heard me scream, like, what is happening with my gun right now? Because, like, I'm in the middle of fucking doing shit. I went to fucking, you're in a timed trial. And I fucking went to slap the second clip in there, and I went to rack it, and I spit out a bullet, right? So in my situation, right, like, and I didn't just spit out a bullet, it spit out and, like, kicked to the side. So I re-racked it, spit out the next round, dropped my clip, and grabbed a bullet and spit it in there real quick. Boom, clicked it one more time, shot that final round, and just made it in under my timing.
Yeah.
And he just flat out told me, he's like, I didn't say anything during, but he's like, most of the time I would, but you handled that.
You managed it, yeah.
He's like, you handled
your scandal.
And, like, I didn't train for that. I just got lucky that I had that amount of poise to, like, and I remember screaming, like, while the whole thing is, and know, there's dozens of people shooting guns. So when I say screaming, it's not like panic. I'm like,
there's chaos around.
You're just everything you say is yelling at the top. And I'm like, what is happening with my gun? And I just got frustrated and just did the whole thing real quick and finished with, like, just a few seconds left, man. And I got lucky, dude. But that's a real issue. And like the fact that you're able to know that about your guns, like that's discipline, that's practice, that's regimen, and that's a responsible gun owner. That's what more people need to be doing.
Well, that's exactly what I mean by a Killer Mike liberal. And the reason I say that, other than the fact that I love Run the Jewels, is that when Bernie Sanders and Killer Mike were discussing shit on it's probably 4 years ago. It was like the way early times of that. Is that they saw eye to eye on absolutely everything with
Except
like
guns,
money and rate. Yep, not assault rifles. And Killer Mike was like, in a perfect world, yeah, but we're never gonna live in one of those, man. Like da 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 da. And so that's kind of where I got that from. Where I'm like, oh, I would say that I'm a Bernie Sanders liberal, except I'm not. You know what I am? I'm a fucking Killer Mike liberal, where I'm a big fat black guy with machine guns, but I agree with Bernie Sanders, and I think that's. But also, I treat those very like they're a hobby. Like I never talk. Yeah, you saw a little bit of it. I never talk about it on social media. But I can do like the John Wick, like 5 shotgun shells, like sorry, just like I'm way into that because I'm like, well, like I'm not gonna have these for a certain purpose and then not understand completely how they work and how they whatever. Like even talking to people on the other end of the spectrum, like, well, yeah, but you drive a Prius, but you have guns, and I'm like, I have guns in case of you. Right. That's why. What am I going to not have that? It's like, dude, I can complete a triathlon and you can't spell it. It's important for me to be able to be in this position of like, look, you can't fuck with my shit. Like I'm going to try to vote you out, but on the chance that you decide that that's not good enough, I have other ways of dealing with things, and we just leave it like that.
That's basically what I feel and why I say I am liberal, but I'm not a liberal. That's what I say that all the time on this podcast, and that's what I mean by that. Is like I am liberal because I believe in all that Bernie Sanders shit. I really do. Like
we live in a society with
like,
other people.
Like I think we should have a version of public school in a college form where anybody can go, because I think it'll contribute to a better society.
We want
think we
smart
should figure
people.
that out.
We do.
I think we should figure that out. I think healthcare, at least a minimum basic healthcare, should be taken care of.
Yeah.
I do believe these things. Fine. Is where I draw the line is 2 things. Guns and cancel culture. Like for me, it's free speech.
There's a lot of us, Jared.
It's free
There's
speech.
A lot of us who are right where both of us are.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at. And so you're summing up what a lot of us feel like is that, like, no, dude, we are liberals, but we're not a liberal, because being a liberal means you have to toe the line, almost like being a Republican. You can't be a pro-choice Republican. You get canceled.
Yep.
You can't, and it doesn't matter what your argument is. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so being liberal versus being a liberal are 2 totally different things. And I have guns and I preserve the Second Amendment, just like I preserve the right to religion and freedom of religion. So when the right wingers want to go after the Muslims and say we should kick them all out, I go, no.
Oh.
Like, no, that's exactly the opposite of America. We don't kick out Muslims.
I know some fantastic Muslims and some excellent Sikhs that I was talking about earlier, and I know all sorts of different people that I want to be right here with me.
Right.
I like them.
But it boils down to preserving our constitutionally protected rights. Speech, religion, expression.
Yes.
Like guns, all of that. They're there for a reason. Privacy is a big one too.
Yeah.
And another reason I can't say I'm a liberal is because liberals will say, like, here's how you catch a liberal, right? Is you go, well, they say when they made the Constitution, they weren't thinking about assault rifles. And I go, okay, but when they talked about privacy, it does apply to emails. And they go, well, yeah. And I go, so they saw that technology coming, but they didn't. Get the fuck out of here. Like, your logic, like, the AR is so much more similar to a musket rifle than, like, remember these IQ tests?
Or a cannon.
Like the Pony Express to email is a pistol or a musket to an AR. Like, no, they're not. Like, the AR is so much closer.
Yeah, it's not.
It's so much closer. It's 2 steps. An email is like 1,000 steps.
No, yeah, an email
it's so obscenely
is to
farther.
A phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. Hey, can I tell you, though?
Thank
you know
you.
what that's from, right? No one that works at a gun store thinks that's funny.
Say it again.
I need an Uzi 9mm, a 12 gauge shotgun.
Oh, that's
and
from
a
Total
phase.
Recall.
No, Terminator. He goes back in time and he tries that dude from Gremlins runs a fucking
that's
shop.
right.
And he tries to buy a phased pulse rifle at a 40-watt range or whatever. They're like, only what's on the shelf, man. And because he was ordering something from a little bit in the future that didn't exist yet, because he was it was a time traveling robot. It's a brilliant little piece of writing. And whenever I'm buying like an assault rifle or just
we need to make that
rounds,
a thing on this podcast, and slowly but surely, as this podcast grows, we are going to get more and more people walking into gun stores asking for what?
A phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
A phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
Yep.
Slowly but surely, we are going to get more and more people going to gun stores. I need a phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
Yeah, because it's like I would, especially if I'm doing more than one thing, be like, oh, when I was buying my one of the 12-gauge
awesome.
shotgun that I have, but I was also buying bullets and stuff. It was like, I need 38 Hornady hollow points. I need this. I need that. I need the 12-gauge rifle. I need 12-gauge buckshot with the 7 or the 9 pellets in it. Is what I always get. And phased plasma rifle, the 40-watt round. And he's just like, what? And I'm like, never mind. I'm like, I'm waiting for one guy that works in a fucking Dick's Sporting Goods or somewhere to be like to just like, oh, I've seen Terminator because I work at a gun store. Of course, I love the robot gun movies. Like whatever. They're just like, what? I'm like, it's like I am the Terminator. I'm like,
and I
never
missed
mind.
that. And Terminator's one of my favorite movies. I've seen it. I can't even tell.
They
All
made
of
it for
them.
like
All of
$100
them.
too.
All of
That
them.
first one,
I've
like
seen
low budget.
I've
movie.
seen all of them so many times, and even I missed that. So we need to make that a
I
thing.
know. I love that joke. Yeah, everybody should always do that and just be like, what, until someone's finally like,
Is
they
what's
haven't
going to be
invented those
better?
yet.
Is what's going to be better is when we have a fan of the podcast who works at a gun store, and when people are like, I
They
need
offer
something.
it.
And they're like, I need something for home defense. And they're like, well, we have phased plasma rifles at a 40-watt range.
Yeah, just straight face, and they're like, does that, is that a semi-auto? What is that?
That's way more funny than a
is
customer
actually.
asking for it.
Just offering it, and it's like, all right, well,
And then you just show them a 9mm.
yeah. Or, man, there's a whole other podcast in
That's
here.
so great.
I was inventing automated lethal home defense systems a while ago for whatever, and I feel like that slots into that because it was like it came full circle to giant Tesla coils with facial recognition cameras on them that we can get into that. I'm too drunk, but in a way, there's like futuristic things like it wouldn't exactly be that, but because I'm pretty sure what he was describing. Remember in Terminator 2 when they show the future and they all
I'm
have
gonna piss
those, like,
again. Keep going.
all right, they all have those lasery like pew, 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 rifles. I bet that's what he was talking about. So it was like a fun callback.
Dude, these guys are so good.
Yeah, that's pretty funktronic.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right,
And then when I get back, if you got to pee, you can pee, and then we'll start wrapping this up.
that's fair.
Jump into chat if guys got questions.
No, I think
throw 'em in there.
Bill had something about 26 was my last episode, and then I think that's that. But someone else should probably like hop in and talk to me. Hey, yeah. Luckily, I'm phenomenal at talking to myself. Like the vlog thing definitely was fueled that. Oh right, and playing concert in front of nobody many times throughout my life has really sharpened the old whetstone of talking to myself like a lunatic. But yeah, man, I don't know. Like again, really lefty guy. But if you're gonna have guns, learn how to use them correctly. Get good with them. Get John Wick good with them, and then never talk about it. And follow all the rules. And definitely don't try to install a bunch of blue lasers that can start fires mounted to servos with facial recognition software on your house that can track specific people you don't want coming around, find their eyes, and then shine directly into them by ripping off Michael Reeves's Squirt Boy 9000 code technology that I copied and pasted off of his blog and whatever. Also, don't invent a rotating basically like a locomotive wheel on a battery with an RPM that could trigger a semi-automatic rifle remotely at automatic speeds with motion detection software in it. Don't do all of these things I'm talking about unless you actually work for MI6 and aren't me, because of course I'm waxing poetic and I've never done this.
You could have just talked about the band and the music playing in the
I
background.
mean, I don't have. I think we went over it. It's funky and it's good. It did remind me that, you know what the last live show I went to was? I think was Chromeo, and it was.
Chromeo.
Do you not know who Chromeo is?
I've heard of them.
Oh goodness, Chromeo is. The
I've definitely heard
greatest
of them.
thing in the world. They reached that level of they might be on in a mall. Kind of like recently, like a little before COVID.
Oh, really?
But they're these two guys, a handsome, skinny Jewish man with 5 o'clock shadow in a leather jacket playing guitar and singing, and a big fat Arab guy with a beard, wearing chains and being like a gangsta thug playing Moog synthesizers and using vocoders and stuff with tracks and shit. And they just made the funkiest, most like Hall & Oates ass 80s techno music that you ever did hear. And it really resonated with modern. Alexis's parents like it. I like it. She likes it. But the very last time they came to First Ave, they were filming a live thing, and they hired a 6-piece band. They normally are just kind of electronic, but it was like 6 black dudes, like 2 drum sets, like other guitars and bass, a second keyboard player, and just did this full bore Prince freak out, and it was amazing. And that was like, I saw that, and then that was in like early this last year, and then it was like COVID happened, and I'm like, well, I can't do better, so I guess we're just done with music for a while, because that was amazing.
What do you do in that spot? You know, it's so tough. It's like, fuck, well, I guess we're done with that.
Yeah, they blew the fucking. They did 2 sold out nights in a row at First Avenue and blew the roof off the sucker. It was something. The next tickets I had were basically for when Rammstein was coming here, because I'm like, well, that can outdo it. But that was about it. Like, well, that'll be fun.
I remember playing a show like that. Like not being at a show like that, but I remember playing a show like that, and I was like, okay, well, that's the top of this level.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like, it doesn't get any bigger than this until we get to the next pond. You know, like that old, like, you know, you're a big fish in a small pond.
Yeah.
Now we're a small fish in a bigger pond. Like I was like, all right, we're the biggest fish in this pond. Like, now we got to get to the next pond. And I don't know how many ponds there are, but I've identified at least 3.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
I've identified a pond Z scheme.
Yeah.
A
pond to Danny Z scheme.
Oh shit! I've identified at least 3 of these ponds that you can ski.
You can scheme. Yeah. Yeah.
You can water ski through 3 different ponds.
I know that post MSI tour era of SMB was like this was like huge, and all these opportunities came up, and like, but I don't know. That was weird in both its apex and also it's just sort of like, well, now what? Like, how do we get that? We never did, but it's like, how do we get that big? Like, we toured with some bigger bands, and then I joined some other bigger bands. But it was just like, I kind of just it was like this windblown existence of only almost kind of maybe not making it for like 15 years. But yeah, that is this universal feeling of like, well, this was amazing. So like, how do we make this into more of this? Is this possible? Is anybody gonna like care or help, or is there tools for us to do this ourselves? And it's got to be so fascinating to be like a 19-year-old right now. Like, I was making some music videos for like fucking like total like mumble rap modern kids with like huge TikTok followings and stuff, and you wonder how I pay the bills. But like hanging around with them and stuff, it's sort of like, boy, they're existing in a different world. Like, even in work, like I'm like that guy from the 70s that would talk to us. They're like, oh, what you got to do is rent out a dance hall, and then you play the songs, and all the kids will come dance at the sock hop. And it's like they just have no idea it doesn't work like that anymore. And I'm like, I mean, I'm smart enough to keep it to myself because I know I don't know. I didn't know back then, and I definitely don't know now. They're like, yeah, we're collabing on this track, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I assume everything you guys are doing is just fine, And then I make the video, and they're like, "This video is pretty cool." I'm like, "Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Thanks, kids." Like, thanks for your parents' money. I gotta leave.
Yeah, the question is how do we take all of these ideas we've been talking about and centralize them for each individual? Like, I'm not talking about building a company and us each taking a cut.
Right.
I hate that idea.
Yeah.
Because what I'm talking about is how do we come together and get each person to maximize what all of us are doing to get someone else's parents' money. Like, you know what I mean?
Good at that.
like that's what the next phase is for all of us, to hit that next level. Like Jason Reed, me, you, my buddy Steve, who's trying to do his improv comedy show called Scenes from a Hat. He's been on the podcast. Like I look at their streams, and improv comedy is what it is. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard. But when you put shit like that online, like, it becomes even harder, right? So the production level, the ability to like have input to make the presentation of all of these products better, including my own. If we're sitting in a big warehouse and we all have our own little rooms and we're sitting there hanging out in a lunchroom or whatever, in a fucking common space, having beers, fucking smoking cigarettes, and one of you is like, "Hey man, I notice you keep mentioning on your podcast you don't like this overhead angle that I'm switching to right now. You don't like that. Well, check this out. Like, we could hook you up with this camera. My buddy's got one laying around, blah, 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 blah. I want to create a B set. So if you and I wanted to start a podcast together, like a new podcast, a brand new podcast, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have another set to do that on, where Jared and John don't have to invest any money into a new podcast. We have this set to do it on.
Yeah.
And then when we monetize, we move on and design our own set. So then when Jared and John's friend come by and they're like, "Hey man, we want to start a podcast," we're like, "Cool, use the B set." And then once you monetize, move on. And you can add in equipment to the B set to like make it your own deal.
Yeah.
Our deal is, this is my deal. Leave the equipment behind. Once you monetize, you can't take any of the equipment with you. Everything in that B set is donated to the commune.
Yeah.
It's very communistic what I'm talking about.
Right.
And so when I upgrade to super HD cams and all the fucking nice equipment, this whole set will be the B set. And other people can use it for free until they get their shit monetized. And if they want to buy a different style camera or a different style controller to do other things, cool. But you have to leave it in the B set. Because once you monetize, you literally have enough money to go rebuild your own set, your own room, everything. So your $100 controller isn't an issue anymore.
No, does
that make sense?
It does.
And I think it's a good idea.
It's a very physical idea, and it definitely makes a lot of sense. And it's not entirely different from my ultimate goal with the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge, where it's like All Things Comedy or something, where it's not like at a certain step, I would just become like a bit of a, like, not a gatekeeper, but kind of like, look, this is great. Here's how it could be a little bit better if you do it that way, and I think you'll like what happens. You can do it under this umbrella.
Well, and there's also other intrinsic values we can add to each other's shit. Like, you have a great video editing and graphic design mind, right? We can bring in a guy like Justin Boney, right? So he gets all the publicity, and he's just hypothetical. I don't even know if he'd be down to do this, but somebody like him, where he automatically gets sponsorships on everyone's channels and everyone's shows, but he's the one doing all the logos and graphic designs, right? So it's a give and take. There's no free shit exchanged, but it's almost like we're eliminating currency and we're exchanging services.
That's what Rhymesayers did.
Right?
I'm not a giant fan.
This is literally also what the Jews did. This is what my people did.
Yeah.
It's also the same thing.
Well, and that that like collective sort of like, okay, you know how to do this, you know how to do that,
but without being All Things Comedy, without being your mom's house, because you have the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge, which really has no association with Jared Singer,
right? Yeah,
and same thing with my buddy's comedy show and these other people's podcasts that they want to start, and Justin Boney's graphic design, and then this other person who's a fucking lighting expert and all this blah 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 blah, and we build a team of people that are like doing it the correct way, which is really just, again, doing it.
Yeah,
But-
all versus
right,
not,
right,
which is
right.
usually what happens. Is
That's
not.
that's exactly my point. And then the real idea here is that the rising tide raises all ships. I don't want a cut of the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. I just want to see the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge get to 1 million subscribers as fast as possible, because just being affiliated with you helps me.
Yes.
And vice versa. The faster I get to 1 million subscribers, the more it helps your channel. Because unlike the local scene, and I'm going to wrap this rant up right now. Here's why this is different. Unlike the local scene, we won't have the same 1 million fans. Because we are
Exactly.
broadcasting to
I'm
8
saying-
billion.
I'm
telling you,
for
dude,
what you're talking about.
I
right
think this
here
is a
because-
genius idea as long as the right people are the ones involved.
Well, and that is the thing. The fascinating thing about this is that the mantra is that everybody's got a podcast. Everyone has a YouTube channel. Where? Like, as far as, like, I know you. And, yeah, we live 3 miles apart. But it's like,
That's a coincidence.
yeah, it is. It's Minneapolis.
You could have lived
It's
in
not-
Duluth.
Yeah, it's not a huge place anyway. But
Which, if you lived in Duluth, you probably still would have been on exactly 3 times by this point.
no, I probably would have had to get a little less drunk. But yeah, that's about it.
Or spent the night, and
Yeah,
then you get
just
more
crashed.
drunk.
Yeah, I just get really trash and crash. But like, no. That is what I want, because I feel like, you know, I'm a megalomaniacal. I have the cult leader genes. I'm like, I'm doing the YouTube thing, but I'm smart enough to know that I need to connect with other people. Like, at a certain point, there's just nothing you can do. You're like, okay, look, like, you have this going on. This is solid. This is professional. This is real.
Thank
Like,
you.
I want to get mixed up with that. And anybody you know, and the few people I know that are kind of getting into it a little bit. But the crazy thing is that you're like, it feels like everyone has one, but everyone's just like doing the same video game review, and it's really like charismatic, just like, oh yeah, guys, so we're blah, 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 blah. People aren't like these like crazy fucking like robber baron, like, all right, here's what we're doing. Like,
'Cause they
that's
don't
rare.
underst-
It's
they don't-
incredibly rare.
Because they don't understand the content isn't what matters. It's the personality.
Oh, it's a cult of personality.
It's
Big
you.
time.
It's you
Yeah.
that matters.
Yep.
And that's why my podcast is so intriguing to me, is because, like, I don't make the show, believe it or not. It's called the Jared Singer Extravaganza, but it's really, and it's not 60 minutes where it's about the guest. You see what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
about us.
It's
so
about
so
this weird thing we're having here.
yeah,
It's
the
fun to
show,
watch.
the and I see it
Yeah.
in the numbers. When I have great chemistry with a guest and we have a great back and forth, those podcasts get a lot of views. When my guest does all the talking or when I do all the talking, those episodes don't get as many views.
Yeah,
So it's really about that intrinsic balance.
that's the magic people are looking for. They're looking for a thing that's greater than the sum of its parts, and they're looking for what I would call, like, when me and like a friend of mine both get a job at the same sleepy retail establishment that we're like stealing from and hiding in the back room and screwing around. Whatever comes out of that, when that comes out of this, that's pure gold. That's just fun to. Oh yeah.
I'm going to grab one more beer. You want one?
Yeah, I'm almost done here.
Yeah,
actually.
let's do one more beer and then let's wrap this up.
All right, yeah.
Let's
Here,
let's wrap this up with one more beer.
let's do that. You can just grab me one of my Bud Lights so it's a little thinner. They are. Oh, I like them a lot. Or AB Bud Light guy. I don't know. 5 even maybe.
Oh, that ain't
Isn't it? I don't know.
No.
I just drink these because
I bet you that Bud Light is
They're-
somewhere between 3.7 and 4.2.
that's probably true. I do drink these to sober up. And one of my favorite clips with Bill, who is commenting on here, where I posted, he actually is one of those people that just cannot have any carbs, like he's allergic to them. But so I was like, I made him a tequila, and he's like, "Why are you giving me tequila?" And I'm like, "No, we just, I'll have tequila, and then we'll both drink a Bud Light to sober up." And he's like, "But I can't have a Bud Light." And I'm like, "Oh, well, I guess you'll have to have more tequila then." He's like, "God damn it!" That was-
These are the same price as that.
I-
These and that Minnesota Gold.
that was good.
These
These are good too, though.
they're both cheap beers in the Bud Light realm of beers. They're both in the same style, like really light, easy drinking pilsners.
yeah.
But they're both, if I remember right, both of these are locally made. So these are both Minnesota breweries. This one
and that 3rd Street.
Well, I will look into that. Like, literally the only reason, like,
That's why I started buying them for the podcast, because I was like, if I'm going to buy cheap beer for the podcast, I'd rather support a Minnesota business.
yeah, a local thing that's actually kind of good.
Especially during a pandemic.
I only do these because of online research.
Speaking
that,
of
like, Bud
Able
Light
Brewery-
is the least carby, least fatty calorie thing you can just drink that not a seltzer.
Speaking of Able Brewery and 3rd Street Brewery for Old Trusty and Minnesota Gold,
I love Old Trusty is such
y'all
a good name.
You're gonna have to sign up for a sponsorship because I'm gonna start needing some money here or some supplies.
No,
of
they
beers.
absolutely should do that. Like a local beer for a prevalent,
especially with the name
podcast.
Old Trusty or Minnesota Gold.
Both are good. Old Trusty is exciting. That's just like a sex. It's like the rusty trombone. Like that's such a good, icky sex move name that I think they should lean into.
Yeah,
that.
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, everyone has a podcast, but do they? Like, is there a podcast like this where it's like people from that very famous, we all know who we're talking about, local rock metal scene from around here, between, a certain, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing for that, and yet there's all these people that are like, obviously, you've done nothing but go up in subscribers, so there completely exists people that are like, oh, hey, I want to hear about this.
Bro, and not only that, but on the audio side, like, I got fans all over the world already. Already. Like, no bullshit. Philippines, Germany, Ecuador, Canada, I'm forgetting a few off the top of my head, but, like, it's already spreading.
Yeah.
I'm spreading as fast as coronavirus.
You gotta emulate
like that bit?
coronavirus as far as work ethic. Like,
You
everyone
like it?
talks shit about coronavirus, but does it slow down? No.
Right.
Like,
you gotta, like, that's it. Like, we're not coming, dude. You like that seed of that bit right there?
Oh,
that's
I
a pretty
do.
good seed. Like,
Yeah.
the podcast is spreading as fast as coronavirus, quite literally, because it's showing up in pockets where it wasn't supposed to be.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Like, wait a minute. How did
We
I
didn't
just
think this
How
would
did I
happen.
just pop up in the Philippines? Like, that's not supposed to happen, but it did.
Yeah,
It did.
But that is this is, I don't know, man. Like, it can be very encouraging to be like, yeah, everybody does this, but everybody sucks at it. Like, for just this, for example, is like structurally put together the way someone in another country could listen and be like, look, I don't even know who any of these people are, but it sounds good. It's fascinating. The back and forth is good. Like, well, whatever. I'm just kind of into it now. I like being a fly on that wall. And they maybe have no idea who any of the bands from here are. They're just like, yeah, I love hearing it. We have bands in Germany. This is fun to listen to. Like, it's very universal like that. And
Well, you mentioned this earlier. You said something earlier, very profound again. And so just to tie it back so people don't think we're randomly jumping around, like we are.
And
but there's themes here. There's always there's
threads, yeah.
I feel like this is my greatest skill, is taking all of these random moments throughout the podcast and tying them back to a certain theme that I see popping up throughout each conversation.
Yes.
You said something earlier about, like, you don't think I'm shit here and you don't know who I am here while I'm shipping out 5,000 copies of this to Germany.
Right. Like a local band, everyone might boo you, but you could be the biggest thing in Japan or something.
Exactly.
So it's a fucked up metric to just pay attention to your local, where you live. Like, you could be doing something brilliant, and it's just like the fucking fat bikers at this one thing you did are just like, we don't care, we want Skinnered covers. But it's like in the Philippines, it might be like, you're the new Jesus. And
right.
That's,
so
you don't
again,
know.
and here's why I say this, because again, is what people need to understand is, like, even with your channel and my channel, which are now comparable in size. I mean, truly, especially probably by the end of this.
Yeah,
like we started, you were at about 140. I wouldn't be surprised if you're at 160 by the time we ended this, right?
Yeah.
But either way, point being is we're kind of in the same exact ballpark, to be honest.
Yeah.
1 to 200 subscribers. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Similar age in our channels and how long we've been doing our respective things.
Kind of around the same time.
Yeah. I mean, I did a little before you.
Yeah.
Like a couple months before you, but again, in the scope of time,
yeah,
launched in 2020.
In the term of decades, we're very,
yeah, right. And we both launched in 2020, similar age.
Yeah,
we're both in our freshman year. There you go. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's the way to look at it.
We're both in our freshman year. I'm gaining fans on audio side and video side in random demographics across the world. At even 40 and 50 subs that had already started happening. Now I'm at 160 something.
Yeah.
It's going to keep going at 1,000, at 5,000, at 10,000, at 100,000, at 1 million. And so the point is like you could come on as a musician and come on my podcast and see 3 new likes on your Facebook page from America, because that's where Facebook is.
Right.
And 80 new subscribers on your YouTube channel. And be like, okay, cool. That wasn't shit. But all of a sudden, you have a booking agent calling you from Germany because you have requests to sell out 5,500 person arenas at their proverbial First Avenue on 3 consecutive nights in Germany or Japan.
Yep.
Or Ecuador. The point is like, this is that next bridge. And it's so amazing, the diversity. So the more of us that start working together, the more all of us can gain access to those new networks and new fans. Because that's why people tune into these podcasts. It's not to listen to me talk to my podcast guests.
Yes.
It's to listen to me talk with my podcast guests so they can get to know you guys and all the crazy shit that goes on in your brain, so they don't feel like they're the only person in the world. And you don't have to be a fucking Bert Kreischer or a Theo Vaughn or some of these other knock it out of the park podcast guests. You can just be a random dude in a fledgling band who ain't shit in your own town, but because you went on this podcast, now you have access to all of New Zealand. Because here's a great example.
Well,
people in Virginia, I'm more popular in Virginia than I am in Minnesota. This podcast is more popular in the state of Virginia than it is here. I don't know why, but I have significantly more downloads, and it's growing faster. The snowball is rolling on a steeper hill with more wet snow in Virginia than it is in Minnesota, where I'm from, in our network, where all my guests are from.
Right.
Explain that shit.
It's a rockin' town. Because Lamb of God and Guar are both from there, and also the McElroy brothers, who are one of the bigger podcasts ever, are there. I think Virginia might actually be kind of cool. Like, that might be why they like your podcast. They're like,
I was just joking with my wife. I was just joking with my wife. I said, if we leave Minnesota, we might have to move to Virginia. Because it seems like that's the coolest place. If they're into my podcast, they're fucking awesome.
If you think about the stuff that comes out of there, a lot of it is actually like pretty amazing. Like a lot of the cooler music and comedy things come out of Virginia. It might be a bit of a, like, you know, like Austin, whatever. Like, it might be a bit of a hotbed. Like, you might be like kind of like, which is, if that's the case, if you're touching those stones, that actually means that like you have like a hip product. That you know, it's like a place that's used to like Lamb of God, my brother and me on 2 ends of a spectrum.
Sure.
Quality. If you're touching on that there, that would be like if you were like, oh, my band gets a lot of downloads in like Austin, Texas. Like, ooh, it means you're kind of hip. It's like kind of cool.
Sure.
Like tapes and tapes from here down there or whatever. And like it I think that it bodes well. Like, Minneapolis is a cool place. It is what it is, and I like it here, and I've had plenty of options to move, and I've been everywhere 10 times. I've stayed here out of choice, not out of necessity. I love it here.
Because I still think it's the place.
I like it a lot.
I still think it's the place. Like, we get all 4 seasons in genuine fashion, like true genuine fashion. We get a real winter, a white Christmas. We get an awesome, super hot, muggy, fucking, you're going in nothing but a wife beater and fucking.
Well, we get Florida summers. That's
Florida summers. Yeah. You like you're going outside in nothing but flip flops, swim trunks, no underwear, and a tank top.
Yeah.
Because that's all you can bear.
Mm-hmm.
We have the most beautiful, colorful falls.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it's just amazing. And then our springs, you get reminded of the beauty and like the resurgence and the rebirth, because you see the decay from winter and then you see it all come back to full everything come early summer with the blossoms and the trees and everything, and then you see that same opposite in the fall. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful place. The cities, the communities, the schools, it's a great place. That's why a lot of athletes who play here late in their career end up retiring and raising families here.
Billy Joe from Green Day lived here while his kids were like
Technically still does.
Yeah.
His wife is from Northeast, right by where I went to middle school.
They
technically Roseville, but
they kind of during the school year like had their kids here. I remember like early MySpace, him being like, "Well, I'm playing Tetris because it's snowing out," like back in the '90s. Like,
do you know I went sledding every winter as a teenager, knowing that he took his kids sledding at Audubon, in Northeast on 29th. He took his kids sledding down there, and my neighbors and people I knew in the neighborhood who knew me as a young musician who thought my band was really good were telling me, like, dude, you need to go figure out a way to get down to that park and run into him and give him your demo CD.
Yeah.
So, not trying to seem like a creep, I went down there and like literally guilt tripped friends who were like drug addicts and weed smokers, because we're already in middle school. You know what I mean? Like Minneapolis middle school, like people that are gonna go out to sledding. Like I had to provide them weed, is what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Like, okay, we're gonna go hang out at the park and like pretend we're sledding. So every once in a while, I had to force these dudes onto a sled and go down the hill, and we did this for like 2 entire winters, almost every day, waiting for Billy Joel to show up with a demo CD in my fucking inside pocket so I could give it. Never happened. Never once met him. Never once seen him.
Well.
Fucking crazy. Actually, no, that's not true. I did see him one time. I did. He did eventually show up one time, and I don't think he was with his kids. I think he was with someone else and their kids. And because I think his kids had gotten a little older, and which makes sense why I hadn't seen him until that entire time.
Yeah.
But long story short, he was hanging out with a group of people, and I just couldn't make the interaction organic.
It wouldn't
like
have
it just wasn't gonna
for you anyway. That whole
I know it
so
wouldn't
many
now, but when you're 15, you don't know any better.
I know. No. I even think,
because there's so many people who have gotten discovered that way. I gave my CD to so and so.
Yeah, well, you know what?
That is literally how
I'll
it
tell you
happens.
the other side of this story, and I think I'm not. This isn't like a big like. Actually, there's more than one story. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep my head together here. I've given demos to people, the early Monkey Boner stuff in that same attempt, right? And all that ever happens was one time I did that, and then a few years later, an American Head Charge video came out where everyone had guitars and weird smiley makeup and pinstripe suits on. That's not what they did before. And then
they just stole your idea.
And I did that once. There was a song we had called "Watch Me Die." I gave the demo version of that. They're like, it was a very like old timey speakeasy, and I snuck behind the scenes in an Ozfest and gave it to John 5 and Marilyn Manson. And cool. And then the Golden Age of the Grotesque came out. Don't think about
yeah, no fucking way.
Yep. So not going to go any deeper than that. But here's what I'm going to say. That's about the best handing out your demo to way more famous people than you will get you. Is if your idea sucks, they throw it in the garbage. If it's great, they steal it, and there's no in between.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't care. It was different enough where I'm like, yeah, I guess you got away with that. Whatever. But I'm like, that's an interestingly close parallel.
You know what else is similar to that?
I stopped ever doing anything like that.
Huey Lewis and the News talked about that. They wrote the Ghostbusters theme, but they didn't write the Ghostbusters theme. They wrote a song, and then a movie studio asked them if they could look at some of their songs and consider them for a movie. Yeah. And they picked that song, and they were like, yeah, we decided we don't want to do this. and then so the studio just stole it anyways.
Yep.
And they had some other guy show up, and it's so disgusting. If you listen to the documentary, there's 2 different versions of the history of this song, and as a musician, I side with Huey Lewis and his version of the story because it's believable and it makes sense, and I've seen it happen. So here's the gist of it. There's 2 versions. You hear the one version from, and this is straight up on Netflix. They included this on Netflix. In like, it was like a 4-part series about like something in the 80s, and they broke down like 4 movies that almost never got made in the 80s.
Yeah.
Dirty Dancing was one. The first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was one.
I believe that.
Ghostbusters was one. And there was another movie in there. I can't remember what it was. But it was in that same, whoever made this show also made that like Toys from the 80s thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So it was 4 episodes, and I think it's still on Netflix because it's a Netflix original. You can go check this out. And there's a part in there where they're talking about Ghostbusters, and they talk to Dan Aykroyd about how the fact that Bill Murray almost didn't show up until literally the day of the shoot.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
They get in, and then they go to the musician on the song, and they tell him, and he's like, yeah, I remember sitting there one day when I just came up with the melody. You know, they sent me the track, and I was sitting there, and I just came up with the melody. And then if you know the Huey Lewis side of the story, it is so gross because that's a song of theirs on an album that was stolen from them, revamped with new lyrics, not a new melody or rhythm, and rebranded. And so my point where I'm going with this is they decided, okay, we know that they're just going to steal our ideas. So the next time this option comes around, we're just going to say yes, and we're going to write the fucking song, and we're going to make the money.
Yep.
And so when Back to the Future came around, they wrote The Power of Love.
Yeah.
That's the power of love. Such a fucking great song. So yeah, I mean, I feel you when you say that, but I've just heard so many bands, and there's so many people I know of that have made it that way. It's just like, I think the real lesson to be learned is be careful who you hand your shit out to.
That's true.
What's up, Andrew? Thanks for fucking jumping in late, bro. Oh, wait, no, that's not Andrew. That's fucking, that's Greg.
Hello, Greg.
I'm drunk. I was thinking Thrash Metal Studios.
The movies that made us, Bill says.
I think he's right. Right. So Bill, if you're still watching, Bill, it was Dirty Dancing, Ghostbusters. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was in there, and there was one more movie. It was a 4-part series. Correct me if I'm wrong. But dude, I'm still adamant. My favorite movie trilogy, stop at 3. So Star Wars doesn't count anymore.
No, there's 9.
Right? It doesn't count anymore. Straight up
9.
Trilogy for me. There's 2. It's Back to the Future.
Yes.
And it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Because I even like the 3rd version of both those movies.
I even like Back to the Future 3. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. I don't know.
I like it when they go to ancient Japan.
Rough.
I like it. I like it still to this day. But again, it's nostalgia, right? It's nostalgia. It's the member berries.
It is the member berries hard.
I remember.
Back to the Future 3 is a fascinating... You know what, too? I've never thought about this, but Back to the Future 3 is probably why we have Ninja Turtles 3. Let's go back to the old times with a time travel thing, because that trilogy ended pretty strong. The Old West Back to the Future is honestly, I was like, you know what? This works. This is a good idea.
It was a great ending to the whole thing where fucking Emmett Brown meets the love of his life, and they go on a time traveling mission through. And you don't
Jules Verne, like the steampunk train and stuff.
Thank you. And you don't need resolution on that character. And then Marty goes back to 1985.
Yeah.
And somehow, some way, you have resolution because you already know his future because you've seen that in Back to the Future too.
Yeah.
Like you know what happens to him. So it's like this beautiful, exactly. And it was fixed.
Yeah. He doesn't race with Flea.
Greatest trilogy of all time.
Yeah.
Greatest trilogy of all time.
No, that
Back to
one
the Future.
really doesn't have a low point. Like the Back to the Future trilogy, like for one, the first movie, that script they use in film writing classes to this day as a perfect script. Like the Back
Really?
the Back to the Future script is like, you can't write a better movie than
That's
this.
why it's my favorite movie
It's
of all
fucking
time.
way good. I watched it on Netflix like before. God, I had to go to the doctor. I was like depressed. I was like, I just watched that and I'm like, this is so good. And then 2,
It's like the thriller.
2
of
predicted
movies.
Trump, and then 3 was like this cool steampunk Wild West like proto when Tarantino decided
That's
to make
right.
Wild West movies.
Back to
and
the
shit.
Future 2 did predict Trump as
Oh, yeah.
president.
Dude, a lot of my friends were like, the minute all that happened, they changed to Casino Biff. They made their profile picture. I'm like, yeah, I know why you're doing that. Haha. Like it was.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like, oh, who did you think that was supposed to be? Like, oh yeah, I'll take those fake tits back. I own those. Those are mine. You want to leave, you fucking bitch? Yeah. Oh, was that somebody else? Like, no. Like
Holy
the Golden
fuck.
Casino. Everything's a fucking shithole.
But
It's like,
they weren't.
he
they
knows about business,
but-
and then everything's like a dump. Like,
But they
okay.
weren't predicting Trump.
Oh.
But they were predicting the meme of Trump. Because back then, Trump was actually like chill. He really was. If you watch
No, back
old,
then he was a giant dumpster fire. That's the thing that no one seems to remember. When like my grandma is just like, you're just listening to the liberal, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I had a TV set in 1991. I remember what people thought of this guy. He was just this New York con artist trying to get into reality shows because all of his fucking stuff was
Interesting.
just like a dumpster fire. They made fun of him all the time. The Domino's Pizza, like, I had to be in Home Alone 2 because I let him use one of my buildings because if I didn't get the check for that, I'd lose the building. And we're like, oh, yeah. Oh, he knows a lot about business. Yeah, all of that, like, it's fascinating. And he was a punchline on a Simpsons Back to the Future order 20 years before this happened.
Simpsons,
And then when it happened, I was
Simpsons
like,
straight up.
hey.
The Simpsons straight up predicted Trump
Well, they
a
were
couple
pretty
different
on the
times.
Well, yeah.
On the nose.
Well, it's like, oh, it's reality TV. But the thing that just gets me is that, like, there's people older than me. I'm like, you were around then, right? And we're like, oh, that was all an act. I'm like, being
The
a
only
crooked
thing-
real estate
the
guy?
only-
Like, that's not
the
an
only
act.
the
That's a thing you are.
The only thing the Simpsons missed on their prediction was the fact that a female didn't take over after Trump. Because Lisa Simpson took over after Trump in The Simpsons.
Well,
When they went into the future, do you remember this?
Give it 6
Do you
months.
remember this?
Yeah, I do. But
Do you remember this?
yeah,
Because okay, so again, let's tie this back
give
to
it
some
6 months.
conspiracy theory time. Ding, ding, ding. I think the DNC knows Joe Biden is mentally unfit to be president. I think they made a brilliant yet lucky and desperation campaign to get him elected. And the real idea is 6 months from now to a year from now, he will either be assassinated or mysteriously die,
He'll
or
just drop. It won't be a mysterious.
or
he's 100.
or they'll exercise whatever fucking amendment it is, whatever amendment, where they deem him mentally unfit. And because I'm telling you, they want Kamala as president. Like, they want it so bad.
That's fine. I don't even care. You know what I like about her was when
I don't like anything about her.
yeah,
She's a
okay,
devil
but
woman.
here's what I think is funny about her. Should
She's
I rephrase that to here's what I think is funny
She's
about
as
her?
bad as Hillary.
Right. It's this close as if Trump and Hillary would give me a break. Listen, like, I'm just saying, but she did an email, and all he did was reinstitute the Nazi party into America, potato, potato. I'm boring. No, listen, like, I just think that, like, Kamala makes me laugh because of one reason, and it's a sour grapesy ass reason
That's
that I
pretty good,
love. That I love. And it's that when they tried to talk shit about her, like there was like a Trump rally, and they're like, this woman put a bunch of black people in jail for no reason. Like, yeah! They're like, no, we're bitching. Well, all right, fine. I guess that's cool. But like, they can't. Fox News doesn't know what to do with this bitch. It's impossible. They're just like, well, she is she fucking, yeah, just that joke is enough, actually.
I wish they would have picked Tulsi Gabbard.
No. Oh, her and Yang would have been
No, even her and Biden, because she would have balanced Biden's fucking lunacy out.
I love Tulsi Gabbard. I love
Tulsi
Andrew
Gabbard
Yang.
I voted for Tulsi Gabbard in the primaries, and I was hoping.
I like her a lot.
I looked for her on the ballot because I was like, I'll throw a spite vote to her. But when she wasn't on the ballot, I ended up voting third party. I ended up voting a libertarian vote again. I ended up voting Jill Jorgensen because I wasn't voting for Biden or Harris. I wasn't voting for Trump.
Yeah.
There's no way because literally Trump is making everything worse by being there and being the leader. But Biden is directly responsible, along with Kamala Harris, for the institutions that got us here. And Biden's proud of that. Like the 94 crime bill, like the omnibus bill. Like these are stages in American history that 60 years from now will be looked at as civil injustices, and this is the guy we just elected the president.
I just have a hard time with all of this. You make a great point with that date you threw out there, 94. There's a lot of people like, well, in 94 he was against gay marriage. I'm like, yeah, and then later he convinced Obama he pushed him hard to make that okay. So it's like, well, in 94 Biden kind of did this crime bill that blah blah blah. It's like Trump ruined the country tomorrow. Like it's like this weird like
Trump's making everything worse, but electing the guy that got us here isn't better. That's all I'm getting at. I couldn't vote for either one of them.
I don't know that
it's
not better.
But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I am saying.
Respectfully disagree. But
here's what I am saying.
All right.
If he would have picked Tulsi Gabbard, I would have emphatically voted for Joe Biden, hoping he dies in 6 months to a year. Because Tulsi Gabbard, as the president of this country,
it'd be great.
Would have been a great thing. It would have been one of the best fucking leaders we've had since literally JFK. And I'm saying that as certain as I said the Vikings would finish 7-9, even when we were 1-5, even when we were 6-6. I never wavered from 7-9. Both of those situations seems, for anybody who's not a sports fan, both of those were insane. So I said 7-9 to start the season when the Vikings were 1-5, which everyone said, dude, you're insane. You don't know what you're talking about. I got eaten alive online. You're an idiot. Stop talking. They're lucky to win another game. I said, no, they're finishing 7-9. And then they made this amazing resurgence. And they were 6-6. There's 4 games left. And everyone's going, they might win out. They might finish 10-6. They might finish 8-8. They're going to make the playoffs. And I said, no. They're finishing 7-9. And those same group of people said, you don't know what you're talking about. Dude, this team just won 5 out of 6 games in a row. And I said, they're finishing 7-9. And they finished 7-9.
That's wonderful. I think we both
my
like
point
Tulsi
is,
Gabbard a lot.
My point is, and that's where I'm drawing with this.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Like,
She's
Tulsi
great.
Gabbard as the president, I'm that confident when I say that's the best thing for this country. That's how confident I am. Is like, to draw the analogy of what I know about fucking sports and how to predict that shit. That's what I'm trying to say is like, there's very few things I will fucking pound the table over. But if she would have been vice president, I would have voted for that with enthusiasm, even though I know Biden's a piece of shit. And if somehow Biden dies, then I know we're in great hands. But now if Biden dies and we're in her hands, Kamala, dude, I'm telling you, man, she's a politician.
Yeah, she's awful. But here's the thing.
She's the worst.
But no, she's not, because Trump is the worst by a margin that is, I don't think people are.
Trump seems like the worst, but he's really not the worst.
He's okay. It's too late in this for this, but I just
pure lifetime politicians.
That thing where it's like that with Trump and somebody, it's like saying that like well, Martin Luther King Jr. didn't have all the answers, so maybe we should just put Joseph Stalin in charge. Like, it's fucking.
Well, keep in mind though, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for somebody else.
But the problem is we all do that. We let him win because it's just like, well, okay, but the opposition isn't like that much better. It could be a fraction of a % better, and I would be like, okay, good, fine. Next time we'll do better. Like, this is a long game. I just can't abide the whole like it wasn't perfect. It's like, dude, conservatives vote for people They're like, dude.
But you do realize this is the exact same argument that the Republicans made when Trump beat Hillary, word for word.
What? That
He was 0.1% better.
Oh yeah, and they were lying because they're disgusting monsters.
But here's the thing: is this is subjective and argumentative. So my point is going back to the conspiracy theory prediction, which is that the DNC wants Kamala Harris. They never really wanted Biden.
Sure,
but they really didn't want Bernie. They really didn't want
Bernie, and I don't like them because of that. And
so they went.
I voted for Killer Mike.
But here's the thing: is like if you think about this strategically, Tulsi Gabbard kicked Kamala Harris out like a fucking like a fat fly that couldn't fly.
Annihilated her in those things
in the primaries.
Yeah.
So why is it that the first candidate to get kicked out comes full circle and becomes the candidate? I'll tell you why.
Okay.
It's because it's a business. It's because they're not interested in what the people want, because the people didn't really want Biden. They wanted either Klobuchar or anybody else, including Bernie. They wanted everyone else.
The people on the internet did.
But no. Here's
what so many weird old people are just like that are unreachable through all these like modern platforms. There's so many of them. They like guys like Joe Biden. I'm not saying
fine
you're wrong.
if you want to pick a vice candidate that was popular,
right, and
survived, then you pick Tulsi. But they didn't pick Tulsi.
Well, she wants to end all the for-profit wars and things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you pick somebody who's a crony, who's of the system, and you go back and you pick the first candidate who got picked out of the primaries in Kamala Harris, the least popular of the options. Because you went out of your way to decide you're going to pick a woman of color, which Tulsi is all of those things. But none of the other women were.
Is a hot gray streak.
And none of the other dudes were.
Yeah.
So that tells me the DNC is more incentivized to get the people they want than what the people want.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I also
That's
know that.
all I'm saying. The Republican Party was never able to do that, because if they were able to do that, Trump would have never, ever had a chance.
No, they're a zero-sum game, though. They're running it differently. And that's the thing.
They listen to the voters. That's the point.
No, they tell the voters what to think.
The voters be damned. No, the voters tell them what to think. Bottom line, dude. That's why Trump won. That's why Trump won, bro.
They tell them, yes.
Everyone hated Trump. Everyone in the Republican Party talked about how disgusting Donald Trump was until he won. And then every fucking one of them bowed to him like he was Hitler.
Well, exactly. I guess
he took over that party.
Ways to look at the same thing. Either that it's because he was so good at spoon feeding the people. It's not like the people made that decision in a vacuum on their own, though. It's a big MySpace pop band. It's like Broken Side didn't happen because everyone really wanted
Look at who we voted.
rap.
Think about it this way.
Someone was like, I'll bet they'll fall for this.
Who did we vote in?
I don't know.
Before Trump. Obama.
For the president? Obama, right, yeah. Is this a trick question?
A little bit.
Okay.
But what was Obama's campaign?
I am not George W. Bush.
I'm not a lifetime politician. I'm an outsider. And when they criticized,
I didn't really catch that from him.
When they criticized him, right?
He grew up poor.
When they criticized him, he was
just like Trump, right? Except for the $1 million loan.
He was a junior senator. Is the point? He had no experience at the federal level, and so everyone criticized him for it. And you know what he did? Smartest campaign move of all time. Same thing Trump did. They weaponized it. And they said that's the point, because you're sick of George Bush. You're sick of Bill Clinton. You don't want.
I don't think Obama
people.
Was running against Bill Clinton, though.
Yes, he was.
I voted
Dude,
for Obama
go back. Okay,
because
I challenge
he
you.
wasn't
I challenge you.
Evangelical Christian. Which, by the way, gun to my head. Hey, John, you're the new king of America, but someone gets on the trains and gets gassed. Guess who?
Challenge you.
Ragging evangelical Christians do. That would fix a lot of shit.
I challenge you right now.
Okay.
Not right now.
Sorry.
But literally,
I just said might throw a wrench in the political discourse.
I do
Okay.
challenge you now, but
all right.
You can't watch the shit now. But I do challenge you on this. Go back and search the 2008 primaries between Obama and Clinton, and I want you to see the shit that Obama said about Hillary on stage and about how he trashed Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and how he attached them together, and how about when he was on stage with Hillary Clinton, he'd go, and he turned to the crowd. He was so fucking brilliant at this. He's one of the best of all time.
Oh, I like him.
He turned around and he goes, Hillary, the problem with you, and he turns to the crowd, is he goes, when I'm debating with you, sometimes I can't tell, and he's not even looking at her, and he's looking at the crowd, he goes, sometimes I can't tell if I'm debating with you or if I'm debating with your husband, Bill. And the entire crowd started laughing at her. Like, no, dude, I'm telling you,
people in this country fucking hate women.
The things I'm saying,
that makes perfect sense.
The things I'm saying are not based in the idea that I am a Trump supporter.
I know
the things I'm saying are based in the idea of what gets you elected and what loses you an election.
No,
right?
I get that.
And how those things happen, and is what I'm perplexed by, okay, is the ability for the American people to elect an outsider for 3 consecutive elections.
Yeah.
Like, the point is Obama said, you know what, you're right, I actually remember him verbatim saying this. You're right, I don't have the experience, but that's the point.
Yes.
Because you're sick of that. You want change, and that's what his campaign slogan was.
Think you are.
Hope you can believe in. That's what his campaign slogan was, man.
Draper wrote that shit himself.
Exactly.
I got that.
So my point is the entire idea of being an outsider, he used to his advantage because we were done with the typical modern day political system.
But we always are.
And then the point is then the Republicans did the same thing with Trump, because the Republican voters felt the same way as the Democratic voters. And we still do. Like, there's not as much of a division between the two parties as we think.
No, if we sat down and talked, it actually wouldn't be all that different.
Exactly.
And that is a wonderful thing. But oh man, I just have this.
And all I'm drawing, my correlation is the fact that
Tolkien-esque view of good and worse evil that I can't let go of for certain things.
And I get that, and that's what I'm saying is, like, you're just on the other side of the fence this election, because whether they're right or wrong, it's like Game of Thrones style. Like, nobody thinks they're a bad guy in their own story. Everyone thinks they're the good guy.
But I'm not that into it.
And
like, marketing doesn't work on me.
But the Trump supporters who voted in Trump, and the Trump supporters who voted for him again this time, voted for him going, dude, I get it, but here's the thing. Hillary is so much worse. Biden is so much worse. That's all I ever heard from a Trump supporter.
Right.
Is it was him or it was them. Like, they don't, most of them, I'm telling you, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, no matter how many protests or rallies you see, when you sit down and you talk to them, it always comes down to this. It was him or it was one of them.
Right.
And that's the same fucking argument
I know.
you guys are making against him.
I don't know.
That's my point.
True.
That's my only actual point, is you're saying he's worse. I can bring up the worst shit against Biden.
Oh, yes.
I can bring up him saying the N-word on the Senate floor, and you guys will fucking rationalize it till the end of the fucking time.
I actually don't
Same
care
thing
about
with
that.
Hillary.
I understand policy and economics better than everyone that maybe you've never spoken
Hillary
to.
being anti-gay marriage until 2013.
Yep. Well, she's a politician.
Trump being pro-gay marriage in 2003. And people will say Trump's a bigot and Hillary's the salvation for the gay community.
This might be part of the disconnect we're having here, though. I don't care how racist Trump is.
And neither do I.
I don't
neither
care
do
how much
I.
of a bigot he is.
But my
I
point
actually
is,
understand
it's the
mechanism of government pretty well. And I'm like, dude.
All I'm doing is painting the mirrored picture of the lesser of two evils arguments.
Right.
All I'm trying to say is that you guys are making the same arguments as the other side. Like, that's your logic. Your logic is,
though, because I'm
Trump
not
is so much
actually
worse.
like doing that at all, just for the record.
Proverbial you.
Okay,
you know what I mean.
We are yet on the same side, so that is an interesting way to put it.
Like
on this podcast, that
it's the proverbial you I'm talking about. Like I'm watching two groups of people over 4 years make the identical word for word verbatim argument. And
Jared,
it's disgusting.
Man, that's the thing. We're both Killer Mike liberals, and you're talking about the my side. Like, none of us are actually like super connected to that.
That's true.
My whole thing, I am an economic voter. Like, And that's
Right.
the thing. I actually understand geopolitics and fucking.
And that's why I said the proverbial
I know
you.
exactly why September 11th happened. We could sit here for 19 hours and I can go all the way back to 1961.
Right.
There will be no stone left unturned. Pretty
Right.
good at it. I don't bore people with it the same way I don't like make videos about how cool I am at field stripping different rifles. I just don't bother with it. But the thing
Which
is,
you should, but
that might be fun. We should do that. Anyway, but the thing is that like, I'm not a like, I can't believe he said that about women. I'm like, okay, this Ponzi scheme con artist guy in the WWF is going to like, I see how he did this thing to these people. Like, I understand the DNC ripped Bernie off. I understand everything bad that they do. But there's also a lot of things that the president doesn't control. Like, Trump's like, oh, there's going to be less drone strikes during my thing. There's like 50 times more because he's not in charge of that. And neither was Obama and neither was George W. Bush. He wasn't in charge of fucking anything. He was a fucking alcoholic, evangelical, rich kid, male cheerleader.
right,
Fuck.
it's not like it
And it
is.
doesn't-
It's not
it
like it
wasn't
is
even
in
him.
the TV shows or the movies. The
Yeah,
president doesn't go into a room every time there's a drone strike
People
and
that
give the command. It's
people
not how
that-
it works.
People that you and me didn't vote for with our votes or our dollars, as a matter of fact. Like people who weren't like, oh, this guy has the best ice cream, we'll buy his until he's a billionaire, like Jeff Bezos. No. And then like these CIA people, and that's, you know what? Full circle back to the beginning. The one thing where Alex Jones is right, we're like, the deep state. That's a thing. He's right about
The
that.
military
He's
industrial
wrong
complex.
about like, and all they're trying to do is take upper middle class white people's babies. And I'm like, there's no money in that, you idiots. All the money is in blowing up the brown ones on the other side of the fucking planet. And we kind of talk about that with him, but he's mostly about, oh, they're going to suck the DNA out of your fucking taint. Like, okay, you're stupid, but look, you got to make
Right.
money. But the thing is like that shit is just not going to change whoever is president.
Yeah.
So the way I look at it is like, how does the populace get riled up? How do these economic platforms get fucking made? Like, how is all this stuff distributed? This is like, you know, the stimulus checks is our money. We're getting, well, not mine. I kind of am clever with my taxes. But look, the thing is that like it's, I got a lot of Mallory Archer in me. But the thing is it's not.
You got a lot of Donald Trump in you.
I do, and that's how I can see exactly what the fuck is going on, and I
Right.
don't like it because, see, I do have a lot of Donald Trump in me, but no one dumped $250 million into all my dumb ideas when I
Right.
was 21, so I don't get to be president. But that guy does, even though his ideas
Well,
are
and-
quite as good as mine. So
and
I
that's
think
the
that's
thing.
stupid.
And that's the difference between a you, me, or even a Jeff Bezos is like we weren't born into money.
Nope.
Like if we get anything in this
but
world,
they earned it, right?
if not Trump, but Bezos did. Like he came up with that idea.
Okay, he might
Like
have.
he built a business plan. I'm a fan
Musk
of Bezos. It's not a secret that I'm a fan of Bezos, but it's not that I'm a fan of Bezos because he got big. I became a fan of Bezos when I had zero interest in what Amazon was, and I seen this super old documentary, and I was like, that's fascinating. Like that guy, I like the way he thinks. And then 10 years later, Amazon became what it is. And I was like, oh, that makes a ton of sense. It's the same Michael Jordan mindset. Like there's a certain type of people that think a certain way and they achieve elite levels of greatness. And this is why I think we agree and why we don't like Donald Trump is because we both see that he's not a Michael Jordan or a Jeff Bezos. He's a con man.
Yep.
He's a great businessman using the darkest sides
doing
of,
that.
of that definition.
Hey, this isn't quite illegal yet type of like
It's
offshore
everything he does is
move.
and everything he does is unethical. So like just to break it down in case anybody's
Very much
confused,
so.
in a simple way, here's what he does. We start a company with him, and then we get a bunch of people to invest millions of dollars. And then is what happens is he gets us to vote him in as CEO and president, and then he appoints himself an obnoxiously large salary and then runs the company into the ground, and the rest of us all lose money, and including technically he loses money on his investment, but he's been making money the whole time on a salary.
Yeah, exactly.
And then all he's able to do is turn around, and when he invested his money, he didn't actually invest his money. His company invested money, which was a loan, which he's now able to call as a profit loss at the end of the year, which deducts the amount of taxes he has to pay from his actual profits. So it's 100% legal and above board.
Yes.
But the way he's doing it is highly unethical because he has zero incentive with this
And
model
it
to
literally
actually make good business.
benefits no one else, and we do live in a society with other people, and that appeals to all these fucking dipshits that are like, we're 350 million rugged individuals
someone's
going
gonna
on its
say-
own. I'm like, that's not really
So someone's
good.
going to say, well, Jared, you just said he's a good businessman. And then you just described how bad of a businessman he is. Well, no, he's a good businessman for himself.
Yeah.
He always makes money, but he is not a good businessman in the sake of the idea of somebody I would do business
Like,
with.
let's elevate this. Yeah. Well, see, and that's my problem, and that's the thing. I hate the fact that it's like, well, you just don't like him because he called that lady fat. I'm like, she's super fat. I don't fucking care, dipshit. I'm saying that, like, that's like, if you run like you could run like 80 paragraphs of jargon past someone. They're like, well, all I know is I don't like Hillary. It's like, okay, fuck. This is like talking to a 3-year-old. This is fucking stupid. And this has been my anger for the past however many years, because like I don't voice my dissent. This is the most I've bitched about this in a public forum in like years, because we're like, you're just butthurt because my truck's big and you fucking.
Well, and
It's just like talking to that guy from
But I also
Idiocracy, and it's
notice-
like, dude, I'm sorry that I'm way smarter than you, and I have lots of money even during pandemics and recessions. Not you. I'm talking to the
No, the
truck guy.
proverbial you.
But like,
We're both
dude,
talking to the
but me going
proverbial
like,
you.
yo, like, you want a big business guy that's good at it if he was like, say, really great at making a nonprofit work for a bunch of people, not a guy who's super good at making himself rich. How do you think that's 1 out of 350 million people? How do you think that's going to help you? Well, I don't want a handout. I'm like, this is pointless. This
And
is so
that's-
dumb. This goes nowhere.
And
I'm
that
like,
is why I don't include Trump in the Michael Jordan or Jeff Bezos.
oh
argument.
yeah,
Because here's the thing: is say what you will against Jeff Bezos, but he pays $15 minimum wage, which is what we're asking for nationally. He's
Yes.
already doing it. Now, I get it. If you're in LA or New York, $15 an hour is literally an insult to your humanity.
No, it's
I
you
understand
might
that.
as well be an unpaid
However,
intern.
However, AOC herself chased Amazon out of New York altogether. So they're not there. So boom, argument dismantled.
Yeah, that's
they're
exciting.
they're not in New York. Now here's the point.
Yeah.
Guess where they are? Everywhere else. And guess where everywhere else $15 is? A decent minimum wage. Like when you're in Alabama or St. Louis and you're making $15 an hour, it's not the worst fucking income on the planet. And he does provide health insurance. Now, he definitely overworks his employees in the warehouse,
Yeah.
but here's the result of this end game. There are no employees in the warehouse, and it's 100% automated by bots. That's the end game. So
That's where Yang comes in.
we can fight that battle. We can do all that shit, and that's cool, and that's great, right? But this dude is literally already doing everything he can, and like Michael Jordan, including his employees,
Yeah.
that's why I started at $15 an hour with the minimum wage thing, because he's already doing that.
Yes.
So from the ground, all the way through his investors, like Michael Jordan, other people are succeeding with him, which means he builds a reputation for somebody you want to do business with,
Yes.
which makes more people want to be on the team, which makes the team more. That's the Michael Jordan effect, where you get great people who are willing to say, you know what? Instead of me trying to be Jeff Bezos, I'd rather be on Jeff Bezos's team.
There's a team to be on, and I will always.
And there's
I will give him that
teams
for
that are
sure.
takers, which are the Trump teams, right? Because here's the point: is I don't want to be on Trump's team, because Trump's team is based on taking and fucking over other people.
Well, and you
and
might
eventually,
get a knife in your back at
that's
any
what I'm saying.
second, and that's not
That's
relaxing.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
those at that
Yeah,
my
yeah,
point
yeah.
is on that team, all I'm doing the entire time is counting the days until my number is the one on the chopping block, until my name in my head is the one there
They'll
ready to roll downhill.
Pushing.
So fuck that.
yeah,
I want to be on the Michael Jordan team. I want to be on the Jeff Bezos team, where if I get cut, it's because I can't hack it. It's because I'm not making the team successful enough. There's a totally different type of rich people in this world. And that's what I'm getting at here. You've got the Trumps of the world, the Soros, the Cook brothers, the sleazy dirtbags who are in there funneling and fucking influencing politics, and you got Big Pharma, where there's not even a person to attach to Big Pharma. It's an industry.
There's not a person to attach to a lot of these
It's
things.
disgusting. And then you have random people
Just
who are
baby.
just fucking awesome. And all of us benefit from Amazon. So we want to go after Amazon and say, you're paying your people too less. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But if we demand that all Amazon employees start getting paid $30 an hour, I'm like, wait a minute. I was risking life and limb running a press break for less than 25. So if I'm literally risking my life and limbs for 25, then I should get 50 or 60. Well, the point is,
maybe you should.
But the point is
I
we
hate
can
that argument a lot.
But we can play. But there's,
I know what you're saying, but
now
like,
we
I had to
play
pay for my college. Why is it free now? It's like, so we're not a nation of morons. Sorry, it started right now.
No, because here's the thing: is you say you deserve more than 15 to sit in a warehouse and grab a package, make sure it's right, and put it in a bin. Because you have a high number count to make. Okay, I have a high number count to make. I have a high number count to make, but the difference is I have to take a piece of metal and put it in a machine, and if I'm fucking not paying attention and on my goddamn game, I will lose fingers. And if I'm running big sheets where I put my entire arm in there, okay? Or we go down with too many tons of pressure and a tool snaps, or we snap a piece of metal, like dudes have lost legs, they've died from getting hit in the head.
Yes.
Like, if that job is only getting paid $22, $25, $28 an hour, and you're saying that you're being worked to death in a warehouse where you're picking up packages because you have to do X amount per hour, I understand, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But then these other people who are definitely working physically harder, more risk, and these people can't drink at the end of the night. These people can't do drugs. These people can't go out and party because if they're too exhausted, they can't do their job and they'll die the next day.
Definitely be getting paid way more.
You'd think that, but that drives up the cost of everything.
Yeah,
and then nothing is affordable.
I guess.
Like
if it's not affordable though, then it doesn't exist. Like that's the thing where it's just like then too expensive. It's like, well then
it still exists.
Then this
only
doesn't
the
happen
rich
anymore.
It still exists.
Only the rich can buy.
Only the rich can
not that
afford
many
it
rich
now.
People.
So my point is,
well, everyone's getting paid more. They might actually be able to swing
by
it.
claiming we can simply raise the wage of everyone will only increase the cost of everything, which will only make more poor people and the serviceable products that are out there only the rich will be able to afford.
Well,
is what we need
for
to
a minute,
attack.
And then the bottom falls out of everything in society, turns into a cannibalistic nightmare because
the problem is inflation. We talked about this earlier, and that's the issue, is the cost of living and the cost of wage increase has not followed the rate of inflation. So it doesn't matter how much you make.
Also, wages have not followed productivity at all. Like productivity has gone up like exponentially, and wages.
That's because of machines, though.
Yeah,
people aren't more productive. People are actually less productive.
There's more money to be made.
All the data shows you're less productive now than you were 20 years ago because of simply social media, because your access to get on Facebook and YouTube and distract yourself during the day. Like the human productivity is dramatically down. Corporate productivity is up because of automation.
Well, so what? That's like we live on this tiny planet together, and it's like, well, see, we're making more money because of machines, so you all need to I'm like, well, great. That's where we are as humans then. There's plenty of resources to go around. Again, it's just a Morton Joe with all the water. It's like, yeah, well, more water comes from these things.
You keep saying this Martin Joe thing. This is the one thing I've never heard of.
Thing, man.
What is Martin Joe?
Morton Joe from Mad Max Fury Road. Morton Joe.
Morton Joe?
Yeah, it's weird. It sounds like immortal, but it's immortal, so it's
okay,
weird.
Explain this, because this is the one thing you've said over and over again, and I thought I just misheard it, and I just ignored it earlier. You were making another point. Explain, what is this
Morton Joe? It runs
Joe?
parallel to something. I don't want to get too far off of right where we were.
But this ties the whole thing together.
It definitely will. I don't believe in an afterlife, so it's just like, when you pay me a certain amount of money to just be like, I'm like, I think there's this low wage thing is just kind of like, okay, yeah, your job with the machines are more dangerous, and it's like, but yet again, it's like, how much is just like, well, it's one more sunset I'll never get back. Like, that's one more day without my kids. Like, what is that worth to you? Like $15 an hour, $1,000? It's insane. And all the money, like, there's so much stuff and so many everybody could be just fat and happy on this planet, no problem. But because people like waitresses and people like prostitutes, like, you need desperate people that you can fuck in the ass, or what fun is it to get this ROI? It's like, your grandkids will have food forever if you have like $9 million. $100 billion, that's just so that you get a yacht and you have people in bow ties that kiss your fucking ass everywhere, because if they made a livable wage, they would be like following their dreams. It's all about just a way of perpetuating a monarchy. And here's the thing, Immortan Joe, the guy from Mad Max Fury Road, the gas mask, he's like the white Darth Vader kind of, like, he's this weird dude. Great movie. Have you never seen that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
I didn't
so
know
he's
that
like,
was his
he
name.
has all the water and everything. And if you remove dollars, you're like, all right, there's 100 people on Earth, and there's enough water for everyone to drink a gallon of water a day. And someone's like, yeah, but I have like 50 gallons of water, and some of you aren't going to get any because I live closer to where the water comes from, and I gave the people around me a little extra water to help me build a wall and sharpen sticks to keep you away from it. And like, okay, cool. It's like, well, I'll give you a little bit of water, but if you have too many kids, there won't be like like, if you just change money to like livable resources to be like okay, immediately everything's like, well, that guy, it's not his fault he was born right next to where the water comes from, and he wants his grandchildren to have water. And it's like, he doesn't know you, okay? You're one of those 90 other people from like 80 miles over there. So like, I'm sorry, there's no water there or whatever, man. But like, the water's here. It's like, well, there's enough for everybody. It's like, yeah, but I built a wall, and the people that built it, I had to pay them in extra water to build the wall to keep you out. So I can't just give it to you. So here's the difference. Like, there's enough water for fucking everybody. It's like, so yeah, here's the difference. Yeah, but it's not. It's like, see, I figured it out, so you can just die. Okay. So let me explain the difference. All right. I'm being an asshole. No, but like,
you're on it. No, you're on the point, and you're nailing it. I'm just going to throw this thing out there because you're running on this brilliant idea, and I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to break that idea down.
All right.
So there's this guy who controls that town, and I'm just going to keep it in the analogy of what we've been saying. So let's say this is the river, right? Mm-hmm. This is the river, okay, and the town's here, and everybody's got to come through the town to access the river to get to the water.
Yeah.
Okay. The Trumps of that world charge you a fee to get into the city to get to the river. The Bezos, the Michael Jordans of the world, leave the doors open and create businesses along the way that make you want to stop and spend your money.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to the river every day to get water,
right?
Which is free.
Yep.
And you see what I'm saying? It's a mindset is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And so those guys, the Immortan Joes, the Trumps, the Hitlers, the Stalins, like, these people will always exist, whether there's enough or there's not enough. Like, that's just a thing. That's just because certain people want power.
Yes.
Certain people decide the way to manifest that desire is through literally controlling people.
Well, again,
this is why
you could have enough water, or you could limit the water, and now you can fuck super hot chicks in the ass because they don't have water. Like, so which are you going to do if you were born on the water?
Or you could just start a cult. I mean, come on.
And messy, let me tell you.
Everything ends messy.
I know it does.
But you get what I'm saying.
I do get what you're saying.
Like you don't need resources. You don't need resources to do any of these exploits. Like, Jim Jones is the greatest example. Like, he convinced people to sell everything they had, abandon everything, and move out to the middle of fucking nowhere and try to kill themselves.
Well, that's religion, baby. That's
while he's fucking everyone.
Oh yeah.
Like
I get that. No, I'm
you
not
see what
saying
I'm getting at here,
I know
though?
there's
So,
more than one way to do this, but I'm saying the reality of what it is like, no one would be a cocktail waitress that you could talk into sucking their dick if everybody had enough money to be okay.
Some people like being a cocktail waitress, dude. Some people, I know women who had...
Maybe this comes from me because I've had to work retail where I can't believe we're friends because I can't believe I'm not serving a life sentence. But I just can't.
Right.
I'm so... Like, hopefully no one's watching this anymore. Dude, I'm so fucking smart.
People are
that
definitely
like
watching
it's
this.
fucking disgusting that I've ever had to do something like that just to eat. And the scars it
Retail?
left on me
Retail?
equaled screaming monkey boner probably. Like just like that. But just the fucking like this is stupid. Like why the fuck is this person in charge when I know better than they do? And it's like because they were born near the water. And I see a world where it's like, I understand that everybody abuses things, but the thing they'll always fight towards is an egalitarian world where we're going to put structures in place so that, like, this can happen, but we're going to try to keep it from happening. We're going to be like, there's enough water for everybody. Nobody gets to hog all the water so they can victimize people and turn them into slaves. Like, and nobody can go, oh, you can be my slave, but then you'll go to heaven. Wink. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, this is a joke. Like, you get your reward after you're dead while serving someone that gets their reward the whole time they're alive on their pile of gold and hookers. Like, it's so obvious what a con it is. And anyone that's like, well, but it's how it's supposed to. Fuck you, it is. It's just that when you say that, it's the what's the thing when you fall in love with your kidnappers? The
Stockholm Syndrome?
Stockholm Syndrome. I'm not saying pure, like, on a certain level with regulations, capitalism's fine, but the one in this country is turning into Stockholm Syndrome. And other countries, too. There's a lot of Asian countries where people are proud to work themselves to death, and that is indoctrination into a Jim Jones-ass fucking cult on a corporate level and a government level.
And there's a difference between that, and I'm not endorsing our current version of basically what I would call unregulated crony capitalism, where what I mean by that is I'm not talking about government regulations and how you do your business. Like, in that respect, I think many businesses are over-regulated and it's impeding on commerce and business and job creation. Is what I'm talking about is a business's ability as a corporation or an industry to lobby and literally buy politicians and influence politics.
Yeah, they can enter cheat codes in the middle of the game.
It's socialism in reverse.
Yep.
So instead of the government owning the means to production, you have the means of production owning the government.
Yep.
So and then by proxy, the government owning the means of production. That's what I mean. When I've said that in the past,
they're in bed
like,
with the means of production.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by that when I say, for people that are confused, because I've said this on social media, like when I say it's like capitalistic socialism or socialistic capitalism, that's what I mean by that is you have companies and corporations that have become the government through politicians.
Oh, it's Whale and Yutani.
Yeah,
it's the alien company where it's indistinguishable. It's like why did the company have a garrison of Marines and a battleship to send to this other planet? And it's like,
dude.
I've been saying this since I was a fan, and then I got to pee after I make this point real quick because I'm getting angry.
Right, and that's fine. We got to wrap this up too.
It's good. But my thing has always been like capitalism on a long enough timeline just becomes communism again. Where it's like
exactly,
it's like, all right, so like the government and all these companies are just one thing. And then, like, is that any different than the thing everyone's so afraid of? Where they're like, well, they're gonna decide how this works, and da-da-da. It's like, well, yeah, let's just use Amazon for fun. It's just like, well, Jeff Bezos got murdered by Trump, and then he took over Amazon, and now he's the president, and Amazon and America kind of owns all of the countries in the world. And it's like, okay, so it's like, is this different than like the worst parts of China? Like, no. But it was the result of like 300 years of just unregulated maniac fucking capitalism and like celebrity worship and a whole bunch of other fucking bullshit mixed in. But you get aliens, you get the company, you get Whale and Yutani. They're like, I don't know, we own the off-world, like the moon belongs to us now. And I'm like, oh, that's what you were afraid of with communism? Is like, well, they're gonna take control of the world. It's like, really? They're going to take control of the world?
Do you feel
no one else is going to do this?
Is there any part of you that feels like, as a species, we've already done all this?
Oh, like this happened and we came from somewhere else, or what?
So in any way you want to interpret that is fine, but like, if I had to say a specific example and keep it as dumb and as simple as possible, is like literally
200,000 years ago, we were in this exact same point. We had technologies. We were doing this thing. We had all these governments. We had all these religions.
I'm real big on the Graham Hancock lost civilization
and
thing.
Everything just collapsed one way or another. Pandemic, disease, comet, meteor, volcano, alien invasion, whatever you want, name it. Doesn't matter.
Oh my God, I love this stuff so much, but I'm gonna piss my pants. I'm gonna be right back.
Go. So I'll just keep
really
talking for the
on
listeners,
all of
and
that.
I know you can keep hearing me, so I'll keep going. So that's my question: is like, I feel, and then like my actual interpretation, John, is more along the lines of like a time loop. So like a time loop. So like. So yeah, exactly. So yeah, right. And we talked about this before, kind of, right? So it's like it kind of bridges in the idea of like individual reincarnation, right? So like until you figure it out and reach enlightenment, you keep going up and down in this fucking cycle of lives, and you keep being reborn, blah 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 blah. Well, I'm not saying I believe in that. I'm not saying this is that exact idea, but I'm saying kind of like, as a society, if you take that idea and you apply it societal wise on a time, and you look at it as a loop, like whether it's an actual linear timeline and we keep doing this every 100,000 years, or if it's more of a metaphorical spiritual time loop, and like we're lost as a species in our spiritual or etherical evolution, whatever you want to look at it as.
I mean,
like I don't know, man. Do you ever feel like that? Because I feel that's exactly how I feel. I feel like we've been here before, and I just can't figure out if I'm seeing small loops, like from medieval times to like pre-industrial to industrial revolution to World War I, World War II, Vietnam.
well, there is that
to modern
That's
day
a
to digital
real thing.
or if I'm experiencing in my heart and soul, if I'm experiencing a societal loop over like our entire experience. Like, how connected are we? How connected is it? Because I'm talking on some mushroom level shit where everyone who takes mushrooms goes like, oh my God, it's all connected.
It is.
That's kind of what we're talking about, but I'm like getting real about this. Like, do you
I
ever
know.
feel like that? Because
Yes.
I do on a regular basis, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm experiencing the small loops between generations, or if I'm experiencing one giant loop between our entire species' evolution.
Well, for one reason or another, and I could.
That's a lot of questions and a lot of deep shit.
You're singing a song I know though, so Mr. Cantor. But
you called me Cantor.
Well, it's a song. You're a singer. I'm sorry, but it is singer also is your name. But I just remember that. But the point is that
that's funny. No one remembers that anymore.
I do.
There's only a couple people.
I am cursed with I don't forget.
No
stuff.
one knew me as Jared Cantor either. That's the other thing.
I feel like I did though, because I remember you talking about the singer thing, and remember our first thing, and you were like, "Yeah, I did this," and I'm like, "Right," because Cantor means singer, right? And you're like, "Wait, I'm like, no, I remember you as that guy. I don't know why.
Holy shit, that's wild.
I just do,
dude.
but
do you know how much hazing I got for that? Why the fuck would you change your name? And I'm like, hold on, slow your fucking
name is
roll.
Fun.
I didn't change my name. I translated my name just like your fucking immigrant ancestors did when they came to this fucking country. I took my Yiddish ass Jewish fucking last name and I converted it to American English from Cantor,
but
the
maybe
exact
I didn't know that.
spelling, to singer.
Maybe that's in the mushroom molecules of our DNA.
No, because this does remind me of a conversation.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
No, I think this is real.
But here's what I want to say. Well, it's all real because what you're saying. All right, there's I guess I can lump it into two big things with my belief system. Now, it's not a belief system where if someone disagrees, I behead them, so I don't like to call it a belief system, but here's what I kind of feel, and my gut feelings are usually pretty right. And one is that the idea that we are the end result of fungi, like that, because there's 2 billion year old cap and mushrooms in the fossil record, like that, and also they can survive in space, all this other stuff. And there's a weirdness to how good those are for us to eat as like just for our cellular growth and our gut biomes and whatever. But also there's certain ones that you can eat and then reconnect with all that old alien technology in the universe. And we're related to all these things. Mushrooms are closer related to humans than they are plants or even other animals. Like it's a crazy thing. I'm a big mushroom guy. I'm like, you could
Hold on, you went through that really fast. I'm gonna just
There's
something you said in there. People need to the rest of it. Rewind. But this one thing, human beings are more closely related to fungus, mold, than we are plants.
Yep. Or the plants are to the fungus.
Correct.
Like they're
correct.
A very good candidate for, hey, if you go back past monkey, past fish, past everything, we end up at mushroom.
Correct.
Like,
and just to elaborate on what you just said, in case anyone missed it, not to elaborate, but to repeat it. Fungus is more closely related to us than they are to plants.
Yes.
This is massively profound. And if you're interested in why it's profound, keep listening and or go start looking into this shit. But I just wanted to add the context to what you're getting into. So your theory is like when we're eating this,
I stole it from like Paul.
Fair, but let me catch up.
Damn it!
Let me catch up.
Yeah.
But let me just catch up to it so I understand where you're at, and then hopefully the listeners do a little bit too through me.
Okay.
Is that the idea? Is when we're ingesting these fungi, we're somehow experiencing them and their ability to communicate with everything else, because we know like fungus communicates with soil and trees and vice versa. They exchange information and nutrients and data. Like they actually have a language. We're just now starting to understand this.
It's wild.
They put because I know the Paul Stamets shit too, and so we don't put another hour on this.
Right.
Just to summarize this, Paul Stamets worked for Obama and the White House and a bunch of other people. He's this shit. He's a doctor and he's a fungi guy.
Yeah, mycelial
fungus guy,
expert.
And he did an experiment with a bunch of people where they put food that fungi likes in certain diodes of the city of Tokyo, and had like problems in its paths, and the fungi realigned in a more efficient manner where these diodes and hubs were. And basically the point is when they looked at the fungi, it was a significantly more efficient version of their subway system than what they had designed. So they redesigned the Tokyo subway system based on what this fungus did, and it's the most efficient subway system on the planet. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
So the idea
kind of thing.
The idea is that when we're eating fungi, we're somehow tapping into what?
See, that's the thing. The clue, like if you were a society, like obviously Japan understands this better than we do. We wouldn't reorganize a subway based off of a fungus efficiency pattern to make the most efficient subway in the world. We would just be like, well, which mafia guys are going to sell us concrete the fucking sheet? Like it would just be a bunch of bullshit. But like they, will do that kind of thing.
They also have, dude, the triad in the fucking...
I know.
They have plenty of crime and mobsters. They have plenty of corruption over there.
I'm just saying, like the lowest bidder is kind of our fucking WrestleMania dumbass thing here,
right? Though.
But there's crime everywhere, and the Yakuza is amazing.
But they somehow get past it over there.
Yeah, but the thing is that like, if you were a society that did not have amnesia, a race that did not have amnesia, like an entire planetary biome that was like, look, we understand how this thing always eventually leads to us, and you were going to encode something that could survive outer space. It wouldn't be like microchips and shit like that. You would send these mushroom things, and it'd be like, well, eventually these land here, and like 80 billion years later, they turn into a thing like us again. But then if you consume them, you'll start getting messages because your brain chemistry will get...
So I have a buddy who feels like every time he does mushrooms...
Also, time isn't real. But yes, go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. But hold on. I'm not interrupting you.
Okay.
I'm tying it all together.
Okay.
I have a buddy who every time he does mushrooms feels like he's a traveler. Like, and he can never describe this properly. He's not sure if he's feeling like he's a traveler through space or time. So it goes back into the idea of the loops. So like space is like this, right? And time is like this. And right now, in your experience, you're at the crossroads. At every moment, wherever you're at in space and time, you're at a relative, like, think of it like a graph, right?
Yep.
And is what he's saying is when he's on mushrooms, he can't tell if the traveler experience is going on this level or if it's on this level.
Ooh, I wonder if Bill is still listening to this at all. But Bill, okay, so that Halloween thing, right? It was after Halloween. I took a mind-shredding amount of mushrooms, and Alexis did. And so did our friend Bill. Bill does drugs with us in the holidays. We did 3 points of pure MDMA. 2 is what people having a life-changing experience normally do at a rave. 2.5 is probably where John would feel comfortable, and we did 3. So, but we did mushrooms on Halloween. The MDMA was on Christmas. I won't muddle this up. But Bill was seeing every time he was on a different, like a huge dose, but a different set of mushrooms. He was seeing like all of his memories and also alternate outcomes of things like all at once. Like he was like having that big X and Y access isn't a thing anymore thing that your friend is talking about. Like exactly. I wasn't quite. I was having a different, more like witchy thing where I was like sitting in that fireplace room and watching like a desert, like Lovecraft cities rising up out of the carpet and like changing shapes in front of me. And like, we were tripping pretty fucking hard. It's like, I'm seeing. But Bill was like, I'm seeing through all time, and you guys are only with me in this room sometimes. Sometimes it's later when you're like not here, and I wish you could come with me. And he looked like a horse spooked by a thunderstorm.
Right.
Like he was like, so. But I was like, I've experienced kind of what he was experiencing. Like, I've done a lot of mushrooms,
Right?
And like, but he was seeing that thing where it's like, dude, time. And like all of this stuff and like when you feel like, hey, we've been here before. If you were going to go, the world is dying like Krypton.
Well, hold on. That's what I want to jump back into.
Space, because it wherever that lands, eventually that'll be us again. And then the us will find the fragments of these mushrooms and take them, and we'll start kind of like, I remember.
That's what I'm saying.
Old
okay,
times.
so
this has happened before. All right.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, what if that's what my buddy is trying to describe? Is that by taking these mushrooms, it's almost like the genetic memory theory. So, like, here's the thing that a lot of kids, a lot of people won't know is that if you watch, there's studies out there that show if you take a baby and you show them images of frightening animals. Certain kids will have their fear receptors lit up by certain animals.
Yep.
However, it's completely random, except for one, which is snakes. Every single infant they've ever done this experiment with, their fear receptors light up with snakes. So certain people like Jordan Peterson and me immediately go, well, the serpent. Like, this is we know this as a human species to be afraid of the serpent because of the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Well,
also, I might
throw that out the door.
Keep going.
Throw that out the door.
Right.
Throw all of the religious shit out the door. It doesn't matter why. The whole point of the study is the theory of genetic memory.
Right.
So is what they did start to notice is that if kids' fear receptors showed up with a spider image, they were able to trace back in that child's history, one of their ancestors in recent history either got really badly hurt or died from a spider bite.
And now I'm more on board with the it's
genetic memory.
Things. Yeah. But
I'm not saying this is true. This is just something people are starting to explore. So again, to bring it back to what you were saying earlier, so we're not digressing. I'm bringing it back to what you were saying. Is like this idea that when you take these mushrooms, since mushrooms potentially were landed here on a meteor, because mushrooms are traveling across the universe, potentially as seeds or spores from another planet.
Yep.
Potentially, when you eat these things, you're able to somehow transcend both space and time and see us in every version of ourselves.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the snake and spider thing. I just, my addendum to the snake and spider thing in particular, and again, not to throw us off the greater galactic mushroom thing.
Shit, dude, we've been going over 4 hours. This podcast is just getting good.
I know, right? And the thing is that like I've noticed that it's either snakes or spiders. Now, I have pet snakes. Snakes have never scared me. I love them. They're like puppies to me. And Alexis too. Our genetic lineage clearly comes from somewhere where
They both freak me out a little bit, but I'll murder either one. Like once I see them, they startle me. They startle me, but like I'm a predator mindset. So like I see something that threatens me. There's two types of people in this world. Period.
Yeah.
When something scares you, it's fight or flight.
Yeah.
So when something scares me,
I'm hardcore fight.
Like,
it's a big problem.
Like my initial step. This is how it is. My initial step is a step back towards flight, and then I quickly regather my wits, and it's always attack.
Yep.
I'm not a runner. It's just not it's not a thing. Like I jump back and I reassess. This all happens like this.
Oh yeah.
A fucking snap.
But
and I reassess and then I lash out because I want to eliminate the threat because as fast as I am.
No.
Something
I learned a
in my
lot
DNA.
about,
Something in my DNA is to bring it back to the
very
DNA genetic memory.
Thing in your DNA.
Like
because,
I'm fast as fuck. I can outrun and I'm agile. I got legs, so I can fucking jump huge fences. Like I'm telling you, I can outrun pretty much anything I need to, including fast dogs. Okay?
Yes.
Now here's my point.
Okay.
Something in my genetic memory is telling me I can't outrun my problem. Whatever it is, whatever's scaring me, like this isn't how you're going to survive. You can't survive unless you attack. This is an instinct in my DNA.
Yeah, the fight or flight thing, that actually is an interesting angle as to like why we land on fight or flight, and just like boringly for the record, I am like fight to the point where like if I get anxiety where I'm nervous, I immediately this helped me a lot with my anger problems. I used to be an angry guy. I can get there, but I'm a pretty easygoing dude these days. But 100% like a fight with a significant other, immediately if it makes me anxious, it's time to fight. It is time to attack everything and punch holes in walls and flip the fuck out. And I don't like that, but now that I know that some of my fight responses from fear, I've learned to be like, okay, everything's good, we're fine, blah, blah, blah. It actually helped a lot to learn all that stuff. It is interesting to know that there is like evolutionary differences between fight and flight, like, where you may have learned, or your ancestors, I should say, learned and passed down certain things. But my thing with the spiders and snakes is the discrepancy is insane. Like, snakes weren't a thing I had to learn to get okay with. They don't bother me at all. I love them. And spiders, I find spiders fascinating and cool, and I would love to have a pet tarantula, but every time I see one, I could have a beloved pet tarantula, and I could walk up to its tank and look at it on purpose, and the minute I see it, I'd be like, bah! Like, it's just so deep. It's so deep. Spiders and wherever I came from
now those
were a problem. And
exactly,
I think it says a lot about where you come from.
And that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. So if they tested certain people, certain infants in certain parts, and we're talking infants.
Oh, yeah, they wouldn't know any
So,
better.
like, they tested infants in India, and their fear receptors not only went off with serpents, but also went off with tigers.
Oh, I bet.
And it was like, and here's the thing: is it's like they're so young, it's not possible they've seen a tiger. Like we know for a fact.
I'll do you one better.
They haven't even seen, because it's a controlled experiment. We know they haven't seen a tiger on TV. They're so young. They can barely see and haven't even been exposed to a Disney movie yet, let alone in the wild to see a real tiger.
Would have
so
like
Raja,
they know. Who's a very friendly tiger.
Right.
No. I'll
you see what I'm saying there, though?
I do, and I think that you may have probably read about this also recently, which I find super interesting, is they think they now understand where the uncanny valley comes from. And this is one of the other things I'm making a YouTube video about.
Aliens? Is it aliens?
It actually, well, in a really convoluted way, it could be. I would love for it to be, but here's what they fucking for sure think it is. You know how there was like a bunch of other hominids that aren't Homo sapiens, right? Neanderthals, there's one of there's Gigantopithecus, there's all these things, and they're very similar to us, but they just weren't quite the same.
Ah.
And we fucking all those big animals, all of the like giant eagles that could carry away toddlers, or the grizzly bears in California. You know why those don't exist? We sharpened up sticks and we fucking killed them. We invented language so we could be like, all right, you go over there, you go over here. When this thing comes, they're fucking like the Ewoks knocking down an AT-AT. Like we did that because we invented language, and suddenly all those big predators were gone.
We eliminated threats.
And a bunch of those things were Neanderthals. They used to think that we fucked the Neanderthals out of existence. We kind of did, but all of those the short guys, the Gigantopithecus, all the things that were similar to us, we just killed them.
Well, you do. Hold on. You do realize white people
have a lot of Neanderthal in them.
More. Let me put it this way: the closest thing to 100% Homo sapien in this world, are black people.
I believe that because
swear to God.
No. Yeah, well, like Italian
Swear to
people
God.
apparently have like way more Neanderthal in them and all this other shit.
Everyone
like, it's super interesting.
Everyone on the planet has some Neanderthal DNA.
Right. We do, but
like literally, if I remember correctly, it's every single human. And I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, every single human has a minimum of 2% Neanderthal DNA, and you can't dilute it because there's no other species to breed with.
No, but that's the thing. There was like 9 hominids.
However, if you have, I swear to God, if you have blue eyes and fair skin,
yes,
you are a closer descendant of a Neanderthal.
And that could be
this is true.
This is true. No. Yeah, I know that. Okay, I didn't mean to like steer us off the road with that one. I just mean though that like the uncanny valley, maybe Neanderthals were close enough to be sexy. I don't know. But the uncanny valley, what they're really thinking is things that looked a little like us but weren't.
Well,
terrify us because when you show those alien pictures to little kids.
I think is where it really is like when we were breeding with them, it was the idea of like looking at someone and going, are you human or Neanderthal? Because we've been breeding with each other and we can't tell.
Well, now our differences are,
and we were
vanished.
Exactly. So now we were, like there was that's where that DNA, that's where the uncanny valley came thing. It wasn't just that there were other species that looked like us, because the Gigantopithecus was
that's a little far off.
Was huge. Right?
Yeah. That's Bigfoot. And that's where that came from.
And Australopithecus was tiny, but they were humanesque, right?
Yeah.
But Neanderthals, they were much shorter and thicker than us, so they didn't really look. I think is what they're trying to explain there, and this is just my understanding.
Yeah.
Is that they're talking about because we were able to breed with them. So I was just
make viable offspring.
I was just talking about this with my roommate Kevin because he's in school for all this shit, and we were talking about evolution and how genes work and shit. So like, you can get a tiger and a lion to breed together, like you can get a horse and a donkey.
It doesn't make a
horse and a mule
offspring that
correct. The offspring is sterile.
Yeah.
So that was what was unique about humans and Neanderthals is we were able to breed, and our offspring wasn't sterile.
Yeah.
So I think when you take a human being who is taller and leaner and a shorter and stockier, or I'm sorry, Homo sapien and a shorter and stockier Neanderthal, and years and years later, where those two species started getting closer together and look, but the war, the Romeo and Juliet style war, wasn't any less. In fact, it was probably worse.
Oh yeah.
But it was getting harder and harder to physically tell the difference, and that's what I'm saying. Because like Homo sapiens were originally taller and leaner.
Yes.
And Neanderthals were shorter and stockier.
Yes.
And originally Homo sapiens were also darker in skin and Neanderthals. But as we started breeding, that started getting harder and harder to tell and blur the line.
Yeah.
That's where I think the uncanny valley thing came in, according to that theory. And I think they did a bad job of trying to explain that transition.
Well, yeah.
Because it was pretty obvious who was who when it came to species versus species.
It
only makes sense in mating.
The terror that comes from seeing a thing that isn't quite human is they think it was two things. They think it was one, birth defects. Like, remember in fucking Pet Cemetery? When the sister had the thing look like E.T. and you're just like, I wish I had never watched this. Like it's awful. They did a very good job of that. And it's like there's like disease and like weirdness, but some people think that's a secondary thing. Like birth defects aren't really that scary on their own. You're like, well, okay, shit happens or whatever. But they're like, there's other very similar to human hominids that we cannot breed with, who will kill us, who we are territorial with, and all this other stuff. And that feeling of just unnerved, like you just saw, like if I, not a snake, but if I saw a spider out of the corner of my eye, even though I'm like, I get if there was a spider on your carpet, I'd be like, that's just a spider. It's not a big deal. It's probably not, it's not poisonous. It's nothing, but I just get that like thing down my spine.
Right.
It's just deeply.
So what
I'm 40,
is that? That's what we're talking about. And
I came from somewhere where those things would kill you.
So
those
you
were
do
the
believe
end of
that.
it all.
So you do believe that.
I super believe that because genetically, how do my snakes know that mice are food and nothing else is?
Right. So we're talking about the idea of instinct.
Just know. Yeah.
We're talking about the instinct bridging so
instinct isn't not real.
Everybody knows what instincts are.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to describe this idea of genetic memory, which is you're pulling in specific memories where your memory, your experiences can manipulate your DNA, and that DNA can be passed on, and that knowledge and wisdom can be passed on to your offspring.
Well, DNA is just protein strange. Your brain's just a bag of chemicals and shit. Like, how is that so crazy? Like,
well, and people would say, well, that's insane. But then, how does every bird or squirrel know to stay away from humans? Not every bird or squirrel has been attacked by humans. Yeah. But when they're approached by a human-looking figure, they know to get the fuck out of there.
They all do.
So they're either being taught by their parents,
and they're not.
Right? So we're either talking about a whole new level of sentience between animals and
crows, maybe, but not squirrels. No.
You see what I'm getting at here, though?
Crows have
like we're either acknowledging genetic memory, or we're acknowledging a different level of sentience within animals. Like we can't have one without the other. So,
and it's not,
or we can have one without the other, but we can't have neither. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I mean, that's the thing. We're a big bag of chemicals, and if like we both take mushrooms, we're going to see similar things. Or if it's the same batch of mushrooms or whatever. So it's like it tells you that there's information coded into the big sacks of liquid shit that we are, that get passed down the same way blue eyes do, or like male pattern baldness. There's people, and I kind of believe there is a thing that's probably, consciousness is very not understood, and there's probably something a lot like a soul, but people let all their like religious soul beliefs get in the way of how interesting we actually are. We're like, dude, no. Like, well, no, because you're an individual soul that's a baby on a cloud, and the stork brings you to your mom's vagina. It's like, okay, no, we used to get eaten by tigers, and if you are descended from India, you'll see a tiger on a picture when you're one and go, ah, because that's just in there, like walking and sucking a titty and anything else. But I don't know what, it's just certain things people are like, no, that's too high level to get passed down. Like, how do you decide where the line gets drawn? Like, no one could just remember this. It's like, well, you remembered how to like walk. It's like, well, that's different. Like, okay, why is it different though? Like, that doesn't make sense. Not if you really pick it apart. And you're like, well, because that's something people do. People just look at things through the lens of what they're used to, and it's very like limiting and dumb.
Dude, and I'm telling you, man, my whole view on this completely opened up when I watched my dog give birth to a litter. Like she popped out a baby,
and they learn how to be dogs.
Like my dog never seen anyone give birth to anything, but when my dog popped out a litter of pups, she knew that every time a dog was born, she had to reach down, she had to chew open the sack, clean off that dog.
Yep.
Like it was
like, she didn't take a Lamaze class,
right?
Like it's not. Yeah, right. They just know. It's in there.
Everything.
So much shit is just in every piece of who we are.
So much so.
Yeah.
That we found it hard to not interfere.
Yep.
Like we were like, oh, we need to help.
And Picard fucking like,
oh,
that's the rule.
Like, no, they know. She knows how. So we're not going to get to the bottom of this. We've been going a super long time. Let's wrap this up, dude. Go to the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. That's John's.
Yeah,
that's John's YouTube channel. They don't have their URL sorted yet.
No,
but that's
broke 100.
But
like,
that's the
yesterday.
milestone of getting to 100. In case anyone is confused, why it matters is because you
Why
get
it's
your
a
own
party.
YouTube channel, and they're going to give you some choices. So unfortunately, you don't get to choose. Because if it was up to me, I'd be like, dude, acronym it. Like the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge, like TACL, like, but you won't. They're gonna make you spell it out. It sucks, but it is what it is because
I'll take it.
it's SEO shit, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So congratulations, man!
Thank you
for coming on the podcast,
Thanks for
brother.
having me.
Cheers! It was a blast once again. Let's get you on again soon, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I want to
I'm
do?
up the road.
You know what we should do is you should come on again, this month or beginning of next month.
Yeah.
With Jeremy Blake, and we'll just do the three of us.
I know.
It won't be a special. We'll just do the three of us.
Yeah, let's just do a
Yeah.
shit talking extravaganza.
Yeah, it'll just be fucking great.
I
It'll just
know.
be the three of us because
Oh my
Jeremy's
God.
gonna come back on with Gensmer, and then he's gonna come back on again himself, and then I'm gonna try to pull him on again with you. So we're gonna have a run of Jeremy Blake here in the next month or two. If he's down,
Jeremy, I'm sure you're down.
so I need him to come back on one so we can keep going into the his own fucking journeys. But then I want to have him on with you, and I want to have him on with Genzer again.
we should all, what we should do, and I always say this, and maybe it's just an excuse because we don't get to hang out as much as we used to, but having me and Jake from Blue Felix both on,
Okay,
because that is going to be a dumpster fire.
Let's do it.
It's the best dumpster fire you've ever seen.
let's do it.
I think I'll hit him up. He would, because then they could just crash at my place or something. Like, we
Yeah.
could make it so easy to do.
Well, dude, and I have a guest room here too as well.
Yeah. We could get way
Like we have a
stupid.
legitimate guest room with a bed and like all of that.
He brought me DMT to smoke on my birthday, and we haven't even gotten into that. So
Dude, I need some fucking DMT.
I know.
I need to do it.
It's Jake's. God damn,
It's a
his
bucket
stories-
list thing, dude. I need to do DMT.
Yes.
I need to do it.
Yeah. No, everything everybody says is like, yeah, okay. So, like, apparently reality is just kind of wacky and weird, and we don't understand what we're doing at all. Like, yeah, it'll help you understand that time's not a straight line, and we probably came from mushroom spores from another galaxy. It's very easy to understand
Yeah.
after that.
And quickly you understand all of these human problems that we're arguing about are like petty.
Oh,
like none of this shit matters. There's so many questions that matters, and there's actually, I'll end it on this. There's one question that matters, and once you figure out what that one question is,
42.
ask it, and that's when your journey starts. Other than that, go to Alchemical Cocktail Lounge, subscribe, the whole deal. Same thing with my shit. Subscribe. You know the drill. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Good night, Irene.
All right, dude. Let's do this again, man.
Yeah.
This was a fucking blast, bro.